Sí, hey, hey, check.
What do I know? What do I do? What do I know? What do I do? Tell me if you're holding on. Tell me if you're holding on. What do I do?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Renaissance Convention Center for the CreActivo Conference, second day. We are going to start in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
to life.
Thank you.
Every day is a new beginning. Every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. And every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. Just keep it together, 'cause it keeps getting better. Yeah, it keeps getting better.
Bon dia. Good morning, everyone. What a way to kick off the second day of CreActivo. Welcome to day number 2. For those that were here yesterday, we can remember all the powerful presentations, and those who are visiting us for the first time today, welcome to day number 2. Welcome to another day of impactful and powerful presentations with thought-provoking topics. As you've seen yesterday, powerful topics such as the importance of the arts, the importance of creativity in education, the incredible potential of the orange economy, and the incredible potential of the cultural and creative industries. Now, we are so proud of that opening video. That is why we wanted to share with you again, because it perfectly captures what we stand for and why we all are here today. As I said, yesterday was an incredible day for all of us, full of inspiring conversations, insightful presentations, and powerful moments that made us reflect on the potential of the cultural and creative industries here in Aruba. We saw during the opening of Cultura Foundation explanation about the orange economy, about the creative industries, also about the importance of data. You also saw a bit of history of Fundación Cultura and why we are doing what we are doing, but also why we consider you to be part of that movement. We also saw a powerful message of the Tourism Authority that told us that the shift is in motion, and that in this shift, there is incredible potential and opportunity also for the creative industries, but basically because of that capacity and potential of telling stories, it's up to us, basically, how to continue shaping that shift. We saw Ronchi de Cuba on stage giving a very inspirational speech, having no filter, as he said that he was going to do. The next one was a very powerful presentation by an art teacher, the head of Filomena Collegia. After her presentation, we received so many messages that were mostly congratulating her and saying that hopefully more schools would have an artist, a creative at the head of the school. But then I also got a message, Raquel, that hopefully the next Minister of Education will be a creative, a person that understands the importance of creativity and art. Who knows? We also saw the performance of Clara Reyes. Basically, it was a performance/speech, very inspirational also. And then the performance of Mateo Lopez that was very impactful because many of us could identify with what this actor presented. Mr. Luc Alofs talking about nation building and nation branding. For many people that sent me a personal message through WhatsApp told me that was one of the aha moments during yesterday's conference. Elizabeth Guanipa talking about the importance of our native language, and Marianne Falconi presenting the importance of working on capacity building and for us as creatives to move or shift more towards a more entrepreneurial mindset. But today is just as important, if not more. Conferences like CreActivo aren't just about the knowledge we share. They're about the energy we generate, the kind of energy that stays with you long after the event is over. It's the fuel we need to continue advocating, collaborating, and developing this industry. Because let's be very clear, this is not something one person can do alone. It's not just one organization or one voice. We need you, our community, our partners, our advocates to help us push forward. This industry is not only essential for cultural preservation, but also has the power to drive economic growth, social change, and innovation. And for that, we need everyone: artists, creatives, visionaries, policymakers, business leaders, decision makers, educators, and citizens alike to come together. We must gain traction when we ask for change. And when the time comes to move the needle, we need to show that we've earned it through our collective effort and the undeniable importance of this sector. Now it is my pleasure to introduce someone who has made a significant contribution to both academia and the cultural sector here in Aruba. She is a lecturer at the University of Aruba, where she has been deeply involved in the Faculty of Arts and Science. Her focus on diversity, inclusion, and social development has made her an important voice in shaping the future of education and governance on the island. Beyond her role as lecturer, she has also facilitated numerous community programs, such as the Diversity Cafe, where students, academics, and professionals engage in critical conversations about identity, inclusion, and diversity in our society. Today, she will be assisting us as our host and moderator, bringing her expertise and energy to guide us through the day. Please join me in welcoming a person that I personally admire. I've always looked up to her, and I've always reached out when I need advice. Consider her to be a friend. Big round of applause for Mrs. Yolanda Richardson. Bombini, now before I walk off the stage, Yolanda, I want to remind everyone that today is not just about listening, it's about engaging, contributing, and being part of this journey with us. We need your voices, we need your ideas, and we need your energy as we continue to push for the recognition and growth of these industries. Let's make the most of today and ensure we leave here not just with inspiration, but with the momentum to create real change. Thank you, everyone, and now I'll pass the microphone to Yolanda. Have a great conference.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everybody. The momentum is today. Change is starting. We are moving. Thank you, Edgen, for those inspiring words and for setting the tone for today's session. I am so sorry I missed yesterday. But we had something else at the job which was important. So I'll be picking your brain when I see you, right? Without any further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of today. Ms. Derceline Dijkhoff is the Senior Product Specialist at the Aruba Tourism Authority. As one of the key representatives from our premier partner, the ATA. Derceline's role today will be to share insights into how the Aruba Tourism Authority supports the cultural and creative industries. She'll also explore how the ATA can continue to play a pivotal role in fostering growth within this sector, ensuring that culture and creativity are central to the future of tourism on our islands. I'm excited. Change is starting today. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Derceline Dijkhoff to the stage.
Bom dia, Trine. Ajen, kika pasa kung may kantika? Una ba tayo, nawawa? Anyhow. Lagami ko sa mesora. Good morning, everyone. What a privilege it is to be here with you all on the second day of CreActivo conference. Before we start it, I want to extend a huge congratulations to the Cultura Foundation for the efforts in organizing this conference, bringing together an incredible community of creatives and shining a spotlight on the potential of Aruba's culture and creative industries. So thank you for all that you do, for believing in our local creatives and artists, and for creating platforms like this where ideas can blossom and where we can come together to exchange knowledge and inspiration, and above all, for being a very great friend. So as Yolanda introduced me, I had Ajen on my speech, but it's Yolanda. My name is Derchlien Dijkhoff, and let me tell you a real story. For the ones that were here yesterday could recognize this, let's say, new terminology of the word history, introduced to us by a very vibrant, colorful, and impactful performance by Clara Reyes. So this is my re-story of my experience of yesterday. We came together to highlight the importance of the development of the future of the cultural and creative industries of Aruba. We can agree that it was a very inspiring, motivating, and moving day. And for me personally, these words stand out. Yes, I did pay attention. So, which word or words for you do stand out? Which of them? Yes, for me it was resiliency. I think I heard that word more than 100 times. But resiliency sometimes can also be a negative. So we gotta make it that we just thrive. So just over a year ago, I started at ATA as Senior Product Specialist, and what inspires me the most is that my role goes beyond strategy and planning. It's about connecting with the heartbeat of our community and empowering it through cultural and creative initiatives. Initiatives such as educational programs and awareness campaigns. I work to ensure that our vibrant culture shines through every aspect of the island's experience. One of the most fulfilling parts of my job is bringing initiatives like the CreActivo Conference, Aruba Art Fair, and Dia de Brazil to life. These events are more than just gatherings. They celebrate the creativity and spirit of Aruba, inviting locals and visitors to experience the soul of our island in purposeful and meaningful ways. At the Aruba Tourism Authority, we don't just see ourselves as marketeers of a destination. We see ourselves as advocates, connectors, and co-creators for Aruba. We are also event specialists. We are also on-island communication PR. We are also more than just marketeers. Our role are far beyond attracting guests. It's about making sure Aruba's identity and culture are at the forefront of everything that we do. Destination enhancement projects are the projects that I do, and initiatives are designed to create a balance between the current and future needs of our residents, while enhancing the overall guest experience and fostering the engagement between locals and guests. Efforts are highly focused on promoting and creating educational experiences highlighting our culture, the protection of our flora and fauna, and by supporting and showcasing authentic, immersive experiences such as the culinary, that is the Autentico this weekend. Please don't forget to buy your tickets. and creative initiatives that can be enjoyed by both our locals and not to forget our guests. So let me ask you another question, and please be engaging this time. What makes Aruba special? I love it. I heard only two, but it's okay. So it's not just the sun, the sand, and the sea, right? So what is it? You said it. It's our people. It's our stories. Like maybe our traditional local breakfast for some of us who had pastichi this morning. And of course, our creativity. So let me start by emphasizing one very important point, is our community. At ATA, we know that responsible tourism does not happen in isolation. It happens when we get together and when we collaborate. That's why, over the years, we have made it a priority to form meaningful alliances with the local community, especially with cultural organizations, artists, and creatives. Why, you may ask? That's a question for myself. Because we understand that Aruba's culture is not just a side note. It's not just something to be placed in a brochure or on an Instagram post. Our culture is centrally to who we are and how we present ourselves to the world. When our culture thrives, tourism thrives, and more importantly, our people thrive. This isn't just talk. We've actively supported projects that are bringing the richness of Aruba's culture to life, whether it's through festivals that celebrate our heritage or art exhibitions that showcase the brilliance of our local talent. These collaborations are about creating opportunities for our creatives to shine on both the local and global stages. Take, for example, our collaboration with foundations that organize local events. Audio, please. I didn't have the dress, so I didn't dance. These events don't just entertain, they celebrate who we are, and they bring us together. They attract guests, yes, but they also give our community something to be proud of. Another example is the Aruba Art Fair, where local artists are given a platform to showcase their masterpieces. Performances of contemporary art, dance, music, and much more. So this was this year. If you didn't go, please put it in your calendar next year. So these events have ripple effects, bringing visibility to artists, helping them grow and building a sense of pride in our culture. But it's not just about these types of events. It's also about the small, everyday efforts that uplift our community by supporting cultural entrepreneurs, artists, and local initiatives. We are blending culture into the heart and soul of Aruba's tourism. These alliances ensure that when tourism moves forward, It's not just the industry that benefits, it's the entire community. It's important to remember that these collaborations are not just beneficial for today. They are enhancing the foundation of Aruba's future, a future where culture is not an afterthought, but part of the driving force. So why does ATA place so much emphasis on supporting cultural projects? The answer is simple. Aruba's identity is what sets us apart. In a world where guests can travel to 1,000 different destinations, we need to ask ourselves what makes Aruba unique. Going back to the question we had earlier, what makes Aruba special? So, what makes Aruba unique? Our culture, our heritage, our diversity, not to forget our hospitality and the unique experiences that we, all of us, collectively offer. By supporting our local cultural, artistic, and creative initiatives, we are not just investing in the tourism industry. We are investing to tell Aruba's story in an authentic, meaningful, and deeply rooted way by capturing and exposing our identity. At ATA, we are constantly on the lookout for projects and initiatives that align with our vision, which is also your vision. We support initiatives that don't just attract guests, but, as I said, that also contributes to the well-being of our community. We want to see projects that uplift our people, that highlights our story, and that preserves our heritage for future generations. This is why partnerships with local organizations like the Cultura Foundation, Fundación Chico Harms, and Pure Foundations are crucial to us. These are just a few that I am mentioning. And Raquel, we saw you yesterday. So we're coming to Filomena College. To the artists and creatives in the room, I want to take a moment to speak directly to you. You are the heartbeat, one of them. I think we have more than just one heartbeat, of our culture. Without you, Aruba wouldn't have the vibrancy, the color, or the creativity that makes our island so unique. You are the storytellers, the visionaries, and the innovators. Next to me also. But here's something important. The world doesn't need another copy. The world doesn't need you to fit into a mold or try to replicate what's been done before. The world wants you to be you and needs you to be you. The world needs your unique voice, your perspective, and your ideas, and Aruba, again, needs you. Whether you are creating, for example, music, fashion, art, or a script, remember this: your uniqueness lies in your authenticity. You have something inside of you that no one else can offer, and that's your gift. It is our gift as Arubans. And not only Arubans, but all the other residents also. Don't underestimate yourself. Do not underestimate it. There's an incredible opportunity right now for creatives to step up and bring something new to Aruba's cultural landscape. We are living in a time when authenticity is more valuable than ever. Guests are not looking for pretty postcards or polished brochures. They want to experience the destination as the real Aruba. They want to hear your stories, see your art, and experience the energy that you, that I, that we all bring. So I encourage you to don't hold back. Be curious, be courageous, be the connectors, co-creators, and collaborators. Embrace your uniqueness. Now let's talk something critical for your success. How you present your ideas. At ATA, we are experienced many project pitches. And let me tell you, the ones that make an impact are the ones that are well prepared, clear, and compelling. I sat with many, and I've only been there a year and 5 months. And not all of them make it because they're not prepared. It's not enough to have a great idea. You need to be able to communicate that idea effectively, and this is not just talks. One great example of this is the steel pen project. The idea was presented and brought to life during our carnival celebration of this year. Yes, this was also with the Cultura Foundation, and I was part of that. Oof. So when you're presenting your project, think beyond just verbal explanation. Bring it to life. Use visuals, use examples. Show us not only what you want to do, but also why it matters. Why is your project important? How will it impact the community? How will it contribute to the regenerative of Aruba's future, both culturally and as a tourism destination, because I do work at ATA. Also, how could it make our guest experiences on the island unforgettable? Here's what we at the ATA would like to see when you present your projects. A clear and well-thought-out vision or idea. Evidence that your project will have an impact on the community, focused on either well-being, education, advancement, bringing awareness on eco-conscious, and so on. Use your creativity. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. We are creatives, aren't we? And prepare. Preparation is vital. Take the time to create a presentation. And well, talking about support and funding, that's what we do best. Present a budget by giving a clear overview. I really want to put an emphasis on that, of the costs of your project and how the funds will be dispersed. So how quem bota paga? We work with public funding. Don't forget this. I'm also responsible for the projects that I co-create. Also take into consideration that there is a screening process that every project has to go through prior to receiving a final approval. So it's not you're talking to me, I need to talk to also my bosses. Remember, when you are pitching your project, you are not just presenting an idea, you are selling a vision of Aruba's future. So make it count. Present with confidence and passion. You have no idea how nervous I was this morning. I am. Knowing that your project has the potential to make a difference. Be a leader and own it. We heard that also yesterday. Own your project. So if you were here yesterday and experienced Ronella Cruz, our CEO's presentation, you would have heard her speak about the importance of collecting data. And let me quote, our support includes efforts to collect and analyze data to map Aruba's cultural and creative industries. This mapping initiative is a major step forward. With this data, we can identify which areas of the creative economy are thriving and where more attention is needed. It allows us to further fine-tune development strategies on solid evidence, ensuring we invest where the impact will be greatest. In the long run, the creative sector's growth, backed by data, will enrich Aruba's cultural landscape and contribute to sustainable tourism and economic development. This is the key. So, guys, ladies, gents, let's share data because we need it. As I close this morning, because I think I talk a lot, I want to leave you with this. You are the game changers. The future of Aruba's culture and creative industries is in your hands. The future of Aruba's culture and creative is in your hands. I said that already. You have the power to make a difference, to inspire, to create, and to leave a lasting impact. Before I say te después, because I know you all are going to come talk to me, I would like to remind you once again on the set of guided principles of a compass, the compass, that we follow at ATA that was also mentioned by Ronella yesterday. Kurashi, courage. Tourism success is a collective effort, and we encourage you to be bold in your endeavors. Take risks, embrace change, and know you are critical in shaping Aruba's future. Curiosidad, curiosity. As we transition toward responsible and regenerative tourism, curiosity will be our guide. Let curiosity drive your creativity and open doors to new opportunities. Compassion, compassion. We have deep gratitude for what tourism has brought to Aruba, but we have to also be compassionate toward our environment, culture, and communities. Growth should never come to the expense of our authenticity and our cultural heritage. And of course, from the heart, kukurasong. At the heart of everything we do, Aruba itself, our home, our people, our culture. By protecting our island and preserving its culture, we create a future that honors our past and builds a brighter tomorrow. So the title of today was actually Empowering You, was to be empowering. So empowering the creative industry is key to the shift in motion of responsible, sustainable, to ultimately regenerative tourism. Imagine local artists and artisans driving innovation, offering unique experiences that set our destination apart. So dream big, be bold, and most importantly, make it happen. The future of Aruba's cultural landscape is also yours to shape. By supporting your creativity, we not only attract niche tourists, but we also create sustainable jobs for your generation and generations to come. The result? A vibrant, diverse, and resilient tourism economy fueled by authentic local products and cultural experiences that leave lasting impression on visitors through our locals. So, further ado, thank you again to Cultura Foundation for bringing us all together. It was a pleasure to be on this stage. And thank you to each of you for actively participating this morning and also yesterday. I look forward to seeing the incredible things you will present and we will accomplish this together. Thank you.
She said, sort of actively. Now, I don't know about you, I made a bunch of notes. Did you make notes? I think she deserves better because she's actually here telling you how we can dream big, be bold, shape the future. I learned about the four C's, five. Compass, Kurashi, curiosity, compassion, kurasong, and you're going to give her that applause? No, you could do better than that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, come on. Come on. Okay, so I don't think I have a lot of time, but I must touch on some of the things she said. Culture is not an afterthought. I guess you agree. And after today, it is definitely going to be what makes us thrive, so our tourism can thrive, and that our people can thrive. Correcto? Good. And, because that's also important, we need to dare to take the power to make the difference. I got one more, and I just made this one up. Refuse to copy-paste, choose to be you, and then I didn't know if it would be unapologetically or authentically. Okay, I repeat, refuse to copy-paste, choose to be you authentically. Right? Thank you. Thank you so much, Darceline, for that insightful presentation. You've given us a clear view of how you at the ATA believe that we can be supporting, but that together we can position the culture and creative industries as a central part of our tourism strategy. I found it inspiring. I was in awe. I couldn't stop taking notes. Before we move on, I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge someone in the back. I am assuming that you saw her yesterday, Elizabeth Guanipa, who is broadcasting live for us today. Elizabeth, could you share with us how you perceived the first day of the conference yesterday, particularly for me, because I could not believe that there are more people in here who were not there yesterday.
Good morning, Yolanda. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the CreActivo conference. I think we can all agree that yesterday was a great day, the first day of development of a new industry, the first day of great things to come. I personally enjoyed the program throughout the whole day, and from many, many memorable takes, I would like to mention the interaction of you, the public. Congratulations through the HOVA app. We received so many feedbacks, and we are waiting for the same participation today. So let's prepare, let's get ready, because there are many, many great things and great information to come today. So you're ready for day 2.
Elizabeth, and how are we doing? How are those at home, online, maybe our students in Holland? How is the interaction going on to now?
Thank you for mentioning that, Yolanda. Yes, you who are watching us through the streaming service, yes, you are also a participant of the CreActivo conference, so we are waiting for your feedback too. Please bring all those questions that you have, all those comments. Your feedback is very important to us, and it's going to be a part of the program.
Have you something interesting to share with us already?
Right now, but be pending because it's coming.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth.
You're welcome.
Always wonderful to hear your perspective, and I'll chime in to you later on again. Thank you. We will continue, and on our program, we have now Geraldine Buckley. I'm honored to introduce her. Geraldine is a key member of SMAC, the organization responsible for orchestrating Aruba's biggest cultural manifestation, my beloved Carnival. Through her work, Geraldine has helped ensure that this important cultural celebration continues to thrive, showcasing the creativity, unity, and passion of our island. We are excited to hear her insights, find out a bit more of where they plan to take us. Geraldine, join us.
In the road on fire. We have an unburning desire. I say hot, we going in. I say hot, we going in. There is no better place than inside. Oh, in the inside.
Bon dia, bon dia. Bon dia. Bon dia. Thank you, Nicole. I heard you. So welcome to the presentation of SMAC. I'm Sherilyn Berkeley, and there's no better thing than Carnival. Is that so? Is Carnival a celebration or a lifeline? But we have an announcement. Unfortunately, there's news for you guys. There will be no Carnival in 2025. Are you laughing at me or with me? Okay, so I thought it was going to be an impact, but seeing your reactions, I know it's like, no, it's not possible, right? But I would like to ask you guys, I need two persons. Can you imagine Aruba without Carnival? Without no activity, nothing? Okay, so tell me. Raquel?
Ja,
Okay. Hi, Raquel.
dyan ako tira imagine mo ka.
So, Raquel, have you ever thought about the importance of Carnival in your life? The importance of it in your life.
We know, like, I know it's important for the economy, but we never stand still to really think what is the impact and the importance of Carnival, because we just know it's always there. That's why when you presented that it's canceled, I was like, come on, that's a joke. Because it is so embedded in our island, like Carnival is just part of us, and we take it for granted many times, the impact that it has. That's my point of view.
Thank you. We'll come back to that.
You need another person?
Yes, please.
Thing is, I don't just want to stay at the table, but I see a face of a person that has participated in Carnival her entire life, which is
Oh, I
Maybelline.
know her, yes. Juffrouw Maybe, welcome.
Thank you, Geraldine.
What does Carnival mean to you?
Everything, it's a part of my life. You cannot imagine being this in Aruba and without celebrating Carnival. So it's everything, participating, and if you cannot participate, you go, you listen, and you watch the parades. So it depends on your age, let's be honest. So, but it was since my youth, I participated first with my parents, and then with my husband, and then with children, and now with the grandchildren. So it goes from generation to generation. I cannot imagine Aruba or my life without Carnival.
Thank you. Haven't heard that. If I go back to Raquel, she said it has a social and economical impact. Okay. But I would summarize both of you and say, Carnival is life. And we still can remember this song, this tumba that was presented by Didi Bernet years ago. Carnaval ta vida. Yes? Saying that, I would like to present you to our vision of SMAC. A few things we did. We have been trying to make some changes and put all the noses in the same direction. So, Carnival is a cultural pillar. Carnival strengthens community bonds. Carnival fosters creativity and opportunities. As SMAC, we had a research initiative to understand the social and economic impact of Aruba's carnival in phases. In 2023, we started a research project in collaboration with students at the University of Aruba to help us research social and economic impact of Carnival. I do have to mention Yolanda, my sister in Carnival here. She was one of the supporters and she was the mentor for this group of students. After the first document received from the students, we can conclude that Carnival is more than a celebration. It impacts our culture, our identity, and our economy, of course. Carnival is a cultural pillar, so it connects generations and builds a shared sense of identity. Youth engagement through parades, performance, queen elections, youth groups from different organizations, they come together to express themselves through parades and artistic performances, such as creating their own choreography for all the activities. Activities, shows, queen elections, road shows, expressing through dramatizations and comedy, like the Prince and Pancho competitions and more. Carnival's empowerment empowers through creativity. So it helps artists, designers, and performers build their careers. For example, if we take a few musicians, the mighty talent, Claudius Phillips, Bradley Vesprey, Easy B, Anthony Gario, Black Diamond, Carl Rosberg, Gallo Jr., and also Tony Mingo. They all started in carnivals. Costumes, floats, and road pieces, designers and producers, musicians and choreographers who start small and then expand to year-round creative work. Dancers, they dance every week. Social cohesion brings people together, breaking down barriers of gender, age, social class, and race. Family and friends gather to create and decorate costumes together, building stronger familiar and social connections. You do remember family and friends, right? We are family and friends, Tony Mingo. So it's all about the bond and being together. So Carnival, yes, it brings collective joy. It is joy and celebration. Carnival brings energy and spirit to the island. Just imagine the difference without it. How would our island's spirit change? So we have thought about this. We had the COVID time. We had no carnival. It was kind of, you felt it, right? Survey data give us a few figures. So the students interviewed more than 1,000 of persons, and this is a good thing to say, that they had a few answers and we took out the most important ones. So we got 28.1% Carnival strengthens national identity. Nearly 21%, it enhances culture. 18.2%, it creates musical expressions. And the others also mentioned creativity, stress relief, enjoying life, and supporting local music and bands. This all summed 33%. So, does it have a massive economic impact? Artists and creatives, hundreds rely on Carnival for their annual income. Designers, float builders, makeup artists benefit from the season. Without Carnival, many of these artists would lose their primary source of income. Costume designers and elaborators, makeup artists, musicians, group leaders, and float builders. Communicators, imagine their lives without this economic boost. These creatives not only sustain themselves during Carnival, but often use it as a platform to take their talent internationally. Local designers designing, musicians in Holland, makeup artists going regional. And what about the small business? Small business thrive. Tailors, food vendors, beauticians, they see a spike in sales during Carnival. Tailors receive orders for hundreds of costumes and many work day and night for months, sometimes as a year when we have those lustrum celebration. They will start in March. The whole year leading to Carnival. And the big business? Okay. Liquor companies and larger corporations experience huge sales spikes due to Carnival. For many local businesses, the income from Carnival season is what keeps them afloat for the rest of the year. Although not the primary tourist draw, Carnival enriches the experience for those visiting Aruba during high season. Carnival is a bonus for the tourist that is traveling during months of January and February, even if it doesn't draw a lot of tourists. The season is considered to be high season for Aruba. It does provide a fantastic, authentic experience for the guests who are already in Aruba. They enjoy an authentic cultural experience and a very happy island. So, let's do the math. Picture this. Carnival, the kavel, the famous kavel issues. Each kavel, let's say, has 10 couples, approximately. Each couple brings 2 cases of beer. With 250 kavels in Oranjestad, so just remember we have only in Oranjestad kavels, yes? We'll have 5,000 cases of beer per parade. Multiply this to 3 parades, we'll have 15,000 cases of beer in total, yes? Okay, stay with me. At 91 guilders, 95 per case, we're talking of 1.37 million spent only on beers during 3 parades. I'm not talking about the alcohol. Let's see the money. The florins. At 7% tax for public funds, that will be 96,500 just from beer taxes. Whoa. Does Carnival has an economic impact? I think I don't have to answer you guys, right? So imagine now all the other products: stones, decorations, glue, feathers, wood, aluminum. So just the list keeps going on, right? We have an extended economic ripple effect also. Carnival also impacts less visible industries, sound engineers, photographers, security teams. Can you imagine a group without security? Stage constructors, caretakers, all the creches that open only for the parades, for the elderly and for the little ones. So it's obvious. These industries may not be the face of Carnival, but they depend heavily on it, and vice versa. Every business, small to large, is involved in the biggest cultural celebration of the island. So, SMAC's vision for research, as mentioned earlier, SMAC has the vision to research and explore this important subject regarding Carnival, social and economic impact. Carnival's true social and economic impact is often overlooked without proper data collection. We need to quantify the number of jobs created, the money, the amount of money flowing into our country, and what Carnival means to Aruba's finances. SMAC's plan is to collect data to advocate for the growth and sustainability of Carnival. Without real data, we cannot accurately advocate for Carnival's future. We need this to help level up the celebration each year. SMAC has worked all the way around and has been an eye-opener for the community to understand the need to change, for changes that need to be made, not for SMAC, but for Carnival. Revealing the unseen impact, Carnival is more than just a party. Carnival is a hub for cultural and creative industries in Aruba. It births talent, supports artistry, and strengthens local identity. Imagine Aruba without Carnival. How would our economy and culture survive? The ripple effect Carnival has on local industries is not immediately visible, but it is immense. So, our final message will be, can you imagine Aruba without Carnival? Carnival is a lifeline of our people and our economy. It's not just a party. It's the heartbeat of Aruba's cultural and economic well-being. So, we have to recognize Carnival's true value. We must recognize Carnival for what it is, a monumental pillar of and by Aruba's cultural and creative industries that deserves more attention, more investment, and I'm looking at the minister, and data-driven analysis. So, Carnival has been creating opportunities and wealth for decades. Let's make sure it continues to thrive for all who lives in Aruba. So, I would say, let's Carnival.
Blazing the road on fire. I will have an burning desire. I say hot, 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 we going there. I say hot, 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 we going there. Aye, there is no better place than inside. Oh, in the inside. There is no better place than inside. Oh, in the inside. 62 we feeling hot, crazy music we keeping us up. Otherwise we party.
I don't know about you, but I am totally in my zone now. Totally. Remember when I started, I was fumbling, fumbling? No, it gone. Because Carnaval Tabida. And I spoke about authentically you, Ate Amiki. This is me. But I have to stick to the program. So I got to combine it, balance it out. I don't have much notes now because our next guest is on a tight schedule. But I don't want to have Geraldine present today and don't do a short summary. A couple of things. If Carnaval is Bida, it must have economic impact. We can connect to the soul in the presentation by Dershelin because that spirit is what keeps us alive, that soul. It releases stress, it's entertainment, it strengthens our identity, it's big business. I'm talking about the makeup artists, I'm not talking about the little stores where we buy glue. I'm thinking on the big box of taxes. But we still need some more research. It's not just a party, it's a hub. It births talent, and as I said a while ago, it strengthens identity. It's the heartbeat of Aruba's cultural well-being. We must recognize its value, and we need more data-driven analysis. And I think this is a good opportunity to thank Geraldine for sharing her insights and the tremendous work that SAC is doing for us all to preserve and elevate one of Aruba's most cherished cultural expressions. Carnival is truly a manifestation of our collective creativity and identity, and it's inspiring to hear how this celebration continues to evolve and thrive under their leadership. I'm not seeing her. She told me she was battling a little cough. Yes, thank you, Geraldine. And as I said, our next guest, we have a change in our program. Our next guest has a tight schedule, and Geraldine hinted a while ago who it is. It's no one less than our Minister of Economic Affairs, Mr. Geoffrey Waver. Yes, invite him. Yes, yes, yes. I'm happy he's here because we're looking for support, and we're also looking for some funding, I think. In the meantime, I need to tell you that I know him as a strong advocate for the growth and innovation of the cultural and creative industry. And before you do your part, I want to tell you, I thank you for taking all those initiatives that you took throughout the year to improve this industry and for us all to work on it. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Bom dia. I'm a little bit on my dancers now, sorry per se. Good morning. It's such an inspiring morning. Cultura Foundation, thank you for this invitation. As Minister of Economic Affairs, I want to use this valuable moment to elaborate on the power of creativity as the driving force of economic growth, economic transformation that will lead to a more sustainable and inclusive economy. Fresh ideas, unconventional thinking, and fearless experimentation are at the core of creative minds. Creative minds transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. With a flourishing creative industry as policy outcome, the government of Aruba plays a pivotal role in the transformation of creative minds into creative entrepreneurs. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the driving force of economic activities. And with the high dependency on the tourism industry, we need to create new economic pillars. In August 2023, the policy note, Development of the Orange Economy, was approved by the Council of Ministers. And in May 2024, the first policy action took place from this policy paper, being an Orange Economy Symposium. And during this symposium, you recommended various policy actions. And based upon this valuable input, and in close collaboration with Credits Aruba, I'm proud to announce today that we will together launch a Creative Business Academy. The Creative Business Academy is an educational program for a minimum of 40 aspiring entrepreneurs in the creative industry. The participants will leave the program with a financial plan and a business plan to start up and/or expand their businesses. As you all know, the government is outgoing, but this has not stopped our ministry of working on the development of the creative industry. The Creative Business Academy will be part of a creative entrepreneurship fund. The goal is the provision of loans at reduced interest rates to aspiring entrepreneurs in the creative industry. We're also working on a mentorship and support program, which will pair experienced business professionals and consultants with creative small business owners, providing guidance and support in key areas such as marketing, procurement, supply chain agreements, and business development and scaling. In collaboration with stakeholders, we will select business professionals from various fields who are willing to mentor creative small business owners. The further development of the creative industry will remain our priority. I wish you a very inspiring morning. I thank you for your attention, and I hope that together we can create something unique and amazing. Thank you.
My notes, they're getting shorter. I don't know what is going on. I think it's my brain after the dancing. I lost. But one important thing that the government is working or worked on transformation from the creative minds into making them creative entrepreneurs, that they took various action to do that. One of them was the approval of the policy paper on the orange economy in August 2023, and that there was a symposium earlier this year, and some of the actions that were proposed by those who attended led to a program together with Credits, and that program is the Creative Business Academy. I thought that was good. I also think the idea of the mentorship program that the minister just mentioned, I also think that is a great idea. He is on his way out. He is a busy man, so I have to find my notes where we are now. So, yes, I'm back. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I will be back. We move forward in our program, and I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Someone who has had an enormous impact on the cultural and creative industries, not just in his home country of Barbados, but across the Caribbean. And I'm talking about Mr. John King. Yes, he's coming up. Mr. John King is a renowned cultural ambassador and former Minister of Culture in Barbados. He has dedicated much of his life to the arts, particularly through music, where he has long been a celebrated calypsonian. Wow, wow, yeah. His work, both as an artist and policymaker, has been instrumental in advancing the role of culture in national development. I must tell you what I was thinking a while ago. Remember, Edgin said that we need more lecturers, more teachers, more superintendents in schools who come from the creative sector. And anybody know what he said after that? You remember? He said that he would think that the next minister would be from the creatives. The Minister for Culture should be from the creative sector. The Minister from Culture is a former calypsonian, so it is possible. Yeah, so we need to vote right. Now, I ain't talking about voting, but it crossed my mind, so I had to tell you. Otherwise, you're going to wonder, why is she looking so, and I cannot do the split brain thing. Anyway, I'm introducing Mr. King. John King understands that culture is not just a form of expression, but a powerful driver of social and economic growth. His contributions have shaped how we view the creative economy in the Caribbean, and we are incredibly fortunate to have him with us today to share his insights on how cultural policies and practices can transform societies. I talk enough. The gentleman know his stuff. The gentleman is with you in a couple of steps. The floor is yours, Mr. King. Let's give him a warm welcome with your applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Let's do that again. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is John King. I've been an artist for, look at me really well, 42 years. I started out as a youngster in 1982, a young 18-year-old, just wanting to sing. That's all I ever wanted to do. At that particular point in time, the creative industries, or even the thought of coming out of secondary school or university and wanting to be a singer, not a doctor or a lawyer or a businessman or none of those things, was unheard of. It was almost like a cardinal sin. Luckily for me, as I heard mentioned yesterday when I was listening to one of the other speakers, my parents were very supportive of my decision to go into music. My dad, in particular, was the first person who said, whatever you do, son, remember that I am not going to be around to take care of you all of your life. So you have to put everything that you have into this music. With that advice, I quit my day job. I used to be a welfare officer at a reformatory school for boys and girls. I quit that job and went directly into music. The music took me across the world, traveled, worked on cruise ships as an entertainer, done a lot of different things. But later on in life, I realized when I've done all the things that I think I wanted to do musically, there was still something missing. And what was that? There was voices of the artists themselves at the policy and decision-making tables. And this is important as we begin to build out this creative economy. In Barbados, we started around 2002. What we did was we put together a national task force, and they were given the task of looking at what then was only called the cultural industries and trying to analyze it, to understand what did we have, what were the shortcomings, what were the things that we needed to do. And that task force produced a document, which I've actually brought one and I've shared it with Ed John. And so any of you who get the opportunity, you can look at it. But one of the things that came out of all of that was that we needed, because there was nothing really there for us in our own history to say, well, what are we doing with this? And so what they did is they took the opportunity to look across the globe to see what was happening outside of Barbados, outside of the region. What were the best practices? What were other people doing who were far ahead of us in developing this creative economy? And they borrowed those things that we could use and adapt to our own circumstance. And I've listened a lot and I've heard a number of people talk about your own identity and doing things your own way. Yes, you do. But as human beings, there are still some things that are fundamental to all of us, from which we can learn and draw information that we can then adapt to our own situation. And that's what I want to do today, to share with you, as a small island developing state also, some of the things that we have been able to do that I think may be useful in you being able, on your own journey, to use. So, look at it this way. 2015, we started off with something which is really important, something that as creatives, we don't even think about. Legislation. Putting things in law so that as we build out this creative economy, and God forbid how things happen, if governments change and another government comes in and doesn't necessarily see this as being anything important, but if it's in law, you stand a better chance of it being continued. Because if people want to change things, then they got to go back, change laws, and do all of that. And oftentimes, people are not interested in having to do all of that, but they, at least if it's in law, it's something that we can work with. So legislation is important. We developed what we call the Barbados Cultural Industries Development Act in 2015. Now, in this act, there are a number of things that we've been using to drive growth. So I'll just go through a couple of them because it would take forever if I were to go into deep detail. One of those things was, first, creating a body which would be responsible for responding to the needs of the various sectors which fall beneath the creative economy. So we've developed the National Cultural Foundation. Within there is a business development department. And when you spoke earlier about how your tourism bodies and other entities are the ones who support and fund certain aspects of the creative economy and the entrepreneurs, we have a specific area where people can do that. Number of things happened there. One, we built out a national register of our creatives. So you can go online, you can go to that register, you can see who the people are, what they're doing, and you have an idea of, what's happening on the ground. We also did our own mapping at some point in time, which is something we have to do again. We did it very early, but the world has been changing so rapidly around us that now that you have persons moving beyond just the cultural industries or heritage, but you got innovation and all of these other things coming in, we're basically having to do that mapping all over again as it gets wider. But under that act, there are a number of things which I think that you might find pretty interesting. So I'm going to go through just a couple of them for you. We know that funding is a fundamental challenge for creatives. Banks oftentimes they're not interested in your ideas. I don't know if you have credit unions on the island, but credit unions, basically the same thing. Yesterday, I saw a young man who portrayed how frustrating it can be as an artist if you have to go to a bank or any lending institution and you have all of these things to put into it and no one understands what it is that you want to do. I want to say this, and it might sound a little controversial, but one of the things that I've learned over the years is that oftentimes we put a lot of pressure on our creatives to be everything. Personally, as a person who has been involved for 42 years, I find it very difficult to understand why sometimes you might have someone who's a sculptor, a fashion designer, or whoever, and we keep saying to them all the time, but you have to be able to write the business plan yourself. You have to be able to do the analysis yourself. And I asked the question once, name me one Bill Gates or any of the major people who has to go and do the business plan himself and do the thing. It's difficult. It really is. And that's where governments come in terms of being able to do the workshops, to do the training, to ensure that they themselves, within their business development departments, have the expertise that can sit down with the artists and help them to put these things together so that they don't have to do it by themselves. Having said that, it is also important that we as the artists do as much as we can possibly do to make ourselves au fait with financing. Financial literacy is important. I just want to digress a little bit just to get you to understand how important it is. As the minister, I spent almost 3 years, and this may be unique to Barbados in a sense, but I believe that you guys might understand what I'm talking about. Oftentimes, exceptionally good artists who've been around for a long time, contributed fantastic work in various areas or whatever. But unfortunately, when they come to the ends of their careers, or they die, there's not one penny available for their burials. Just think about it. Why? A lack of financial management, literacy, understanding how things work. It's what we call almost like a gig economy, where you're working every day from job to job. That pays the bills. That takes care of your health. That does all the things. You have to go to work. The day you stop working, everything comes to an end. During that year, those 3 years, I had to provide financing for approximately about 10 different artists, designers, singers, you name it, to help them to have a decent funeral. This is a situation which should not, but cannot continue. And like I said, I don't know if you guys face it in Aruba, but this is the reality of what we face in Barbados too often. But outside of that, what we did is we said, okay, how do we finance the entity that has been created to help our artists? Our Prime Minister at that time, in my mind, developed a wonderful partnership when I came in here for the very first time and I saw the casino in the bottom, I said, wow, creatives must be doing very well. Because what we did is that we made sure that all of the lotteries contribute a certain amount, a percentage of their profits to a fund, a cultural action fund. And that money goes towards not only the creative economy, but it also goes to the development of sport. And so where you have this synergy where your people, they're gambling, they're doing stuff, they're doing things, but they're also contributing to the creative economy by being able to get these monies. And it happens on a monthly basis. So when I was minister, you know, you got all of this money coming in, so you're able then to help your creatives as best as you can. The more people gamble, like it or not, the more they gamble, the more money comes into us. The more we can do for our creatives. And it's working, and it continues to work very well for us. We have two major funds. One is under the purview of the Prime Minister herself, which is called the Arts and Sports Fund. That comes from the Ministry of Economics itself. And then the other one, it falls underneath the Ministry of Culture. And as I mentioned to you, the National Cultural Foundation, they're the ones who administer that. So in terms of us being able to fund, those are the instruments that we use. But we didn't stop there. What else did we do? We said to our business people, look, here's an opportunity for you to invest in the creative and cultural industries, in this orange economy. But we're going to do something for you. We're going to give you some deductibles. Yeah. So we said, the lowest you can do, $15,000. The highest you can go at is $250,000. So anywhere in between there, if there's an artist, let's say a sculptor, a designer, or whoever, you want to put some money into that person, at the end of the year when it's tax time, that's a deductible for you. And it's a deductible for 5 years. Couldn't want a better incentive than that. We further went on to say, hey, we see our built heritage as having value. And so therefore, if there are architectural buildings that you want to preserve and you believe that you have some funds that you can put into the preservation of those buildings, same thing applies for you. And I can tell you that those simple things have been able to get a number of things done in Barbados in terms of getting buildings that were falling apart restored, getting artists who were struggling to get financing to do other things. And then an interesting thing started to happen. Restaurants and hotels started to get involved. This is what started to happen. You can go to Barbados and you can go to some restaurants. What's the first thing you're going to see before you see your menu? Locally produced art on the walls. They are almost like living, breathing exhibition spaces. People actually buy art from there. The artists themselves have the opportunity to come in and talk to people about their work and stuff like that. That also continues to be working pretty well for us. And last but not least, I was excited when I saw everyone on stage with the carnival. What we did for our creatives, including those persons in carnival, is you have duty-free and tax concessions on all of the things that you have to get that you may call the tools of your trade. And so, yep. Yeah. So if you're a designer and you have to get, all your costumes and all this stuff and your machines and all of those things, they come into the island duty-free. You pay no duties on them. We have a list at customs that says these are the items that are duty-free. You also have that register that I mentioned earlier of the artists. Each one of them has a number, and all he or she has to do is to show his number, his registration card, and it's all a go at customs. They know exactly what the things are. We have to now expand that because with innovation and all the other things happening, a lot of new things are coming into the marketplace, which are tools of the trade for people who are developing apps and doing other things like that. So we now have to, revise and continue to update that. But that policy in itself, again, is one of those things that drives, our youngsters in particular who are involved in creating a lot of content and things like that. It helps. And then we didn't leave out the people who make films. Again, there are concessions for them, but what we did is that we also sat down with our filmmakers and said, guys, talk to us. What are the things that you need other than the concessions on your equipment and all the other things? We've got that sorted out. And they were able to tell us, because we had no knowledge of this, Minister, we are competing with the rest of the Caribbean for spaces where people want to come and shoot and film. You've got to be able to understand how this thing works. What are the rebates that you give back to certain people when they're coming in to do stuff and things like that? We listened and we heard, and we're actually working on that as we speak. And so you'll find, especially for us being an ex-British colony, a lot of people will leave Britain and come to Barbados to shoot ads, to do different things like that. But one of the stipulations that we put in place also is if you come, you have to employ local persons in order to get that rebate. So we've been working really, really hard. But I know, as an artist, that the artists and the administrators have had a love-hate relationship for many, many years. One of the things that I did, and I think it's something worth doing, is to engage with the artistic community on a different level. One of the first things I was able to do was to have pretty much a session like this, where we invited all of the creative people on the island. The idea was, you need to meet the people who make the decisions on your behalf. And the people who make the decisions on your behalf need to know who you are, what your real concerns are, what your needs, what your real needs are. Because oftentimes, we can sit in rooms and make decisions for the creative sector without engaging with them. Cardinal sin. Because oftentimes, we might make decisions on things that are not the things that they necessarily need, but probably because we saw it happening in some other part of the world and we decide, well, this is the way to go. And I think the forums like this themselves are creative ways of being able to share ideas and knowledge. And I really want you guys to applaud Go Cultura for putting this on. Yeah. I've listened very carefully for the last, 2 days now. The linkages between tourism, and the creative economy. I want you to think about this if you haven't before. We keep saying tourism, creative economy, as if they're two very separate things. But if we examine it carefully, you realize that tourism is the creative economy at its finest. You have culinary, you have music, you have history, you have culture, all of the hospitality, all of these things make up the creative economy. And so the synergies that we need between these two sectors are already there. What we need to do now is to recognize it and build on it. I'll give you a classic example. As a young artist myself, I spent many years performing on what we call then a hotel circuit. Now, you would think that, okay, it's just a band playing music on a hotel circuit. But it started to connect dots with a lot of other jobs that were created by us playing music in the hotels. For instance, in order to get equipment moved from one space to another, you had to employ vehicles, a truck, whatever it is, having persons to set up equipment and stuff for you. You start to employ those. You have to get sound companies if you can't do it yourself. You're beginning an ecosystem of creating all sorts of other things. And then, when you got thinking about the media and advertising and all of the other things that go along with it, you begin to understand how within very tourism, the creative industries begin to expand and trickle down. So you think about, what do you wear at nights when you're going to perform in the hotels? Your local fashion designers design clothing and different things for you. They themselves, if that goes up, they have to go on to buy more materials and different things. If you're selling more material, it means you need more people in the stores to work. It's an ecosystem that just keeps getting broader and broader and broader. And once we begin to see it as that and not as just two separate things, then we begin to understand how important it is, especially for small island developing states such as ours, to do these things. The last thing that we did is that we said, okay, we've looked at the traditional things like culture and, all of that. But then we took the bold step and said, but hold on a minute. If you take a look at Europe, what is one of the biggest multi-billion-dollar industries? We all watch it on television. We talk about the rights and everything that goes along. It's sport. Oftentimes when we talk about the creative economy, a lot of people don't think about sport as being a part of the creative economy. But it is. And so in Barbados, what we did is we started to undertake putting on sporting festivals. And I'm sure that you do it in Aruba also. So you have from sailing week to hockey to football tournaments, cricket. It just keeps going on. Chess, squash, draft. Every possible sport that you can think of. At some point in time, there's a quote-unquote international tournament, and people come into the island for that. It's tourism. It's sport tourism. But it also provides small businesses and small entrepreneurs and micro businesses the opportunity to interact with those persons who come on island. A classic example, And I heard you talk about, I think it was someone's talking about identity over and over again. Very interesting. In Barbados, we have a small fishing village. It's called Oistins. For many years, all it was, people will go there to actually buy fish, and that's all it was. About 20 years ago, it started to morph organically on its own. On a Friday night, it became the place where all Barbadians would flock to. For what? Fish. To eat fish. For a culinary experience. That has now become one of our biggest tourist attractions. So every Friday night in Oistins, there's tons of fish being fried, being grilled, whatever you can think about. It's relatively inexpensive. So people leave the hotels, leave the restaurants. It doesn't matter if they're high-end tourists or just your average Joes. Everyone finds themselves in that space on Friday night. It's a staple. Now, think about it. You have this captive audience. Who are the other persons there? Craft persons who are selling their wares. Then you have entertainers who are there on Friday nights making a living. In fact, it's also interesting how, I don't know if you guys do it here, but there's something called ballroom dancing, where they go back with the old music from the 50s and the 60s and stuff like that. Man, you should see it. You have the older folks in Barbados, that's what they're there for. They're dancing. Older tourists who come on board are blown away. They're involved in that. And so you see this potpourri, I guess that's the word I would use, of personalities being there, mingling of visitors and locals within a space that is as creative as it gets. You've got all of this activity going on. What it does, it transforms that once very quiet fishing village into a business hub. And they did that on their own. And now, just like with you guys, the tourist organization in Barbados is heavily involved in promoting that particular part of the island as something a must-do once you come to Barbados. I say these things just because I want you to think about the opportunities that you may not see in your own environment to replicate or to improve on the existing things that you have within that creative space. I'm going to move a little quicker along now, as I don't want to take up too much more of your time. But governments have a role to play in ensuring that we, the Caribbean, can, one, know more about each other. I should be able to come to Aruba to buy clothing from your artisans. I should be able to buy art from your persons and vice versa. We should be able to collaborate. We should be able to know who the creatives are. But one of the problems we have is transportation. Getting here is not easy. Or for you to get to Barbados, it's not easy. We have to fly most of the times to Miami, which is going away from you, to come back down. These are some of the problems that we face that stop us from really, really, really being able to experience the full potential of what we have in the region. That's one. The other thing is, for me, which is a really, really, really huge one, communication. You know, I met the guys through a mutual friend, and that's how we started to talk about, what we do in the creative industries. And I think it was either last year or so, we did an online interview, and we started the ball rolling there. But being here is different to being online and talking to people. When you are in it, and I'm always looking and thinking and wondering about stuff. And yesterday, I saw on the screens some beautiful designs that were done. I don't know who was responsible for them, but I was saying to myself, wow. I wonder if you guys have the same problem that we have in Barbados. And this is where I want you to talk to me now. In Barbados, we have these wonderful designers and whatever, but they cannot get the support of their own people. Everything is always geared towards selling to tourists. This is a problem. The only persons who can solve that particular problem is you. You have to be willing to support your designers. I am sure that Marc Jacobs and all of the other, quote unquote, internationally acclaimed persons didn't become internationally acclaimed without first having a strong home base. It is important for us not only to say what governments must do or what the artists must do, but we have to put our monies where our mouths are. And support, support, support. And to the artists, if you want the support, you yourselves have to engage with the public. I've heard it said over and over again, marketing, marketing, marketing. Marketing comes in many different forms. And you must not be shy or afraid to get out there and meet your public. Classic example, I'll tell you about my own life. When I started out, one of the things that I used to do all the time, if a school was having a fundraising concert, I was there. No charge, I'm there. I'm singing. I'm promoting myself. If a church has something going on, tea parties, whatever it is they're doing, I'm there. I'm saying to you that sometimes it may seem as if you're doing it for nothing. But that's all part and parcel of the marketing strategies of yourself. People get to know who you are. If you're a fashion designer and you put, pieces of clothing into a bazaar or whatever it is that's happening, well, people begin to know who you are. And then the other onus on you is you have to deliver. You have to deliver. The standard within which you do whatever it is that you do, each time, if you're a singer, whatever, each time you walk on stage, your presentation to that audience must be at a certain level that is consistent every time. If you're designing clothing, then if you say to your client that your gown or your pants or your suit is going to be available at 2 o'clock on Wednesday morning, it has to be there at 2 o'clock on Wednesday morning. You're building trust. You're building capital with your audience. Those are the things that I think from the creative side that we have to deal with, and we have to be bold enough and brave enough to look in the mirror in ourselves and see where we ourselves are falling short and make the change in order to get the support of the public that we need. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had a charmed life as an artist. I had the opportunity to go into government and to see it from another angle. Oftentimes, as the artist, we will complain about, oh, government is not doing this and government's not doing that. And we can go on and on as to what's wrong. But I can tell you from my own experience, when you actually take that bold step to get involved, then you begin to understand some of the challenges that governments face in terms of with small islands like ours. You got to think about what are the priorities: health, housing, infrastructure. Where does this money come from to do all of these things and still look after the well-being of the artists and all of the other things? So we have to get ourselves in a position where the art that we create, the things that we do, how do they help with that particular situation? How can we use our talents to actually contribute to all of the other things? Once you begin to start thinking about it, or if you get yourselves into talking to government officials and talking to administrators and getting a better understanding of how things work, then you have a greater appreciation for not only what you do, but for also what they do. And then the whole world is about where's the compromise, where's the partnerships, and what are the things that we need to do. So guys, I just want to say to you that you are on the right track. The artists need the support of the public. The public needs the artistic community, the creatives, the innovators, whatever. And there was something that was mentioned yesterday about education. And just to leave with you that in Barbados, we are also following that track in terms of using the arts in the educational system now. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for allowing me to share my experience with you. And I hope that something that I've said here today encourages either an artist to do something differently or even the government to think about the incentives and the other things that they can do to help drive this thing we call the creative economy. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Shark. That's the cue, a standing ovation for the gentleman. Let's go, standing ovation.
Thank you.
I'm in awe. You guys too, Alice? Yes, I'm in awe. Thank you for the cue. Thank you for the cue. I'm doing better because I got a bunch of notes. So I tell you, it's going to take a while, but woof. But I cannot repeat it. So let me just look to see what are the most important things. Aha! I like this one. Any filmmakers in here today? Yes. There's room and space out there for us to tap into for our economy. I don't know. I don't read in the papers people flocking the island to do any filming and work with our own. So we got work to do, right? We got work to do. Besides that, I thought the Barbados Cultural Economy Act. Anybody remember that? When the gentleman said that, I thought to myself, that seems as something we're missing. I also like the idea of a national register of creatives. Not sure we have that. We have it? Yes, we have it. Okay, so we are doing some of the things, and we do have the Loto Pa Deporte. So it got to become Loto Pa Deporte y E Cultura. Etawatasina. Okay, so we need some revision or some rethinking and reimagining. Okay, okay. But we getting inspired. And then I like this one. The love-hate relationship between the artists and the administrators. You recognize that? Definitely. Yeah, I'm not in the sector. I mean, I'm like, I ain't in the love-hate relationship. I guess I's the buy side. Because I'm not an artist, just an art aficionado, so I am the buy side. But I understand that love-hate relationship thing, and Mr. King, I think I recognize it. And I also like the idea of the fact that tourism and the creative economy, creative industry is one. You know, that synergy is very important, and that we need to create, or that we need to function in the ecosystems where these two sectors are aligned, because there's no other way. And then I think that we're here for you. I know that Cultura is here for you. And I also recognize that pressure, putting pressure on the creatives to do everything good. Now, mind you, in education, you got the lecturer for research, you got the lecturer for language, you got the lecturer for finance. But then when the creative come to you, they got to write, do their finances, they got to do pitch, they got to be good in the language. According to me, it's maybe somewhat unrealistic because I can't do all those things. So I like that, and I wrote, it takes two to tango. And if it's not two, yeah, it's a dance, but then I guess you're dancing in carnival. But not even there, because you got a bunch of people with you, so we need to develop that support system, and we need to also take responsibility on our own. And then finally, I think I would like to say something about organizing sessions. When I came in today, I remember I told you I wasn't here yesterday, we had something on the job. One thing came up in me. I thought to myself, now I don't know how they're going to do the finances, but I thought this cannot be a one-time thing. If you agree with me, give Cultura an applause. And this, I think, is your encouragement for this to become something annual or biannually. Annual or biannually. Because we need to create the sessions where you can meet with those who make decisions, do policy, and that you are able to voice your need and connect, because we got to move away from that love and hate relationship to something else, something that is more sustainable and effective and driven by corazón, as was said earlier today. We're coming up now to our break, and this is the time where you could mingle, talk to each other. Don't go too far. We have an exciting panel discussion featuring Mr. King, Geraldine, and Ms. Derslin Dijkhoff. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity for us to dive even deeper into the topics that were shared today, and for us to expand on the perspectives that were triggered in our minds on how culture and creativity are driving forces in the Caribbean. I'll pass the floor to Elizabeth, who will invite some of you, I think, for interviewing and sharing some thoughts with attendees during the break. And I want to remind you to take some pictures, upload them, because you could win your ticket for the Authentico weekend. Right? You've been sharing your pictures? Yes? Okay. And I think this is the cue. No, I don't think. This is the cue for the break. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And first of all, how about a round of applause for Yolanda? You're doing such a great job as our MC. Great job. So let's sum this first half of the morning a little bit. We had our first speaker from ATA, Mrs. Darlene. Between her and Ronela, I think we all have a better picture on how to craft a better pitch and a better alliance for the Aruba Tourism Authority. So very, very useful information right there. Then we had Geraldine, awesome, spectacular presentation. And she talked about how much research is needed for the numbers on the carnival celebration and the impact this has on the local economy. So it has a quantifiable impact indeed. And most important is that carnival is any time that the music hits you. So even October, we were all dancing, me, and I saw you too, so don't be shy now. Yes, so moving on, we had the Minister of Economic Affairs, Mr. Geoffrey Waver, with a kind of important announcement about a creative business academy. So we will hold that, put a pin on that, and see that it actually materializes. Then our keynote speaker, John King, talking about, among others, the structural funding for the arts. I love that idea about the lottery serving as a source of funding, not only for sports, but also for the arts. Here in Aruba, we know we have Loto Pa Deporte, but it should then be transformed, make a transition into becoming a fund for deporte and the arts. And like Mr. King says, sports are actually part of the creative industry. So right there, it's the path. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Actually, it's already there. We just have to follow it. So I would like to start calling some of you that I already approached on having an interview with me, calling on Mrs. Eva Postema. She is the head of funding office for the Mondrian Funds. I can see her already, she's coming, right? Meanwhile, I would like to remind all of you who are tuning in via our streaming service that we are waiting, or in the comments and your questions, we want to make sure that you are heard too. Mrs. Postema? Hi, good morning, how are you?
Good, I'm very good, very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
So we noticed that this first half of the morning, kind of the key theme was the funding. You represent the Mondrian Funds. First of all, like I said before, thank you so much for all the support that you're already giving to all different projects for the arts on the island. What is your take from what you have heard so far?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here and to see all the variety of the creatives doing their things, and really vibrant community, and also see the diversity of the sector, from tourism to designers to visual artists, etc. So it's very good to have all that information. Very interesting to get a knowledge of the local infrastructures and how it works. I also agree with Derlene about how to apply. She had a lot of tips that also applies for us, for your presentation, giving in good images, clear text, so that's very helpful also for us. Yeah.
You're not here alone. Tell us, you have like a delegation from the Mondrian Fund.
Sorry?
You're together with a colleague here,
yes,
right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Tell us about your colleague.
Yeah, I'm head of fund offices, so I'm mainly responsible for the internal processes and the subsidized processes. And my colleague is the senior project officer for mainly visual arts and mainly the institutions of for visual art. But we also have a large heritage component. So we are half visual artists, visual art, both individuals and institutions, and half the heritage sector, so museums and yeah.
You were telling me before that you were here yesterday too. So far, what has been the most impactful moment of the whole conference?
Yeah, there are a lot of impactful moments. I think it's learning for us, and also to see the different challenges and local infrastructure to help us to develop programs and projects here, and how to get the supplies at the right place. I can say before, for example, another colleague was here a few months ago, and she's from the heritage sector, and she went to all the islands and asked, what is the thing you need? What's the biggest urgency? And they said, people. We need people. People are getting older. We need to get our knowledge to a new generation, but we don't have money to get those new people. So what we did is we were getting a grant regulation, especially for the Caribbean, where museums and other heritage institutions could get money to hire people. So that's really successful on all islands. There were applications, so really, yeah, a direct influence of being here, speaking with people, and getting inspiration from everyone. Yeah.
That's a great example. Mrs. Postema, how do you think the creative industries can play a larger role in Aruba's future?
Yeah, I've seen so much inspiration. Everyone is like getting creative industries, seeing it as valuable and as strengths in Aruba. So my hopes are very high that it's really getting higher and yeah, a real strength for Aruba. Yeah.
This is the first edition of CreActivo Conference. What are your hopes for this initiative?
I think they're doing a good job to get everyone together and speaking with each other and networking and sharing knowledge. So I hope that it can continue, and yeah, I think it's very worthwhile to have people here together and sharing their knowledge and inspiration. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and in sharing your input with us. I wish you a fruitful rest of the conference. Thank you very much. So that was Ms. Eva Postema from the Mondrian Funds. I would like to call now Mr. Darren Van Ameren. Llega cerca para nos conversar rato assim aqui Cubo. Para nos baipapi tiki arriba e apresentação com nossa mira de carnaval ao Mainta. Seguro dia momento nandi mais impactante que nos para mira ao Mainta tawata esaki. Com cifra. A mim sempre quer que cifra tá de maneira mais efetiva de trazer bom mensagem adiante e aceita o qual você arrasi a dar. E apresentação de Geraldine, diz aqui nós também tem oportunidade, ora que forma parte do panel para baixar se pergunta e trazer nos comentários adiante. Estão kutawak-nos, for de onda nang porta seguindo nós também tem oportunidade de fazer pergunta e dar um comentário. Pero conta-nos tiki de Paquico, tawata importante para SMAC, forma parte da conferência de AUE.
Não, me quer para nós, seguro que é importante para formar parte do tipo de conferência assim aqui, para inculcar de gente não, Kiko eigenlijk Kiko carnaval e impacto que significa para o povo de Aruba em sua totalidade. Esse é o que nós por de 13 AUE e nós queda hacia aqui para nós seguir hinca de gente não, com importante tá. De maneira que é impacto com a salida vista que o carnaval cancelar. Nós por causa da Covid, nós não estava tendo carnaval e botava da sentir hope e falta de essa aqui e dentro sentido, é sentido de distrair a pessoa não desfrutar de essa aqui, distrair na mente é parte econômico, é parte de cultura mesmo, é música, artista, na criação de música, mirando com essa aqui tão cosco durante a temporada, composição na tanança, tanto de tumba, tanto de calypso, soca, tudo essa aqui tá cria, é momento com mais criação botim durante a temporada.
Minuto po trabaho qual é o momento mais impactante para mim querer me saber contesta, pero com a bota querer que a indústria criativa por formar parte mais grande do futuro de Aruba.
Mi te quiere sowieso turcos, esta forma parte heel importante den tour sentido. Si mi papa di carnaval mes eigenlijk é parte criatividade, ta uno que ta nossa mostra aqui durante a temporada. E mi te quiere durante gente año essa aqui tá algo que dentro do mercado tá importante para ter criatividade, para seguir modernizar dentro dos serviços, nossa forma de viver, nosso meio ambiente turcos.
Me queria chamar mais que não sempre me puntrabo também. Que é a tua opinião tocante a primeira edição de CreActivo Conference e como lo quero que siga no futuro?
Não, me quero segurar que está algo que nós estamos de maneira que a bisa algo, eu tenho que virar algo anual e seguro, me quero mais ainda por participar nessa aqui, mirando que está algo importante para inovação, para criatividade de cada gente. Dus me quero ter parte importante e me quero tour aia e me está algo que me virar mais grande.
Mas danke Darren, nossa topa dia de Sun.
Seguro.
Este estava depois presidente de SMAC, Darren van Ameren, que também forma parte, de certa forma, junto com o Geraldine Miller, a trazer adiante informação muito relevante para o qual está dia de celebração mais grande de nossa cultura. No momento aqui me quero chamar também senhora Tita Iglesias, que está Events and Sponsorship Specialist de Aruba Tourism Authority. Bombini também na Tita. Tita, lagami começar a viajar da mesma forma como a Hasiko Darren. E esse o tópico de funding, também é um principal a mainta e está relatado diretamente na abo também for de sede de ATA. Key takeaways for the local que você escuta de agora aqui?
Okay, so importante, show up. Show up and show off who you are, bo produto, quem pa kiko bota para P, and to make sure, you need to really make sure that you know your product, que bota confortável com o produto. A shift me se tá dentro mês. The shift is yours, you need to own it and be it. So doing is one thing, being is more important than doing. Que no momento que você sentir for do coração, this is who I am being. And then from there, get out and bring your passion to the world.
Me quero for de ayer e também a apresentação de Ronella e de Darlene, está duidelijk que está on board com a message que a indústria criativa está importante, essencial para o que está entender o produto Aruba. Qual é a reação que você está havendo for de ayer para isso aqui?
Importante, bom, a maioria de gente está agree com criatividade, everything we do. Então, não solamente dedicar na esnancuta criativo, den arte, pero criativo en todo lo que você faz todo dia. Esta boa vida, you create your life, you create your environment. Que me informe a posição é being creative is everything we do every single day. So, para mim, se é dia teiko em grande, especialmente, ora você escuta todas as diferentes apresentações, que é nota dedicated na section of our lives. It is a combination of everything we do every day. And again, I go back to show up. Show up every time, on every situation. Be present, experience, interiorize, and be that person that you inspire to be.
What do you think about this initiative of Go Cultura Foundation, the CreActivo conference, and how would you like to see it transform in the future?
Busta, you have two guys and an organization that has a very important ingredient, willingness. They are always willing to be willing, and then again, be willing again, to put it all, to go all the way, to listen. These people listen. They sit, listen, analyze, and then they may fall, but it's how you stand, and they do that so well. They are willing to test, show up and test, and then test again. Learn. Those lessons serve for other experience or maybe to continue with the same experience, but they never give up. I know Etienne and Arthur for years, and they have always had that ingredient. It is willing to be willing.
Thank you so much for your time and your input, and I wish you a lovely rest of the conference.
Thank you for being here.
Right. So we'll continue, and I would like, for those of you tuning in online, we encourage you to stay involved through the Hoover app to ask questions for our speakers and panelists. That segment is coming up next. We'll make sure that your voices are heard and your questions are answered. So feel free to interact with us even during the break. I have some more information for you. For everyone here with us, yes, it's about the Hova app. It's a great tool. I've seen so many pictures of you. Keep those pictures coming. They're so great to see. It kind of shows how everybody individually is experienced these days during the conferences. It's a great tool. So enjoy this break, and in a few minutes we will be requesting you, letting you know that it's time to return to your tables so we can continue with the conference. But for right now, enjoy your break.
En de lo que era ende, papia sin fin. Mi tingu apa, mi ta feliz, porque papia wel vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Si bon por la camina paz, chis no vi así nada ni más, porque papia wel vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi.
Ay, si vi así boa, así malu. En de lo que era papia me sunco, pero mari para mi tempo tá caro. Ai, tranquilo, miga, se cubo, diz que dá reclamar. Oh, na mi vida tá. Oh, para wag. Oh, cufe dia lo me queda claro.
En de lo que era ende, papia sin fin. Mi tingu apa, mi ta feliz, porque papia wel vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Si bon por la camina paz, chis no vi así nada ni más, porque papia wel vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Montado una mini un chance, no, pa mi enguinan, camino un día lo mi que tapa sobra mi importa ni un stop, no. Si mo critica, la sina la pobida me está cubo ta straight riba mi, walk riba mi. Cada día bota cana fake riba mi, pa botar en mi style, kill to mi vibe. Tami yo bochis le guma. En de lo que era ende, papia sin fin. Mi tingu apa, mi ta feliz, porque papia wel vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Si bon por la camina paz, chis no vi así nada ni más, porque papia wel vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. El tiempo pasaba y aún no todo está madura. Mita sinti não saibe cos mucho por aí. Ya pasamos a la corazón a train estación. Vi que va a usar conmigo tampoco queda bom. Y mis arriba calla, otra tiene mi canción. Ma era la gaturcos caiba vine cercavo. Mio mi queda nei mecan, queda pa' sempre, queda paso. Ve lo que pasa diciembre. Mio mi queda nei mecan, queda pa' sempre. Pa' mi cuore, pasa un otro diciembre. Nada pasa por nada. Ay, el cuerpo te incusa. Todo corazón me se está en lugar. Me sé. Y yo me estará caída, mi yo me quedé se camó. Acá na caí, mira ciego sin por mira vos. Y me estará pagatino, una que begue bisami. El avisame que te mire con. Mi no sabe como para guardar nada. Mi me queda. Queda pa' siempre, queda paso. Ve lo que pasa diciembre. Mío me queda nei mecan, queda pa' siempre. Pa' mi cuore, pasa un otro diciembre.
Hasta nosotros un otro día, un otro track. Mi no me estera wara, mi me estera vira back. Maduna opidimi, pero abono aduna. Vale como no santo bakis po otro no manto ma queda en amiso. Camino ma queda nema. Paso na estación, mi corazón planta queda. Arriba mi pecho está de rach, mi tabai. Sin bola que de culo bola gami kai. Tape se bon tinku quere sin bosa. Amasia cu amor un ta completo sin bota. Ama quis pastima abo pero trae non quiera santo. Ma busca pero toje trae na core y galat.
Bafo, tá frio, no que timbo, que não é pandemia, mas nem por extra yes, vivo fantasy, e babo de Paris, tem meu universo de mis, pero mi no quedan pavos sin mi feliz.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I invite you to take your seats? Because we want to be respectful with your time, finish on time today, give you the opportunity to enjoy your scrumptious lunch, but also give you the opportunity to take away all the information that you can take away today. I hope you had a chance to recharge, network, stretch your legs, and create space to dive deeper, because now it's time for the highly anticipated panel discussion, and I want to invite Mr. John King, Geraldine Berkeley, and Darshilin Dijkhoff to join me on stage. We will engage in a dialogue on some of the key themes for today's presentations, and you will have an opportunity to explore the intersections between culture, creativity, and economic growth. So, first I want to say thank you for all the presentations, because I said Mr. King left me in awe, but I should say that everybody here left me in awe today, particularly because this is a theme that sometimes we don't take enough time to talk about, to engage in dialogue. I want to ask the three of you, what and how do you see the area in which you're working on now progress in a year or 3? So, Geraldine, you in your carnival as a member of the Carnival Foundation for Aruba, Dershelin at the ATA, and definitely in a sort of an intersection of culture and the economic development. And Mr. King, because I see that indeed we could learn from you. So, who wants to start?
Mr. King has a lot of expertise, so but if I could say that as an organization of the SMAC, our hands are tied in a lot of ways because we work with only volunteers, so that's something that we should grow on and talk about and see how we can manage that to work. We are working at the moment, hold your truth. So someone said, Carnival is on. Carnival hasn't stopped. So we have a very active president and a very active board. But do we have the time? Do we have time to work the whole year through? People think Carnival only, the board starts in January, and that's not true. So this economic impact should be also seen back in the board of SMAC, so we can settle things, pay for things, get things organized. And the first thing I really think we have to continue is bothering you.
Bothering us?
You.
Oh, me?
At the university.
Okay. But we're here for everybody today, though.
We need data.
Okay, we need data. Okay. So in a year or 2, you're saying something very important on the intersection of the work you do in the creative sector and the economic development is more data.
Yes, we need
and
more data.
the work for and the space for you to be able to have more volunteers to work sustainably throughout the year in your cycle.
Volunteers are paid. Contributors, because Carnival is an economic pillar, and we need some services need to be paid. The volunteer work is welcome. But if you want someone to work through the year to make it more effective, the message you want to bring across, and if you want to grow as in tourism or grow with your art and the creativity and everything you need money. And people, creators, designers, they need to be paid. They need to be paid. They live of this.
So we have to have that mind switch also.
That mind switch that art is not valuable, or art is just, pagam kikuta, do ne kikuta.
No, não estou dando kikuta mais.
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Dershelin.
Yes, as I mentioned during my presentation, so part of my role at ATA is to have those initiatives or to help to support the projects that are under culture creative. So I'm fairly new at ATA, but there's a lot of changes happening within the ATA. As mentioned yesterday, there's a shift coming up, or it is already in motion, and most of, let's say, part of my budget goes back into the culture. So we also work very closely with SMAC for the Carnival. We are one of the sponsors of the Carnival. And there is so much also that we can disperse to different projects. I call it projects, but I know it's one of our most national events that we have to keep on funding, or we have to keep on helping and assisting. As being part of the ATA, and I think I just said that, me, myself, I want to be also very much part of each project, just like this conference, in order to help in a way to get the vision of ATA, which is the vision of Aruba, to keep on getting it, to inform, and also for them to understand why do we want projects or conferences, events at a certain level. It's not just because it's on paper that's just what it is. I mean, even if we have something on paper, in the meantime, it shifts, and then we have to shift with it also. And then how do we better use that fund in order to make the best in each project. So for, let's say, for instance, for next year, the reason that I said during my presentation about Raquel that we saw her, that we heard her about the Filomena College yesterday, is because one of the vision that I have coming back to my island after living abroad for 7 years is that I don't see our youth having that exposure to music and art. You know, it's very little. And me having 2 kids myself, not getting, you know, that exposure, it is important to, as an ATA, to also be able to give that and a little bit of meaning, let's say that, and purposefully setting your funds for each and every project that we do. So for next year, I can say, like, for instance, next week, I'll be having a meeting with the Leer Orkest Aruba.
Okay.
I didn't even know that existed. You know, so like we said, we need the public to also come to us to understand what we all have going on island. And so let's see how we can move forward with that. So it's a movement.
So you're saying that the things that you would want to have done for this year or 3 years
Yes.
is that you want to have more visibility of projects on the island, so you would be able to tap into them.
Yes.
You have identified a target group that you want to work with, you're telling us, and also that you are conscious that they're not projects, as you call them, but they are movements.
They're
So there is a
movements, they're
movement
changes.
going on within your institution. Nice. Mr. King?
So there are 3 major projects that I'm currently working on. One is the digitization of the archives. Now, within the archives in Barbados, we have the largest ship manifest of slave ships moving from Africa to the Caribbean. All of that information has particular value. We also have wills, land registries, all these things from 1600s up until about early 1900s. Then we miss some, and then we've gone again. By digitizing these things, we give ourselves the opportunity now to share that information with academics, persons who are just interested in it, but for a fee. And so my job is to look at different things across the island that we can monetize. And so that is one of them. We also have, and a lot of people would not know this, per capita, the most windmills outside of Holland in the 1700s. And so a lot of those structures, we've lost a lot of them over the years. We're trying now to preserve the ones that we have. We're doing documentaries on how people have reused them and built them into their homes and different things like that. And we're going to label all of them and tell the story of sugar and rum. Now, Barbados is also credited as being the birthplace of rum. Now, we don't have documentation to say, well, it didn't start somewhere else. But what we do know is that commercially, in terms of being exported, Barbados was the first place that did that. And so we are going to UNESCO now with the story of sugar and rum to have that as a designation, as a cultural asset. We did it with Bridgetown, and we got Bridgetown in its garrison. That's a World Heritage Site, and now we're doing it for the story of sugar and rum. And then on the northern side of the island, we've had a connection between a town called Spicetown and the Carolinas in the USA, where back in the, again, 17th, 18th century, a number of planters left with their slaves and went, and it was almost like a colony colonizing a colony. Okay. And they moved to the Carolinas. And so we've developed a project where we are now beginning to explore the possibilities of having business between Spicetown and the Carolinas as it was in those days, and looking also for the ancestral links. So those are the projects that we're working on.
So the digitizing, I think we are also trying to do that locally, I believe, Janine. Yeah, I know the we have the collection.awe.
Yes.
Yes, where we're digitizing a lot. I know there's some material from Carnival also through the National Archives. I see also a connection in finding historical moments that you could export and also use it for your knowledge industry, but also put that back also in your tourism industry. So if you're able to work on that documentation on the rum and the sugar and the windmills, you could use that for the experience of tourists who are coming towards you. And finally, your project on finding more information on the relationship with North Carolina and Spice Town.
Yes.
Yeah. When you said that, I thought about maybe Geraldine could tap into that. I thought about how Aruba was so important for the carnival in Rotterdam, in Holland, and we could probably have some type of relationship that, I don't know, maybe we send people there and maybe they would come, and that we could piggy bank from what you're doing with your North Carolina and Spice Town venture for our carnival exports, because we did export the carnival to Holland through the diaspora.
We imported it from Port of Spain, and
now we exported it to Rotterdam.
About 80 years ago. And also the Aruba Tivoli Club imported the club celebrations carnival from Europe. So and now we export our people to Rotterdam. And if you go back in time, I think it was about 40 years ago, they started celebrating with the groups, but you have also the Europe organizations, the FAC. So we have now people from Aruba celebrating Carnival in Rotterdam, groups traveling to Rotterdam, and also people living there that will celebrate in Rotterdam and afterwards come to Aruba to celebrate. So we have that exchange also.
We would need to develop it or look into it, how we can maybe for research and things like that, to collect data also tap into that. I think that I have one more question.
Okay.
And the question would be, how can we, so you said a while ago, you would like to get my help to progress in that research area for Carnival, but how can the audience help both of you? I will exclude Mr. King on this question. How can the audience, how can we build on partnership? Because one of his things he said is that we need to do the marketing ourselves, we need to collaborate, we need to change the narrative by organizing these sessions. So let's use that opportunity and tell the audience how we can collaborate with you. So for Geraldine and Darslin. You want to find, because we need each other if we want to make this happen.
Yes.
So because maybe they could take away one concrete thing.
Yes, if I can tap into that, I think yesterday Ronella pretty much talked about it, which was data. You know, we need to have the data of where we can invest and where it's needed. Part of my budget is pretty much the culture, creative, but there's so much more that we can do, and we even have events that we invest in. So we also have, just like Mr. King said about sports tourism, we do have the beach tennis coming up. It's one of the sports that we invest in. So the more data we get, the more information we receive from the creative industry, the more that we can also strategize and put that into our planning for the future ahead. Because even though we have our max, let's say that's our multi-annual plan for 10 years, but every 2 years, we also revisit it. So, you know, it's not something that, oh, because it's a plan for 10 years, that's it, what it is. No, as I said, the shift is in motion. So the more information we receive from what there is out there and what is needed, the more we can also maneuver in it.
So can I translate that for the audience to say that, and I'll do it in papiamento, Mr. King, you forgive me? Tu me coragem, manda bo petition a ding, pero documente per curapa boting e data mane babisa. para quem está, para que está valioso e que informação botem concreto também.
Exacto.
Yes?
E onde konen também que ayer me sacafo.
Yesterday, yeah?
Is the non-disclosure agreement.
Non-disclosure agreement.
That is something that I also took into consideration, and whenever that somebody comes to us, that we will do that from ourselves also.
Okay.
To make sure
Yeah.
for them to also know that it's a safe space.
To feel safe.
Yes.
I could imagine. I was just telling one of my students that I can imagine that artists, it's a lonely venture because you don't want to tell nobody sometimes your idea because you're afraid somebody will
Snatch it up.
Yeah.
Let's say it
I
as
don't
it
want to
is.
use the word. Copy it. Copy.
Let's keep it nice. Copy.
Copy. So
But-
it's important to take the courage, even if you're thinking, well, I don't know, or I don't think the ATA will sponsor me. Just come to you, documented, do your utmost best to be able to have some indicators of the value of your project, and now you have a non-disclosure, so no tiene miedo. That's the way we can contribute and collaborate. Geraldine.
But,
but?
It's very easily said.
Okay.
Make a business plan. Do your investigation. Gather all the information and so on. Most of the time, artists, they don't have time or the knowledge to do this.
That's what Mr. King also pointed out earlier.
Yes. So it's very easily said, we have to do it ourselves. And we've been there with SMAC. We've been working every month, weekends, nights, and so on. So it's hard work, a lot of time, and it goes very slowly. So you need a kind of movement or a kind of foundation or people that
The
are
mentorship
interested.
the mentorship
Those
is
things he
important.
mentioned. Yeah.
Yes, that are interested in culture and art and that are willing to work on that data. So you can have it, because if you go to ATA,
Unprepared.
all prepared, they will tell you, but you're missing this, you're missing this, you're missing this. This is a timeline. Where is Tita?
Tita, she's in the back. She's waving.
She's a tough lady.
Okay.
Okay. So she will tell you, no, but you have 1 week. I told you it was the 2nd of September. If you don't have it for the 2nd of September, my budget is closed, so forget it. So, and most of the people are volunteers. Working organizations are volunteers. Maybe here we have professionals, but a lot of artists, they also work another job. So I think we should just go to Mr. Dumfries, and maybe they can give us a structure where we can settle foundations or organizations or a group that can work specifically on the data in different areas of culture, and then go from there. Because without data, you are nowhere. And you can do it yourself, but it won't be complete.
But maybe we could have them at the DCA develop templates on how to, and maybe
Structure.
DCA, maybe
Yes.
the two institutes, DCA and ATA, could work on a template that could support the artists. Mr. King, would
Together with University of Aruba.
Together with University of Aruba. Yeah. Mr. King, would you say that this route is a plausible one, and could you help us figure out how we can bridge the gap?
It definitely is. As I would have mentioned earlier, in Barbados we have the business development section of the National Cultural Foundation. And
Say it again.
The business development section of the National Cultural Foundation.
And just before you continue, is it under the Ministry of Culture or under the Ministry of Economic Affairs?
It's under the Ministry of Culture.
Under the Ministry of Culture.
Right.
Okay.
So they are charged with being able to do just what you're talking about. Help the creatives in terms of training, because training is key.
Yes.
How do you write a proposal? How do you manage your finances? Why is it important to pay NIS? What are the challenges that you face when doing those things? And what we've done, we've listened to the artist, because this is key.
The listening.
Listen. You have to have persons who are prepared to listen, who are prepared to deal with all the frustration and not get flustered, but get to the root of what is the problem that we're trying to solve. And once you have those types of persons working with the artist, you will find that as you build trust over time, it becomes a lot easier. And so one of the things, as I had mentioned earlier, that I did very early, was to call together a meeting of the persons who work in the business development department and as many of the artists and creatives as we could, introduce themselves to each other, explain what you do, what you're looking for when someone comes with a proposal, how much money can you definitely get based on whatever the project is, and have that relationship where if there's a problem, you're able to pick up the phone and put a name to the person behind our face, to the person behind the phone, so that the relationship between yourself and them is not combative, but it's one of trying to reach a mutual goal.
I still have a question, and I imagine it's a question that some people in the room are grappling with. Let's suppose, and I imagine because you are also from a small island state, you come from a combative history, or that feeling of frustration is overpowering. How do we heal that history to move on? Because I think that both parties, so our culture department, I'm speaking for them, but various people in the sector, sometimes we have these frustrations. How do we heal and start anew? Or what are the skill sets that we need to tap into so we could start anew? And I know in the justice system, they tell you need a cooling off period. But we don't got cooling off period because Tita telling you the date is September the 3rd. What can we do?
So my solution has always been to listen, allow a person to vent, and then say, okay, we've had the stories of the past. What is the story that we want to create together for the future?
For the future, okay.
And this means that you've said you didn't get this didn't happen, this didn't happen, that's all in the past. We can't live in the past. If we remained in the past, probably all of us would still be slaves. So you move past that. And you begin to discuss how can we work together now so that you accomplish the things you want to accomplish. And from my end, in terms of creating the policy and trying to get this thing moving, I'm able to do that also. And so what's the mutual benefits that we have? And yes, I always say to people, never be too, don't allow ego.
Thank you.
Don't allow ego.
Thank you for that.
To get involved in being able to move forward. I hear you. I hear you. I understand. I've lived it myself. I know. But these are the parameters within which we have to work.
For the future.
For the future. And I think once we do that, I think we build that trust. And if we all, and I'll leave this with you. There was a quote many years ago that people use all the time, and it says, it's not what your country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country. And I think you use that as the pillar upon which those conversations are built. When you and I are arguing, how does this affect Aruba? Are we building or are we tearing down?
It's true.
And once we agree that we need to build, then
we could go forward.
We go forward.
We could move forward.
Yeah.
And we do it together. And we do it together. Right. I like that. So forward-looking, forward-thinking skills, understanding that we are here to create and be constructive and develop trust. And just try again.
And you must also understand that you're not good at everything.
Yes.
You're not. And so you have to be able to listen and remember that learning is a lifelong thing, it's lifelong. You always learn. And once again, get rid of the ego and listen. Because sometimes when you listen, you hear things that people were trying to tell you for many years, but you refuse to hear.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, thank you. We have time, I believe, for 2, 3 questions.
We have more than that.
Wow. Thank you, Edgen.
Through the Hoover app. However, I would like to also read the comments, like 2 comments before the questions. I think it's important to mention this. Great presentation, referring to Mr. King's presentation. Really wish more politicians saw this keynote and work on implementing this and work with local creatives all year round and not just during campaigns. Another comment. Amazing keynote. Oh, how I wish that more local politicians could have been here to see it. There are no politicians currently present, I think. No? Implement it and work together with creatives all year. Question. The national registration of the various creatives across the field, is that done through the National Chamber of Commerce? How can we implement it here in Aruba?
All you need to do is to decide where you want to house this register. It could be in economics, because that has, or it could be in your division of your Ministry of Culture. But what you really need to do is to make it easy, use the technology that people can go online, register, and also one of the things that we had to implement after a while is because people realize that you're going to be getting all of these concessions and all these different things. People who were not artists at all started to sign up trying to be artists. So if you wanted to bring in, let's say, some stereo set or something or the other, looking to see if they can get the things. What they did is that they allowed the more established artists in the country to be the guardians of that. So you put the onus on them. You have to have an endorsement from one of your more established artists who says, yes, I can vouch for this person. This person is an artist. Because you won't, there's no way that you're going to be able to know all of them. But within the community themselves, they would have the knowledge of being able to say, yes, this person is or isn't.
Next question. There has been a lot of conversation about identity, authenticity. Self-expression is an essential part of life. However, artists cannot be created on this alone. No one has spoken about the education of high-level quality artists. Where does Aruba find, provide, and develop such an educational system that goes beyond classes in schools?
Good question.
Mr. King, do you have an example of Barbados?
We have the same, not necessarily, I wouldn't call it a problem. I would say it's a shortage, but we've developed within the educational system the Barbados Community College. And within there, they have programs for the arts. So you got from drama to fashion to music to media, presentations, that sort of stuff. And recently at the University of the West Indies, they opened up their cultural studies department. And so therefore, from the educational standpoint, we've put those things in place where persons can get the best training possible, come out with a certification which is recognizable across the Caribbean and anywhere that they may go, if it comes from the University of the West Indies in particular. So we've taken it upon ourselves to embed these things in the educational system. But there's also another aspect, and someone mentioned it yesterday, and that's the whole idea of mentorship. Because you can never undervalue the expertise and the talent of those persons who went before you and who have been doing it for a long time. And they themselves are teachers in their own right and mentors.
Okay, talking about mentorship, this next question is in Papiamento, or we can translate it afterwards for Mr. King to understand. Bom dia, mi quero fazer pergunta tocante carnaval.
I have a question on carnival.
A pensa over die laga e pilar ng grande di carnaval, manera Budum, Gloria Alip, Carlos Trump, etc. por como isso traz over ng talento e experiência com a geração nova maneira workshop, the hat piece, etc. para manter a cultura viva.
Did we think about having those who are recognized in our community as being the possible mentors for Carnival, like Budum, Alip, and I missed the other name? Did we think about having them passing on their talent, their work, their expertise, and their knowledge? Do you have a program for that or an idea?
Okay, first of all, SMAC is in charge with organizing Carnival. The Carnival, the parades and all the activities of Carnival. We're talking here about education and workshops and trying to pass their knowledge. They have done it already for small groups, but the intention was, and I'm talking about maybe 15 or 18 years ago, that we started with commission. That was a few people, and I was together with them, but one of them was Budum, Miss Brown, together with others, carnavalistas, like Ryan Maduro and a few of them, designers and so, that we would work on the Carnival Museum. And one of the objectives of the Carnival Museum was that having a museum, you should use the building for more activities. And there is a space there still, because the museum is there, but nothing is happening with the museum. There is a space for workshops to be given by the experienced carnavalistas during the whole year, and also it was a project that it should go to the schools, so the schools could have their own group of children that could go there to the museum and have workshops and have information what Carnival is all about. So that plan is written and it's in on one of those drawers.
Okay. We need to
sitting there.
We need to find some people to endorse it and collaborate on it, or some institutions.
Yes, I think it was planned by the Minister of Culture. I don't remember which of them, or maybe Minister of Economic Affairs, something. I don't remember exactly who was the minister in charge. Don't want to mention names, so
you don't make a mistake.
No.
And we're in election time.
Yes. I don't want to go there. But still, it was a good project. And we have the museum, we have the building, we have the property, we had expositions there and everything. And it's a pity that it's not being used. And as SMAC, this I can say, we asked if we can use it, because we don't have an office. We work at Plaza Betico Cruz. We have a small space that was provided to us by Departamento de Cultura. We use it. And then we cannot have meetings, we cannot do nothing else. So we asked if we can have the building to use it for a carnival center for the for SMAC, and then start moving things to see what we can do with it. But we're still waiting for the answers.
Okay.
It's a yes, no, we're still waiting for the answer. Or is it a yes by now, Darren? No answer right now. No answer right.
No answer.
Still waiting.
Okay. Thank you.
This next question is from Mr. John King. What is the difference between having a Ministry of Culture and a national body that responds to the needs of the creative sector?
So the ministry is the overall administrator, but the body that we have is the executor of all of our projects and programs and things like that. And the reason for having them separate is that the ministry is really responsible for policy making. But you need an executive arm that is for execution, separate and distinct from the policy makers.
All right. Is it okay if we ask 3 more questions?
You know I'm strict with time when you ask me to do this. So, but luckily I don't know how long I was going to go. So
Can you elaborate how we can make a
ahead.
proper national register of artists more visible and beneficial for artists as well as the economy on Aruba?
So I think one of the first things you need to do is to engage with your artistic community and have those difficult conversations that everyone tries to avoid.
Yes.
Have to have those conversations first. They have to be convinced that you have their best interests at heart, and you have to be convinced as government or whatever agency is going to be that you are doing the right thing in terms of trying to bring some sort of structure to the industries, so to speak. Once you have that particular conversation and you can show them, as we did, what are the benefits of being registered? So you're getting duty-free concessions, you're getting tax breaks, you're getting all these. It's a simple question that all of us ask whenever we go to work. What's in it for me? So it has to show the creatives that this is for your benefit. These are the benefits by being in the register. And also, you have to begin to think outside of the box also. Even at home, I always tell people this. What is it that government is going to do in terms of when we use what we call cultural diplomacy to make things with other islands and other territories? Who are the people that we're going to finance to get them to these other places? Is it going to be the artists who are in your registry, or are you just going to go on and pick up any persons? It has to be the ones who are in your registry.
Yes.
And so therefore, when you're sent, what we did some years ago is that we took the opportunity to send one of our top female soca artists to Ghana. We sent her to Ghana. And out of that, out of her going to Ghana, she was there to perform at the Ghana Music Awards. And the Minister of Culture was at the awards, and they wanted to, well, who are these people? You know? And since then, it has opened up business between Ghana and Barbados, where just in August, we had people from Ghana who came to Barbados for our carnival. And at November, another plane is coming for our independence celebrations. And then we're going to be sending people up to Ghana. We've already gotten our rum and sugar into their markets. And these are the things that the creative economy and diplomatic, as we say, relationships can do using your arts and using your things. Actually, we have about 10 artists who are going to a biennale in Senegal in a few weeks' time. So you use your creatives to create relationships with persons, you know, and you look for those common things that you can use. And I think that if you begin to look at those as part of that, as part of the things that you do when you're registered, that you have the chance to get the support, to get you to Europe, to showcase what you got to do, to get you to Europe to study, or wherever it is in the world, Japan, wherever it is that you need to go. Those are the benefits that the artist must be able to appreciate, that you're making an effort to help.
Jen, yeah, Jashreen wants to say something.
If I can add to that, I mentioned that we also work with Fundação Chico Arms, which has the Dia de Brasil, the cultural festivity. And one thing that we also did is the exchange with Bonaire, because this idea of the Dia de Brasil comes from Dia de Rincon, which is the cultural festival in Bonaire. So this year, one of the things that we did is we got them into contact with some of the groups in Bonaire to see if they could come over and be part of it. There was already one group that came from Curacao, so it's not that far as Ghana, but we're trying to get that bridge with the cultural festival also. So it's new, it's something that we started last year, and now we are trying to do it again. We did it this year. So it's something that we want to see the upcoming exchange keep on going. So maybe we can also try it with, or keep on trying it with the Carnival. But it is something that we also look into, and how we can also learn from other islands or sister islands, and that we can also cultivate economy on.
We have two more questions, but these are directed to Mr. King. I received a question through the Hoover app and the WhatsApp. but we need to move on. You're going to be part of another panel today, and I will ask those 2 questions during that panel. I promise I will ask those questions.
Thank you.
We need to move on, Yolanda.
Thank you, thank you. I
Thank
also
you.
had a burning question for Dershelin, but I have an idea. I want to thank Mr. King and Geraldine for participating in this panel. I want to ask Dershelin to stay on for a while, and I will invite Arthur and Edgen for a small talk, a short talk with our primary partner. Thank you, Geraldine. Thank you, Mr. King. Dershelin, you're going to stay. Yes. So while Arthur and Edgen join us, this is not impromptu. No, it's not impromptu, but it's important. And while they're coming up, I just want to tap into what you said a while ago. I know you at the ATA, when you're doing your marketing, even though you say you're not only marketers, you use dancers in New York and in Boston, Carnival. And one of the designers told me, no, stop by New York. So maybe you could tell us something about that while Edgen join us. How you all work on exporting Carnival or using Carnival, using the creative industry to markets Aruba.
Yes, so as part of our marketing efforts, we also bring our dancers or our creatives together with us because we have the, let's say, the ACB unit, the Aruba Conventions Bureau, that we go together with creatives or designers abroad in order to showcase this because we do it the best. I mean, we can also hire dancers in New York, in the Netherlands, but why not travel together with our own people?
This is a good segue for us to talk about the Steel Band project. And this project, as a matter of fact. First, I want to hear from Dershelin. What prompted you? Because when they told me they're doing the Steel Band project, I was like, Ada? Steel Band project? I didn't recognize your institution at that point. Could you tell me what was your gut feeling that this is what we have to do?
Seeing that Aruba celebrated the 70th, let's say, celebration of Carnival, we wanted to showcase the history of where Carnival came from. So it wasn't just the Steel Pan project, but it had an entire concept behind it. So it also had to do with the storytelling on those big screens that we had on the trailer. It didn't have that music, but it did showcase from when the Carnival started and how it started. So it started with Steel Pan. And where are we going and where did it come from? Why did the Steel Pan come from? Creating that QR code with the history of the Steel Pan, putting those music for our own people, the locals, to get to know also where it came from, because some of us maybe don't even know that Carnival started because of the Steel Pans bands. Maybe they just think that, oh no, it's just part of it, and it got lost. So one of the things that we also believe in, I mean, it's part of our heritage. Why not bring it back? As I mentioned, I have been out, not living in Aruba for a long time. So coming back and hearing and looking at this, you know, what we want to do to be different also, to showcase what Aruba has to offer. Carnival is not, we don't have it in our plans as marketing, that we are marketing Carnival to grasp the tourism, but because we are already in high season, but we do want to showcase it because the tourists are already here. So why not make it the bridging part of it in giving and showing a little bit more of our creative part?
So how is then the connection with this project, with CreActivo, how does that run off from that project? And did it run off from that project? So you see, it's not, we didn't practice.
She loves us.
No, because, no.
No. Conversations.
Okay, so what Mr. King said, conversations. Remember I told you that?
The first time that I sat and I met Edgen and Arthur was at ATA. They came, I think they pitched their ideas, and then you hear about the frustrations. And on all the ideas that they pitched, not only at ATA, but at also different institutions, the government, et cetera, et cetera. So it's listening to what was not heard. And then I explained, okay, but then I want to see them. I want to see your ideas. I want to see your projects. Do you have them? This guy comes with like 10 Bibles of projects. And I'm like, okay, so we have to prioritize here. Because if we don't prioritize,
nice.
I'm not working at ATA anymore.
But we can
So-
multitask.
Yeah, Arthur can multitask very well.
But you have
yes,
the accountability thing high up on your list.
exactly, exactly. So what is actually part of the vision of ATA? Let's see, what is that? What is a priority? What should we look into? And not to say it's a trend, but the orange economy is a trend for the last couple of years globally. And we know they have been talking about it for many years in Aruba, in Bonaire, in Curacao. I went personally to Curacao last year, specifically to see and to experience Kaya Kaya, which is actually, it came from, it cultivated from, it was born from Aruba Art Fair.
I keep telling people that.
Yes, it did. So when I went to Kaya Kaya for my job, to see, to experience, to talk to Kurt Scope, and to see where it came from, I also found out that it came from Aruba. So then when I came back without knowing personally the ones that were organizing art fairs, because it was, I think, 1 or 2 weeks in between, and Tita still had the art fair on her portfolio. And so this year I had that art fair. So together, then again, you listen and you sit with the organizers to talk with them and tell them, you know, I saw this, this, and this, and I experienced this, but I don't experience it anymore. Why? And then you hear the frustrations again.
Okay, again.
Again. So it is true. You hear frustrations after frustration, but it is important to listen. And then I personally could see where I could be of assistance and where ATA, through me, can be part of it, co-create, and that's what I say, it's co-creation.
So, just out of curiosity, those in the room, could you raise your hand if you have the frustration that has been mentioned here a couple of times? Frustration. Okay, they're waving, yeah. I said 1, it doesn't count for 2. 1, 1, 1. Okay. And again, raise your hands if you're thinking that you're moving towards the area of conversation. Nice, particularly because I see youngsters raising their hands, yeah. I see musicians, yeah. Okay, so we're moving towards the area of conversation. Just so everyone here knows, and it's very important for us to hear it, for it to be repeated. I think we have the steps in mind now, at least I do. It's true courage still presents your project. I think Arthur will nod. No matter how often you're frustrated, still presents your project. I guess you need to go back to the drawing board and you need a listening partner. You have to go back to the drawing board sometimes, vent your frustration, but don't be in the combative mood, like Mr. King said. And then also be willing to sometimes do something maybe for less. I think he said that also because it's marketing. But after you've been marketing a lot, then you're going to be in for the big bucks, I think, more or less.
But as I said,
What is a
it's
vision, though, from the,
conversation.
I believe?
It's a conversation.
It's a conversation.
So just like we had a conversation by explaining, I think it was said that ATA also requests, like, because not only Tita, but we have our criteria that we have to also follow at ATA. We cannot just say yes or no. And we have our process that we have to go to. So even though, let's say, I am or we are, we have different levels, right? So I don't want to use the word convince, but you convince me first, and then I have to pitch the project to the management. And then sometimes it has to go higher up. And I mean higher up.
Higher up, higher up.
Higher up, higher up.
Higher up, miss.
Miss.
Uh-huh.
So, so that is also important to know. It's not just me deciding, because we also, as I said, it's a responsibility because we are dealing with public funding. So it goes higher up, miss, and then we can say the steel plant project went miss.
Yes. And we have to take that responsibility. Before I invite you, I'm strict, yeah. The lecturer in me. I just want you to remind us the C's of the compass, because that is more or less the connection to your vision. And I think it's a simple way of you telling the audience where they could tap into coming before they come to you, what they have to do when coming into you. The compass and the one where you ended with the budget, those two things.
Okay. So we have the compass, which is the empapiamento.
Sí, bisenapapiamento.
Okay. Compasión. Okay, corazón is last, because I say la because it's de corazón. Pero curiosidad, compasión, coraje, y eigenlijk corazón. It's 4. One extra word that we heard yesterday was conviction.
Conviction.
Conviction for the commitment. So that's 2 more C's.
Oh, yeah. So then we have 6.
We have 6. And then you have the list that you have to come and present your vision, so your idea. Be very concise in what you're trying to bring forward. So bring a presentation. Be creative. Think outside the box, like Mr. King also said. I think as a creative, you are already thinking outside the box. You don't have to be as any other. Be yourself. And prepare. I know it takes a lot. I mean, myself, it's the first time I'm on stage. I told Elgin, oh my God, but I prepared. I didn't even sleep last night, but I'm here. But I prepared.
You're creative.
I'm creative. And then the budget. The budget always, once we receive a project, and there is a budget overview, but it is important for us to see where the money is going. Don't just tell me, you're paying for snacks. No, why are you paying for the snacks? If it's because you have 45 volunteers, bijvoorbeeld. We want to see, and who's the vendor? Because most of the time what we say is we prefer to pay the vendor, because then we know that it's going for the vendor itself. That's how we also work here. If I may say, once you have that vendor, that's where it's going back. So it's not that they're putting it in their pocket, but you see it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I just want to tap in, and then possibly if we could get some templates from the Department of Culture that will help people to do this.
Because they asked me if I can share the template. I am not allowed to share because it's non-disclosure agreements that we have also. So we're not allowed to share other organizations' projects and overviews, but we do give them pointers. So the conversation that I have, it's not one time that we sat. I mean, we sat a lot of time.
Let's invite, I want to hear from, you can go. Arthur first? Arthur. Okay. I think the room, I think the room is also interested in finding out, I think you could say this is a successful story, CreActivo. What is the skill set that you tap into to make these type of things happen? I guess everybody in here, if you're creative, you're thinking, wow, Renaissance, lunch, tikiko, Yudanos.
Well, we have been organizing several concerts in the past. So with many years of experience, you manage these kind of conferences, even if it's not the type of events you have been planning for years. But I remember also in 2021, we organized forum for culture. It's something like a setting like this. This time, we pushed it a little bit further. We wanted international speakers in it because, sadly to say, when international speakers come and they talk, people listen. Sadly to say. We have been talking for quite a long time, but the message isn't getting through. And that's why this big celebration. I call it a celebration because it's a celebration towards something big. You know, I tell everybody, we are not doing this big thing in a ballroom or international speaker, a very expensive event, because we can. Of course we can't, but it's because of partners like the ATA, we can make this happen. And we are glad we have them.
Conviction on both sides, part of the compass.
Yes.
Besides conviction, I think, and this is not just our story, I think this is the story of creatives and artists. You have to be very courageous. I'm using one of the C's of the compass. You have to be extremely creative. We all are creative. To be able to think of these types of projects. But then Derglien said, you have to be careful when you use the word resilient, but yet you also have to be resilient, because while she was talking, I went back in the past. It's been over a decade that we've been trying to raise awareness, even with the Aruba Tourism Authority, and we are happy that there is not just a shift in motion, but now that we see that there is clear understanding of the importance and the potential of the sector. And as she said, we also had to go back to the drawing board, and we also had to think, how can we present our ideas and our projects a different way to be able to be more successful, for them to be on board and become partners. And we are extremely grateful that we have the Tourism Authority as the premier partner, but we have many partners, and the Department of Culture is one of them that is present also today, that has been instrumental in making these ideas, these visions, these projects a reality. So I think you have to be extremely creative, courageous,
convicted.
No,
have conviction.
Have conviction, but be resilient also, because as we've been talking about a lot, you hear about the word frustration, but then just remember to look back, look at your own path, how successful you have been and where you are now, and keep on pushing.
Just out of curiosity, I know that on social media you have all your partners. Are there, besides the two that you just mentioned, so ATA, Department of Culture, do you have other partners today?
You have the list?
Yes, we have our event partners as well. We have the SETAR. He has been instrumental in our journey with this event. We also have our the Aruba
Hotel and Tourism Association.
We do have also
the Aruba Airport Authority, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Elderly Affairs, and the Ministry of Culture. We would have loved to have them in person, though, these last 2 days, because these conversations are extremely
There's a lot
important.
they can take away.
Yes. Also our friend, Ranchi de Cuba, which is also a partner in this project.
Sede Aruba.
The university.
The University of Aruba, of course. And we have students also from the APE and University of Aruba.
Nice. So we're entering the education area. We're joining. And Raquel?
Yes.
But Raquel is in between.
But by mentioning her, I was going to say, yesterday we've started noticing that it's the most essential part. The formation of our citizens, the formation of those creative minds, those entrepreneurial minds. I think we covered them all.
Yes, we have also silent partners, such as our friend in Curacao who hosted Clara Reyes for a day.
But I think also very important is those who are present
Absolutely.
here today.
That's,
as partners.
Yeah. And I think that the relationship is being nurtured today. And through the conversation, it's been nurtured today.
Because it is a movement. It's not just Go Cultura. This is not about Go Cultura. This is about us.
Yeah,
Really.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out. I have one last note because I'm looking at the time and we're a bit over time, but I think it's important. How do you make the relationship and conversations that you have, how are you able to transform those conversations in financial contributions and or something sustainable?
Conversation with the partners, you mean?
Yes, so
How are we-
I'm using conversations now as a metaphor for the relationship that you have to build. So because Darceline been saying, and Mr. King said, you must have conversations. You must come to the table. So I'm assuming that your projects are successful by the virtue of you having conversations or creating partnerships. And I'm asking this question because for the audience to have things they can take away. How do you transform those conversations in financial contributions? Because let's be honest, people in here thinking, okay, mabinki nang, I talk. What do I take away? I mean, Mr. Di Manera, and a while ago, Josie said, not only loans, because you're creative, but how do you do it? How does Go Cultura transform all that talk into placa?
Before you answer, continue thinking. Mr. King said it, and you've been talking about it, by having open conversations, but by being allowed to express your own disappointments and frustrations and being heard. That is an important part of that conversation, being allowed and you feel that you are being listened to.
And then what does it trigger for you to be able to get the aha moment, how to get the money?
You're better understood, and then you can continue with the answer.
You know, for instance, with local entities, it's easier. But with international funding, it's very difficult because you don't have a direct connection with them. And that's a very important link because when organizations are brought, they don't understand your context. But here with the ATA or with the HATA or with the SETAR, you have a direct contact with them. One thing is we don't know everything. We learn each time and with each project. We learned with the ATA, for instance, not that we didn't know, but getting the fund is not the only thing. It's what you do afterwards. Reporting is very important.
Okay.
Let people know how you use that fund. Not only the fund, but also the response of the project. So you can cultivate a relationship because you get better results when you have a relationship, when you have a partner. So whatever you do after your event is very important. For instance, with the steel plant project, they didn't ask us to do a survey, but we did it because we wanted to know from the public how it was perceived. And we have the data now. Directly after a week after the steel plant project, we send out a survey and we send them the results.
Okay, before Darceline, just for us to say, okay, this is how I break it down in steps. So the resiliency is important, moving from conversation to relationship, because I think that was also highlighted by Mr. King. It's not just the talk, it's also to move away from that ego space and then say, okay, now because in a relationship you give and take, so you have that sort of dance, and also thinking, how can I comply with what they're asking me and beyond? Because that also nurtures the relationship and it becomes a catalyst for more.
And builds trust.
And build trust. Thank you. Darceline.
Yes, if I can
Horta
add,
shot.
if I can
Sorry.
add to what Arthur said is true. at the end of the project of the steel pan, they did deliver that data for the survey and also the reporting. And for me, being proud, and I was also part of the parade, so I walked with them in the parade, I could see, feel, and experience the public, how they were reacting when the trailer was coming. You know, so, and that's what I said, that's the relationship building, because I also wanted to see, it's not that I'm signing, giving them the funds and sitting in my office. I am also part of it. I mean, we've been here, we've been many times at the table, after hours, to see how we can do it better, because I also have my responsibility. So I want to do it also to showcase or to show my own bosses that this can also be done, and it's done well. So the report reflected on what I also experienced financially, but also for the public and with the public and the data, and so it was complete. And with the CreActivo, I can say that yesterday we were all also, even me being part of it, you were like an OMG. This is really what it is.
So maybe like you have narrative CVs now, people are moving towards narrative CVs. And I would like to end with this, is that what you're saying, Darceline, is that if you have a request, if you're putting in maybe for a request, a proposal for funds, maybe you should have a experience moment for the funding institute or the funding person.
And I think Mr. King said it. Yeah. You know, you have to do maybe certain things that will cost you money because it's part of the marketing. And then you're showing already a potential partner how it can be.
A potential partner. Because actually you're then giving that potential partner that evocative experience of the project. So don't ask him to buy the Yolanda Richardson dress, but offer you a Yolanda Richardson dress.
In a way, yes.
A Yolanda Richardson t-shirt.
But in the
Minting, sí, pero. But you get the idea, right? You get the idea. So whatever you're doing, give the potential fund opportunity institution, give them that evocative feeling of the.
Always go overboard.
Always go overboard.
Yeah, it's. I mean, definitely knows that our presentation is not 2 pages. It's almost a magazine. If we could have printed it, we have sent it a printed copy of a magazine.
No, in Carnaval we say bombe cu piedra. So bombe.
Yes.
Right?
All the way.
Bombo presentación. That's it. Because people, I think we need to move over to the lunch. We had many more questions. But I don't know if you can concentrate now, because after the dancing, the talking, the blah, blah, blah. So now we have to go do the lunch, and then we could regenerate our brains and our souls and continue. Darceline, thank you for sharing ATA's invaluable role in supporting the cultural sector. Thank you, Edgen and Arthur, for shedding light on the power of partnerships, but also how to bomb it. As we've seen today, it's these collaborations that push us forward and make growth in the creative sector possible. Let's continue to build on this momentum, and we're excited. I am excited. You'll see I'm excited, right? I stumble over my words because I'm thinking, yes. I'm excited. We're excited for what the future holds as we work together. We covered a lot this morning. I know you're ready for the lunch, and you could enjoy the scrumptious lunch. I would like for you to network, start working on your conversation. I'm going to control check you in a while. Connect with attendees. We'll reconvene right after the lunch. Enjoy the lunch. How long, Arthur? Oh, they're taking pictures. You want to know how long, right? No? When you see me here, you know we're starting again. Right? Okay. Network. Do the thing. Elizabeth, you're on.
The floor is yours.
You read my mind.
Yes, thank you, Yolanda. And let me be the first one to wish all of you bon appetit. So far, we've had an incredible morning here at CreActivo conference. From the inspiring words of our speakers to the insightful panel discussions, we've really begun to understand the power and potential of the cultural and creative industries. We've talked about tourism, culture, and how creativity is shaping the future of our economy. So I think that the panel discussions and the questions and answer section is as equally important as the speakers. Because not only from the interaction, but from the impromptu, the spontaneous answers that we get from our participants. I would like to start my second round of interviews with the participants, and I have already approached you. Please come near our station right here. I'm calling on Arthur Kelly, Robert Maduro, and Kim Hertzen. We would like to talk to you. Meanwhile, let me remind you of our excellent tool that is the HOVA app. Please make sure you navigate, get used to it. It's an excellent application where you can share your thoughts, share your moments through pictures, but also keep track of the agenda, of the program of the conference. And you know that you can actually network through the app, make yourself available for job postings, and even exchange documents. So take a look at it. We have right here with us Arthur Kelly. Arthur, bomini, kwa bay?
Kwa bay, kunta, bonbon, no stay.
Como bata hayando, mawako po tate ayer atame. Dus doon namin un tiki recap di lo qual ko bo a experiencia de CreActivo, prome CreActivo conference.
Não, seguro, é conferência somente informativa, nós há hop informação interessante, você botar aí mais ideia e possibilidade, mira possibilidade, nós que de mundo que não é fácil toda hora, dus mira de direção que nós trabalhando, donabo ânimo para eigenlijk seguir.
Arthur, botin hopi patch dentro mundo creativo. A misa de algum, bota locutor de rádio, bota promotor, produtor de evento. Explica-nos um pouquinho mais, se me pode falta añadir também.
Sim, e nós somos muito grande para a cultura, também é algo que me dedica a hobby, entre outros, na música de carro, de orgel. Que me está conosco me echt fascinar, o mundo de entretenimento, está algo que me está echt fascinar, que me está traga, eigenlijk, daily, dus quando eu me dedicar, apesar que não tudo é fácil, mas escuta a na era durante a sua apresentação, quão difícil está, quando enviar bota gana, quando enviar bota perde hope e pero botinho que ele seguir puxa, te hora bo logra.
Pabo, se tipo para mencionar agora, pero qual é o momento mais impactante de tudo o qual você escuta e mira até agora aqui?
Ja, sowieso moet ik een presentatie klaar hier. Dat was super. Ik was echt leren, echt die motivatie, was die gana, die manier. Hey, gewoon try it, keep going, own it. Importante. Ik was carga o proyecto com mais energia possível para por lograr com ele também.
Como você mira que a indústria criativa por vai crescer no futuro para Aruba?
Somente importante, não give up. E quero puxar arriba de obviamente rato passando no panel, timbia ora botar hayabo que tudo é trabalho que botinho hasi momento de apresentar o projeto, então mostra mais fácil na bisa que hasi, pero sempre quero vai quero puxar até hora que vou make it.
Mi queria danki para tempo e também para o comentário e também desejava dulce almoço e resto de conferência CreActivo.
Seguro, dank igualmente grato.
Nós vamos continuar agora com dama, no caso aqui está Kim Gurtsen, está manager de Human Relations de Dr. Horácio Oduber Hospital. Bom dia, Kim, como vai com você?
Boa tarde, danke, muito bom. E me espero que o tour ainda enjoy a conferência aqui. Mesmo comigo, a mim junto com o meu time que está presente hoje e ayer, nós estamos inspirar. Então, sim, não, tudo está bom.
Mas você bisa abo ibo team por ayer você laga você presença ora sinti você estava ganador de local estava epotrat nang e por conta nós euro porta tiki de boa experiência com a aplicação aqui de Hova.
A aplicação está algo novo para mim. Me mestra figure it out para mim. Ora ma sign up, minha role me mes, me também ok, que eu preciso estar. Ora ma discover que tem diferente conferência riba app, que vou pôr link nang hasta internacional. Pero para a conferência de CreActivo, me está ganhando que a aplicação está toegevoegde waarde een additional benefit. Que vou por hasi vou pergunta nang para keynote speakers, vou volg também com outra gente te worden inspirar door que não te share portret nang of não te share nang mindset of nang pensamento com outra gente.
Mita quero que pergunta que está dentro de sua mente agora que para Kiko e HR de hospital assim que estava necessário para estar aqui na CreActivo Conference.
Sim, me por imaginar de cultura in het pensei, pero eigenlijk para mim mesmo, me tekinang den 3 of 4 diferentes stoel. Para mim, me tekinang como Kim, persona que alanta, me tá orgulhoso e me coração abate or mawak carnaval tá drenta e lugar. Para sobre mim tá mucha que cresce com alanta com carnaval. Mi mama tá que parte de grupo que atrece e carnaval de Aruba na Holanda, que a começar na Utrecht, depois ela sigue cresce na Amsterdam e na Rotterdam, que nos tour a conhecer hoje dia. Mi oma nang tá parte de Sound of Steel, Steel Band que tá hopi aya passar na Aruba, tá hopi grande, que é Romanan de Brown, mi oma nang, pero também junto com Nico Corner e outro nang, a 13 stilpang dilante. Dus o projeto de stilpang, dene carnaval, a hasi hopi orgulhoso para soma wak mi oma nang tastral e bria riba e carroça. Depois, mi mes como reina, mi viaja hopi den Europa, também den Caribe para apresentar o carnaval de Rotterdam, pero também o carnaval de Aruba e de Sint Maarten, door com mi heritage. Como de dois, mi takinang pa sobra, mi ta sinti que a nós como líderes de nos funcionam, nos por inspirar outra gente também. Dus minha pedi diferente colega nang di meu team para bem para experienciar a conferência aqui e para nang também inspirar com nang por usar a parte of informação que nang tahaya aera e awe de nang trabalho tour dia. Mita kere que Dr. King, pero também senhora Dijkhoff geeft aan que a conversação não que nós temos é importante. Porque nós não estamos falando somente de cultura, pero para mim como líder de recursos humanos, com mi por 13 cultura, também, por exemplo, de uma companhia. Com mi por 13 cultura mais adiante de nós gente não. Mita kinang como respetante de hospital, pero de hospital nós temos 1.300 gente trabalhando. Que com não cultura tá, que com não talento não tá, que com não criatividade não tá. Não tem hobby, bana die parte com não tá verpleegkundige of medisch specialista. Dus mita kinang den un rol den 3, 4, 5 manera, pero mita echt orgulloso para estar presente y mita echt disfrutando de tour hin en historia.
Nós estamos muito contentes com o e botim tá aqui na participando, botim turboração, você tá grupo muito grande de membros da comunidade que está exercendo uma função muito importante, pero como o departamento de recursos humanos não pode negligenciar com nanta fora de profissional nanta gente também e fora de esse nós temos for de hospitalis. Também não está participando em carnaval.
Sim, correto. Nós estamos tendo hospitalis, hoje em dia está nos HCG, Hospital Carnaval Group, que nós está presente em carnaval, pero banda de sei, nós temos, por exemplo, hospibondis, também camp que nós está fazendo tour para muitos de nos empregados e dentro do programa de camp também muitos não vão estimular, motivar para criativo e com o suporte e sostener a criatividade de nós muitos na escola ou em camp durante a zomervakantie e kerstvakantie.
Que vossa presença não está solamente bom mini, mas é necessário, muito prático também. Então, muito agradecido que para o tempo e também para a informação, para tudo o qual que você acaba de compartilhar conosco e desejamos um dos restos da conferência.
Muito danke.
Eu sei que depois Kim Hudson, Manager de Human Resources de Dr. Horácio do Bar Hospital, para reparar que cultura está relacionada tour caminha, tem um espaço e uma presença dentro do tour local que nós estamos fazendo. Me chama a opa dilante Robert Maduro, cara conhecido de nossa cultura, baluarte, me está tribo de vista, mas também uma pessoa que está carga diferente peixe também, no qual está a arte e a cultura de Aruba. Robert, explica-nos, a mim conhecemos como músico, mas também pode formar parte do Departamento de Cultura Aruba.
Está correto. Trayectoria de 42 años como músico y exactamente 32 de lo que se trata como abandonar del Departamento de Cultura.
Un tiki di lo qual tabo experiência, Departamento de Cultura Aruba tá onde é motor nan tras di realização de conferência aqui, pero personalmente como a biba é dia a dia era e que tá batay momento nan di mais impactante.
Para nós é algo sumamente importante que a conferência aqui. Sobre ayer nós há muita informação, nós há também experiência de outro nanco da indústria de arte e nós está contento hoje que por aqui keynote speaker da outra tremendo da costa que nós está bem topa com dia a dia. E se me vista de lo que é o Departamento de Cultura, nós temos manejo gericht arriba é parte de NGOs. Nós não somente um departamento, um grupo de gente por lo que é manejo cultural de isla. Por isso, eu tenho que trabalhar com NGOs. E isso aí nós estamos fazendo. Nós estamos compilando data, lo que conosco por nota worry, também nós temos várias registrações de diferentes grupos que formam parte de nossa cultura, de NGOs. E nós estamos probando também certo tempo de ajuda também para atividade por desenvolver. Não somente atividade em congresso grande, maneira que não, mas tem outro também chiquito, de klein escala que nós provisa, pero que é muito importante para o desenvolvimento cultural arriba nos islas.
Bota kita po sentimento de mira que a creative industry está ganhando uma atenção e uma plataforma mais grande da nossa sociedade.
Bosa de anos de experiência trabalhando com o Departamento de Cultura, me vista nós há spin-off grande depois de Covid. Covid toch nós saca su malo ou su bom, saca é bom fez malo, nós vista que o artista abira mais criativo. Dado momento que o bom mestre viva luna não será, sim por mengo outro gente, na abira mais criativo arriba na mês. E a criatividade, danke Deus, que o que custa normalizar, toch não a perde. Então, e bota mira que nós tem hobby acercamento, nós tem hobby projeto na novo, e nós tem fundação na organização na tanto cultural, ribe âmbito social também, que está bezig com donando aporte para desenvolver o movimento que tem a ribe terreno aqui. E esse é hobby importante, que me quer que nós estamos a um ponto que tem certo caminho na mestre tem adaptação, entre outros, o que é melhor avisar de lo que tem lei, tem pode começar a estipular alguma lei e também introduzir manejo que facilitar certo coisa para certo artista.
Dia tópico nanku ami escuchar e mainta tabata é de como passa o traspasso, a transição de conhecimento, de talento de geração para a seguinte geração. Não tomar minha mala, mas te querer ser algo que te tocava também como dia grande seguro de composição e arreglo musical. Com a bota mira que pode contribuir nessa aqui.
La que nos visa de essa parte mais como pessoa, como privado, como grupo, nós também estamos fazendo acá. Se me papi un rato de lo que é experiência artística, se vou mirar festival que toma lugar em isla, se vou mirar quanto jovem nos está acompanhando, nos está trabalhando, dando hobby, sostém na lo que está na composição, na arreglo, na ensaio, na forma de cantar, les, vou bisa que não está les, mas nos ajuda de transcurso de período. E esse aí está drag over conhecimento e nós pomira também que jovens que nos ajuda 20 anos, 25 anos passar a outra jovem grande, com talento grande e mirando a parte me cambia de patch, bisa que me quer uma tarefa importante para nós por señalar e organizar certo la que nos visa workshop na sinico in de experiência arriba tu ramo di sector tu retaki nel sector cultural u nam por ti momento nam pa haya experiência e compartir sei persona que tem mais tempo de filtro riba e tipo de evento na sina of tipo nang di arte na sina.
Masha danke Robert Maduro, não está a apreciar o tempo e também o comentário, não? Me deseava duche lunch e também o resto da conferência.
Danke Elizabeth, um prazer.
Igualmente, aceita para pues algum dia participante de CreActivo, a primeira edição de CreActivo Conference aqui for the Renaissance Convention Center. Para todos que estão seguindo nós através de streaming service, Masha danke e nós está queda pendente de vosso comentário e também pergunta para o que está agora aqui. Nós também desfrutar de lunch break e bota by word avisar no momento que o nosso programa está continuar. Danke.
Cheers.
Ya mami, class de momang, bronze banang, paturca primitivo shelitera em cumbel, trasta distal. Hotel, awe prometo noite será pota mi mue, cubo cara de makeup, body tá so hot, ready para take off, cubo amiga não turn up, cubo cara de makeup, body tá so hot, ready para take off, cubo amiga não turn up, passou vou merecer, camarín di rosa, buen aniversario celebré. Pasó por merecer. Un sex prometo tú, mi hora volanta y también después. Conversación and deep, man, never gusta te manice. Pasó por merecer, botaye. Cubo cara y makeup, body tá so hot, yeah. Ready para take off, cubo amiga and turn up. Cubo cara de makeup, body tá so nos ribanang. Paturca primitivo, shelitera e num cumbel. Trasta di stel, camba de hotel. Aue prome com noite será pota mi mue. Cuba cara de make-up, body tá so hot. Ready pa take off, Cuba amiga não turn up. Cuba cara de make-up, body tá so hot. Ready pa take off, Cuba amiga não turn up.
Passou vou merecer, vou merecer, vou merecer. Passou vou merecer, vou merecer, vou dar. Passou vou merecer, vou merecer, vou merecer. Passou vou merecer, vou merecer, vou dar.
Pedi coisa mais caro que bota bebe. Whisky triple que bota bebe sua. Bang sua.
Watch this.
Who's on the beat now? Sauce.
We ain't going home. We come for some rum and soca. I say rum and soca until the party over. Before you hand it over and wind it closer. I want you to know that if we going fat, we going fat. Jam until we sweat, just like we used to do. Jam until we don't, jam until the sun come. When I say jam until we don't, we jam until the sun come. Find me on the road, I on the road, I on the road. So if you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, me body feel numb when me come down. If you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, me body feel numb when me come down. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Until the party over, before you hand it over and wind it closer. It's much later, one favor, watch your behavior. Nobody going come and save ya when the rum hits down, 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 down. Rum and make up, see the party can done. We gonna jam till the sun come up. Find me on the road, I on the road, I on the road. So if you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. If you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. Oh, we ain't going home. We come for some rum and soca. Oh, we ain't going home. We come for some rum and soca. And there we go. I say rum and soca until the party over. You want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. If you want rum, the party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Until the party over, before you hand it over and wind it closer.
Ya la lato normal, wey. Tras su último té para mí. Pero anyway, iti sa listato, wey, ako, okay. Tu ba bina? Sinta na central station, pa quei treni un tutti chi rabbia. Pasumi sa comida desconfiar, e a puta un te que fada. Por bando di ponemi mes, tembo sapato nan. Tá difícil pa mi wag mi mes, cana dembo paso nan. Ando ganhando mi mes. Como tá feliz, riba Facebook, Insta, Twitter, pero minta mi mes. Min por más, mi ta perde cabeza. Tenag mi tabay, y si buke botabay, la gabi miso. Mundo acaba ainda outro tempo pra me live life. Simba, bye, bye. La gabi miso.
notari. Tá duro se dá wabo yora pa me. E me tico sali baila cabo só. E me saco bota fanda. E tenho vida com eu lede no pompa. E se tá ué mesmo me tico realizar. Me tem sube treina que simbo. Baby, me poada assim na largo passo um back e me dá.
Benach me também. E se você botar vai, larga-me, me chama. Mundo acaba ainda outro tempo pra me live life. Cubo of Simba, bye, bye. Larga-me, me chama. Do you baby that nach me também. Cubo of Simba, ba 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 ba.
Ata nossa trobo outro dia me sucona. Me senti bodolo mane tu steca dal mi stoma. E vida kita actis pero mi pojuda. Da cana tingu cana sin kita for di miruta cubo taki a mi so. Mi te capa we naga. Claco rabiamento claco o turna awa. Tu e mami da danach mi tabai. E na caminha nunca mais não me cai. Mas você sabe que cita muito me te viva mi life. Sin worry que seguinte cuco pira mi wife. Sin tata guarda pa mi faia pa bopira to pai. Se amarrava então pa fata mi pojuda ma.
Just be on the beat like Benach me também. Se você bota vai, larga-me, me chama. Mundo não acaba outro tempo pra me live life. Mas avisava pero nunca vou a querer. Larga-me, me chama. Sou me lo pipa, vida tá seguindo. Me te regalava o cartão por uma mina insomnia free. Pero tu avisa-me já vai reservar VIP. Larga-me, me chama. Ai, 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 ai. Cubo of Simba. Do you baby that nach me também. Cubo of Simba.
Me saco una solado para lograr ella todo lo que a mí no logra nada. Pero a pesar de su buen trato, toch de mo cara mi te mira y na el requistimado. No sé pa' qué condiga. O ser que mi botava tá mais feliz pa' que consiga brincar. No, no. Se mostima menina, não larga tempo, vai larga nossa cilia bobini. Se ainda bolo quer te dimi, dushi. Dá-me chance, pra me dar boa. Dá-me chance, pra me mostrar boa. Ainda me tá estimando. E com me tirar toda a guarda babo. Dá-me chance, vou me abraçar boa. Dá-me chance, vou me cariciar boa. Me tá permitir colominar. Passou mi coração tão mole papo, me estimavo. Ai, laga, só nos dá. Dá-me chance. Te ainda me tá guarda. Vai que tinha bolo passa. Ai, no chipris não tarda. Força quanto tá me gana. A mim te monto comigo. Mami não assassina comigo. Ai, ainda me quer algo. E tem tanto coi mostrado. Sou um giriba boneta. Amor com camarada na fecha. Ai, no simples boneta. Que tu vai no ouvido não. Sou um giriba boneta. Amor com camarada na fecha. Ai, no simples boneta.
Coração que não me disse um chance sushi. Guardando tempo decidi pra botar pé comigo. Não sou tempo brinca pra ser lost. Tem acabando a mim nunca stop. Mas tem mabu always larga diz. O coração e o da bucana. Sei que a mim não tem que chegar. Sushi não larga me guardar. Mas ainda tá bom só me quer.
Te ainda me tá guarda.
que tiempo no pasa. Ay, Lucy, please, no tarda. Cosa cuando está mi gana. A mí tengo junto conmigo. Mami, no hace así, no conmigo. Ay, ay, mami, que hago. Me tentando coi, mostramos no meio não. Son chiriba, bolero, amor con cámara na fecha. Ay, Lucy, please, bandeja. Que tu vai no meio não. Son chiriba, bolero, amor con cámara na fecha. Ay, Lucy, please, bandeja. Fammi una boa, fammi mostra boa. E comigo dirá tu tá guarda babo. Não me braça boa, não me carecia boa. Passou mi coração tão mole babo. Me estima boa, me estima boa.
Wagwan Freddy. Remix. Yo, tell them boy, we don't want no girl like 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock.
Girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, when I come for the face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up.
Make you have a wine, be cocky. Really shake your body. Bossa nosti mon party. We lit like Michael Tate. Camina noste, curso, don't play. Bing bong af get the A in the state, no way. Nadie say so, nadie just to so. Make you have a mi chico, botenchi wa mi por favor. Bing arriba body pitié, bossa comita guste. Pose mi bosinje, pese mi kebo.
Face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up.
That bumper fat and big, that bumper nice and thick. I shot it just taking pics. Girl winding and losing wigs. You see your bumper, hit for the road. Bumper jumping like a toad. Bumper got me in the zone. I don't even need a phone. You're sick, I catch your drift. Showing off cause that thing big. I hope you could take some licks. And you're taking every inch. You put your body up. Your body up. You put your body up. Your body up.
Put your hands up, hey, wave your rag and drop, go down. Put your hands up, hey, wave your rag and drop, go down.
Love how you can go down there. You can go down there. Love how you can go down there. You can go down there.
Face down, body up. Promise in my cup. Mommy, get me love. Just come for the walk. Face down, body up. Baby, come my way. Let me mingle it. You know I like it when you feel me. Baby, me don't feel more. Vivo satatico. Iré vetativo. Ay, ay, ay. Chopadíate. Igite. No surte. Tanto bebídate.
Face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, when I come for the face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, when I come for the face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for the walk, girl, I want it face down, body up. When I come for saucy.
Oh, oh, yeah. Miami, puntre di conta sino alla pai. Penamo un buon razón, mino por comprender. Ma pille, explícame aqui qua pasa. Pisami si tama falla, pero en responde. Mi tingeni de mi glas, sempre bater reflejar. Come para descuidar. Maña é sem alma negligé. Mi tingeni de mi glas, sempre bater reflejar. Come para descuidar. Maña é sem alma negligé. Papi sami kubon conoce. Anto mira o bota kune ba causa mi dolor.
va a causar mi dolor. Está el Cuba gañamita cruel, está el Cuba gañamita cruel, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Tanto va a avisar mi voz y mami, a uva vía meses por la game, un tini y de ciencia para explicarme, pa' guami de mi cara no gañame, va a avisar mi cubo un conoce, anto mira un bota cune, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Yeah, y Ana contame que no está fijo, que tú un bandido, si mi está malo está pío. Mientras la que cae cero sacrificio, va a querer un amor bendito, lo gaña bucupío. Mi tingeni de mi glass, se priva de reflejar, como para descuidar. Maña enseñar mal negligé, mi tingeni de mi glass, se priva de reflejar, como para descuidar. Maña enseñar mal negligé, papi sa mi cubo un conoce, anto mira un bota cune, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Está el Cuba gañamita cruel, está el Cuba gañamita cruel, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Tanto va a avisar mi voz y mami, a uva vía meses por la game, un tini y de ciencia para explicarme, pa' guami que mi cara no gañame, va a avisar mi cubo un conoce, anto mira un bota cune, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Don't worry, mama, hasta mi riba pia acaba. Don't worry, vos sin vomita mío, vita mío. Hasta mi riba pia acaba. Ay, don't worry con nada. Don't worry, vos sin vomita mío, vita mío. Papi sa mi cubo un conoce, anto mira un bota cune, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Está el Cuba gañamita cruel, está el Cuba gañamita cruel, va a causar mi dolor, va a causar mi dolor. Yeah. Oh, oh, yeah.
Esa que te cantiga favorito. Ainda me recorda o dia Cuba apresentar e conquistar e sem missar. Com mirada angelical, um smile assim na bonita, mas melt pra boca carisma. Mas entregar sem pensar, no, sem juzgar, sem dúvida, com lobo la cama nunca. Essa é uma que sweet poison, ma resultado está. Estimación narcótico intoxica mi corazón. Destruí-me completo, manda-me profundo abismo. Pa' colmo, bye-bye. Oh, si siquiera vir agua para atrás, con mi vida continuar. Mas no preocupar, mi corazón por fin ha vuelto en paz. Mi alma conoce felicidad. Cerca volviéndolo. Oh, da basta, Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Penado, no apenas largo. Abre mi corazón, papo. Me da un lado. Nunca más. Caché. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Oh, tan basta poco sufrimiento. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Ay, oh, prima tolera soportar. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Pero mi traviso agua sin un dolor está viva. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Ay, tu gran favor vasimi y la gagai. Tu tema vaina bo amen. Vai otras maneras mucha gens. Macana beba un chance. But hurt me like no one else. Oh, pero aborta lekker leven. Hou pa mi cuesta. Esta viva bo. Signor pressure. Ay, mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Penado, no apenas largo. Abre mi corazón, papo. Me da un rato. Nunca más. Caché. Ay, yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo. Yo mi soco cerca voy yéndolo.
Vapurba manipulami, pero po no alogre. You try to scare me out, pointing out. Si mi no así lo que vos visa, po no tan a mí lo que me gusta. Pero va a olvidar, I'm too charismatic, yeah. Si vos podrás resistir, Barabia grita papi perdón. Do she stop taking me on? Never again. Cita pa realizar. Si vos que manipular, you better be super strong. Cause taking me go wrong. Cita pa realizar. Si vos que manipular, you better be super strong. Cause taking me go wrong. Me no va a obedecer, no. Me quiero va con largo, bota bandera.
Mami, por culpa te pidi pa' mí sin boque. Paso verán, pam, pam, dame soportuna. Pe mane boque, nos no ti limite. Ora tiran, pam, pam. Bota que te gaya, quien si pa' mí ma bossa. Bossa que pena mi dinamo controla. Hay tu manera con mi babo botasa. Hay la que agua corre, la, 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 la. Sin sos minta come, van por patrope. Dímelo mamita, como yo que te lo pone. Os di tortilla, caliente sin fría. Ay mira Nelo, tu bulería. Mami, por culpa te pidi pa' mí sin boque. Paso verán, pam, pam, dame soportuna. Be mane boque, nos no ti limite. Ora dirán, pam, pam. Gas MC.
Si vos podrás resistir, Barabia grita papi perdón. Do she stop taking me on? Never again. Cita pa realizar. Si vos que manipular, you better be super strong. Cause taking me go wrong. Paso botas tú. Me no va a obedecer, no. Me quiero va con largo, bota bandera. Me quiero agua con largo, bo por guantea. Bucani, po, po, po. Mamma mía. Baby, si no por guantegana que papi grita. No me para. Ay, si vos no por guante, no rechaces. ¿A qué? No me para. Ay, estoy así, sur mamá. Y saco Stelle riba flor mama. Oh, it's my way or highway. Baby say na me pa. Woo! Tu si compa. Pisami combo querer. Sitti biti sotto botto. Tempo culpa. François, la maison c'est. Agua con largo voy por guante.
Aló, aló, moro, moro, Seyon. Criollo da mi nombre, criollo da mi fam. En de humilde di la man, valente trato. Pero no porque da fo. Na mi se puntiki pa mi sigi sigi. Gente que guan mi venta pa nan piki. Dai crumpo tira mi oku kiniki. Si no tin ram no sta kaba bobiri. Nega bo fiesta kudamo go iri. Si ta si madambo que llama kiri. Nada tá passando desmundrairi. Jete sunam porco tá fini. Beberão que da young. Usa condom no acidom. Dimas mata daña bolón. Lo que un tamata bota si bo mastro. Criollo da mi nombre, criollo da mi fam. En de humilde di la man. Valente trato. Pero no porque da fo. Tanto en esta puntra mi te encaya. Si ta pastor ma pira gispa wa mi falla. Well, no sta donanan costi papia. Sempre plecas pero mente te haya. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bim peslan bendición. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, di carne cu eso mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. En di mondi mita. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, what you see is what you get. Criollo, que bate el plato felong net. Cosa vida pasa un becky bota get.
Obi henny na mi plenty rom criollo. Esto me este gran cuberi sepe si equipra tepe si e baita breke. General no ve beka mi stai. Ai si bo que dal vai jidal. Vai si bo po handle de mai. Si bo que baila no step kai. Ay
Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bim peslan bendición. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, di carne cu eso mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. En di mondi mita. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, what you see is what you get. Criollo, que bate el plato felong net. Cosa vida pasa un becky bota get.
Siempre está positivo, nangue guapo bom pero no mío. Cada culo que no sirve se bota. Ahora cos vai bom nangue estroba. Guayaba con guayabero, mucho criollo, mucho sincero. Quita poder boy de burachi, que muy mal distrego no bin gritar.
Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bim peslan bendición. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, di carne cu eso mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. En di mondi mita. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, what you see is what you get. Criollo, que bate el plato felong net. Cosa vida pasa un becky bota get. Alex Sargo, esa Caribbean thing man. Steve Andreas. Criollo, mane bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bim peslan bendición. Mama quizás sabe ni valora po. Mama quizás chissà se mi tani realiza. Se un día por un day, mi no puedo ni imaginar y sei. Lo más cambia mi vida si ainda botate. Dangi pedia nangu balanta tempang, dangi pedia nangu problema pensa batra mi pang. Dia tiki kuting mister aspar pamayang, ku punta gusta corn beef sei tabo cuenta rumang. Viva aquí, viva allá, pero nunca arriba calla. Data arriba basements, pero school sin mi po falla. Queda busca atención de oscuridad de mi mayor na. Mi po para de zapato pa poder kunang dolor na. Pero que mi tabata sinti basta okay. Nete sunan como estima, lástima kuna notei. Aprecia lo que botín, cas di palo da kizim. Santa Cruz erote na fin. Da di mondi mi tabin. E di mondi no sta. Y no está en el dilema. Onga que Dios paturboso. No esté yo privilegiado. Agradecido mita. Pature en di mondi kumita. Mi nunca gustas colpa na di mundo mi rumang. Mi sembra odia fek di lantama inta trempan. Y mi hija similes. By school ganha e frau cu ta cacho come hei suerque. Papa si bota escucha-me. Mi sabon bombo estima-me. E atenção como a piripe. Baduna emo e cubalaga mi mama pe. Dingos comida compreender. Pero si papa tá feliz no sabe dingo tá feliz pe. Oh no. Mama quizás sabe mi dani valorabo. Mama quizás sabe mi dani realizar. Si un día por un day mi no por ni imaginar sei. Lo más cambia mi vida si ainda botate. Botingo sim a perder pa busata conta gana. Em vida bom por gatia mas orata tem picana. Botingo a bucaia passo amigo nanta cambia. Tingo tei pa sempre pero tingo tei pa ganga. Sin vida tá no tá tu rende tá consciente. Botingo acepta e viva queda til cuende. Oh yo. Mucho sabiduría nunca se me dom. Tingo está queda sin ahora palo crece gram. Cabeça duro mi tating, tempo e tração. Juegue dominó, vai palo, bebe mentirão. Para pa voar da Benito, vim foi dom. Pop tá bate duro, come mente bubblegum. Mama quizás sabe, mi tani valorabo. Mama quizás sabe, mi tani realizar. Se un día por un day, mi no por ni imaginar sei. Lo más cambia mi vida si ainda botate.
Quando un po' passavo, va pedimi pa sempre cuidavo. Come tá mirarnos, un futuro con a mi lado. Sin amo no tinami, e t'amore alla boa signami. E love ko watanami, nunca promemi a senti saki. Hey, passou a uomi da cupo, maniami che, ma conoscevo un corazón en 23. Guarda per me conversación, te manice, ma s'accottava un tuo cubo, no ti limite. Alto a uomi da cupo, maniami che, ma conoscevo un corazón en 23. Guarda per me conversación, te manice, ma s'accottava un tuo cubo, no ti limite. Please no lantami, foi de sonho que cuba em cami. Diz no ningami, da neta uma me porta pra mim. Sigue do nami, mas continuando sempre na inami. Sigue mostrar-me, amor mas nenhum outro não mostrar-me. No lantami, 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 no. No lantami, lantami,
just wave. Boti mi den alto, noti no di chase. Boti mi pa largo, na son esta mes. Banca na den santo, nanta de maldad. Anto unga santo. Motivo pa mi quebo, la cabo, no way. Mas que nan bin correto, tenebo, nos tosta, ok. Pa mi garantizabo, mi amor. Mi tengo senti mi safe, cubo. Nos tengo un connection único. Mi ta querer en Dios y de nos.
Please no lantami. Foi sonho que cuba em cami. Diz no ningami. Da neta uma me porta pra mim. Sigue do nami. Mas um tinago sempre vai nami. Sigue mostrar-me. Amor mas nenhum outro não mostrar-me.
No lantami, 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 no. No lantami, 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 no.
Please no lantami. Foi de sonho que cuba em cami. Diz no ningami. Da neta uma me porta pra mim. Sigue do nami. Mas um tinago sempre vai nami. Mostrar-me. Amor mas nenhum outro não mostrar-me.
No lantami, 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 no. No lantami, 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 no.
Fui machadia me tingani bisamo. Fui machadia me tingani explicamo. Ai, tá quanto me estimavo. Com meu carinho sem limite da pavo. E eu não me racie. Não me que coragem pra me por confronte. Me não tá guardando, me importa nem é pra mim. Ao secreto lo que tá revelar. Lobo essa quanto me estimavo. Lo não tenho nada pra me confessar. Mami tende, não quer me pedir sabor. Mo tenho que preparar. Baby, no vai, no vai. Ai, no lagami cai, ai, ai. No lo permite mi visa. Quizás si vamos cara de todo un sonrisa. Cambia muy diferencia. Un paso te arriba, vos o mi ta pensar. No lagami so. Paso mío por singo. Dushi mi que vos tender. No hay puño un ende. Mi amor mi que expresamos. Atención y cariño mi que namo. Mi que dimos todo día junto conmigo. Cariciamos un chivo problema by dormir. No pisa mi ayo. Mi que está junto contigo. Baby, no vai, no vai. Baby, no vai, no vai.
Beloof me dat je niet weggaat, dat je voor altijd blijft. Er is niemand die mij zo kan raken, baby, alleen jij. Je weet echt niet wat je met me doet. Oh baby, het voelt zo goed. Baby, oh baby. Baby, no bij. Ga niet weg, Lucy, no bij. Zo ver. Baby, no bij. Blijf bij mij. Lucy, no bij. Voor altijd. Baby, no bij, no bij. Ai, no lagami cai, ai, ai. Entendeu con mi tindi bisa. Quizás si la bocara no todo por un sonrisa. Cambiaba indiferencia.
a pensar, no la gamiso, paso menos por cinco, tú si mi quermo tiende, no haré cuyo ende, mi amor me que expresaba, antes mi cariño me quedaba, me que tengo tu día junto conmigo, parecía dos un chico conmigo, by tú, no pisa mi yo, me queda junto cubo. Baby, nobody, nobody. Baby, nobody, nobody. Baby, nobody, nobody. Baby, nobody, nobody. Somos band. Cuenter mi alma, cuenter mi vida. Así na mi tangiba melodía de tu esquina. Y tú mi cosecha, tapa bon que ta dimi. Y mi por la vida di una mi me sta bini. Si vos miran a bombe trata bien de nan. Si vos ten un dan de zona por ahí también de nan. Si vos miran a chines también de nan. Chapi pari cucacho zona ya vos también de nan. Divisa un bache, bache te conta también de nan. Si vos tengo dushi, si matan también de nan. Si vos wana wapu, mailón ese también de nan. Chanso, pancue, dushi. Si vos miran a bombe trata también de nan. Oye, si alguien te dice que lo que también de nan. Sin ambisa, bosak pase también de nan. Si vos miran a colo hinchan también de nan. Ya che con dar 20 también de nan. Si vos miran a siente también de nan. Día diri con cuguapa también de nan. Su miserita marupa unga wegi. Dos para, ay abri porta. La gana pasa, saqui gana empieza. Sangre no va a llegar. Chillo, la gana bebe, la gana goza. Ate corta pini. Chanso, con la mano arriba, mueve la cintura. Uy, 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 uy. Ay, abri porta, la gana pasa, chillo. Si vos miran a bombe trata también de nan. Si vos miran a huevo chines también de nan. Sin avisar, vos pase también de nan. Si vos miran a cabello hinchón también de nan. Ya che con dar 20 también de nan. Si vos miran a siente también de nan. Día diri con cuguapa también de nan. Su miserita marupa unga wegi. Dos para, ay abri porta. La gana pasa, saqui gana empieza. Sangre no va a llegar. Chillo, la gana bebe, la gana goza. Ate corta pini. Dimitri, con la mano arriba, mueve la cintura. Uy, 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 uy. Ya, y son. Ay, abri porta, la gana pasa. Aruba poner el corazón, bueno. También de nan, dushi, Rincón Boys, Cheon. Boom.
avisami busti mami.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm energized to continue. I hope you are too. Let me see. No reaction. I'm energized to continue. I hope you are too. Okay. We have something in store for that. At least we hope. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see you had time to connect. I've been connecting. I'm assuming you did the same. And we're happy that you stayed for the second half of the program. As we continue with our schedule, let's not forget that we're here to celebrate creativity and collaboration, and part of that is having some fun. So we've decided to prepare something special, lined up a fun and creative sketch prepared by our talented friends from, you may guess once? Yes, Lisha knows, Gispahari. We have the generation thing going on in here too. Everybody knows Gispahari? Yes, good. That means they're doing a good job. To our international guests, we ask your patience, and we hope you would be able to appreciate the fact that we are doing this in our native language, Papiamento. But don't worry. Oh, they told me I'll give you the full context in English afterward, so you can understand the fun. Let's have some fun. Gispahari.
Jesus, 30 me escola e glamour. Eu tenho que ir me com mais lá, não me amo chuchu aqui tá cedo ali. Bom dia, sem vergonha, como vai go?
Quem garado na meu número?
Bom dia, Guzá, não worry. E quando vai indo com o sobrinho e serve para nada, tá sendo um trabalho criativo ou o que?
Bom, mas tá indo bom, vai indo tremendo, bom na meu comigo. Este ano Miami também está edit que com mas só.
Uau, Miami! Tremendo, olha, minha acaba agora aqui de fazer uma tremenda obra de arte de teatro que eles escrevem e tem de bom, não? É coisa que também vou apresentar de festival internacional que eu conheço de internacional de obra de arte que eu conheço, pero tu ainda na rua do papel de tu ainda, me discute ainda papo de meu sobrinho.
Ai. Well, meu sobrinho está sendo popular na Miami, que ela regalamos um auto novo. Trabalho de arte tá paga.
Uau, minha acaba de comprar cruzeiro para mim, com minha família completa. Nós tudo vai depois que ela vende uma obra de arte que ela ganha bom placa de
cruzeiro. Irmão, ama vai te Paris, brother. Te Paris, danke na sua aporte na arte.
Que vem, tu sabe que o meu sobrinho está exportando arte, tremendo, minha. Também traz uma academia de escola que nada, também sim, muito pendeu aqui, compa, não vai direito na mês e exportando arte também, de desenvolvimento, de talento, não. É coisa que também tem um grande para dar back na comunidade, tá? Para dar nunca back na comunidade.
Como que men? Meu sobrinho está bem lentão na escola. Período muito não acto arriva Netflix.
Na onda? Onda também?
Netflix, entendeu?
Tremendo. Não também flex. Não sabe que coitado, tremendo. Bom trabalho.
Hope bom, man. Tô sentindo hope orgulhoso que muito não tá viva de na arte.
Me sempre bis minheta, busca outro cobo rasco bobito, busca arte aí, ainda vai se vir com é babo, não vai assim nada de sangue, não vai assim nada com bobito, para o que eu
Tá nada, isso não tá cuidando nós. Imaginava? Oi, vai com vida câmbio, brother.
Mas Kiko?
Me di, você Kiko? Laga numa. Mi joven la acabo sobrinho comprou um coio de pavo, que tá jambo.
Sim, tem sempre comprei o. Tremendo, sí. Ok, baila usando.
So this is future thinking. Actually, how if it's the granddaughter or the nephew is making the most money by selling art to support them, inclusive buying them an auditory aid, right? And imagine that, was it now the granddaughter of the niece? I'm confused. Anyway, there was possibility to feature them on Netflix and not understanding what is Netflix. Oh, it's going Flix? Yes, it's going Flix. For our Papiamento speaking guests, let me give you a little, I give you a little context about what you just saw. The sketch, I think is for everybody, that the sketch was a fun and lighthearted reflection of how we as creatives sometimes face unexpected challenges, but manage to find humor and resilience in every situation. I think that goes for the protagonist of this piece for sure. They survived, and they are surviving all the time. It highlighted the joy and uniqueness of our local culture. Sometimes we are incredibly proud of who we are here in Aruba. Thank you to Gis Pahari. I think I saw one of the protagonists. No, I'm not seeing him. So we're going to keep the energy, and we'll invite our next guest, and that is Daniel Tecklenburg. Daniel Tecklenburg from CD Aruba. You've heard about CD earlier today during the sessions with Cultura, or we've been hinting about social development through the CCI. And it was the idea that when we talked about the partnership, they were also mentioned as one of the collaborators, partners, and key supporters of this project. But I think, and I could imagine, that the invitation to Daniel was about how we transform communities, marginalized groups, or sometimes we think they are marginalized, and that becomes somewhat of a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I see that through the various products of SEDE, they are using new tools to be a conduit for social development in a particular group. Imagine women who make beads, bags, seamstress, you know? I think I've set the stage for you to start. With any further ado, Daniel, come on. Come on up. Give him an applause. Because even though he just came in from a European tour and he is suffering some jet lag, exhaustion.
It's okay.
It's okay. He made his utmost best to be here today. So thank you again, Daniel.
All right. Can I take this out? Yes. Thanks, Yolanda. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to see such a full space of creative people. So applause for Cultura Foundation, please. To bring everybody together. Somebody mentioned it's easy for you to give a speech in front of so many people. But for me, this is a new crowd for me, at least partially. So I'm happy to be here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Daniel Tecklenburg. I'm director of CD Aruba. I'm not born in Aruba, so I'm living here for, I think, 20 years now, originally from Germany. And I'm working at CD Aruba for 13 years now, so it's a very long time already. And for those who don't know CD Aruba is a social development organization. We are, historically, we have been always a funding agency. So we have been giving funding to nonprofits, NGOs, and sometimes very small neighborhood-based groups that take social initiatives to vulnerable groups. It can be adults, children, youngsters, elderly, people with disabilities, mental health, and so on. So we have historically always been funding projects, but during the journey of CD Aruba, we realized we have to do more than only project funding. We have to do capacity building. We have to improve capacity of organizations. We have to do networking. We have to bring organizations together. We need to collaborate more. We have to do advocacy towards government, but also towards funding agencies that we work with, because we have been creating a network with funding agencies from abroad, mainly in Holland, but also other countries, European Union, so we have some advocacy work to do there. And we also have started carrying out our own programs. Some of them you might know. Of course, Aruba Doet is a very famous one. It's every year, so many projects in one weekend. But we also recently started a neighborhood development program, trying to activate the neighborhood centers more, bringing more social programming closer to the people, closer to the social housing areas, just to make it more accessible. And I think one word for me today that's very important is access. Access for people that normally do not have access to cultural programming. So that makes it interesting for CD Aruba to make a step into the creative world, which we normally are not so active in. I'm sure that you spoke very much yesterday and this morning about culture also as creative pillar, economy, and for CD Aruba, of course, we are not into the artistic development, but we are very much into talent development, finding talent, helping people to find talents so that they can discover their purpose for the future, especially vulnerable groups. And to make it a bit more personal, maybe many of those here do not know, but personally, I'm also a musician. When I was very young, I have started with music. I think my mother forced me into music classes when I was like 5. And I enjoyed it, but many times I also didn't want to go, and she kind of forced me to keep going. And I couldn't thank her much, because through music I understood what is creativity. Through music I understood what it is to take things seriously, to be serious about the things that you do. And also I met, I think, the most important people in my life through music, so friends that I still have up to today from my time in Germany was through music. So let's give an applause to creativity here. And just to finish the personal part, when I was in Germany last weekend, I also was in the studio to record some songs. So next to the work at Sede, but I'm still trying to be alive in the creative industry. So what is Sede going to do in the creative world? Actually, since we discovered that sport, for example, is doing a very big impact on the lives of people, if it's kids, if it's youngsters, if it's the elderly, we also realize how big the impact of culture is in our social programs. So historically, we have a good relation with funding agencies from Holland, and we can announce two very nice things today. We have, and maybe you heard that earlier, we had signed an agreement with Fonds voor Cultuurparticipatie, to make their funding more accessible to Aruban organizations, and also in this case organizations in St. Martin. Maybe some of you remember in June we had done a survey under the name of Let's Act. This survey has been filled out by many agencies, and based on all this information and all those documents that have been submitted, we worked on a collective document with in total, I think, 45 organizations in it. And this program with a collective budget has been approved last Monday in Holland. Yes, I'm really happy to announce this. I'm not going into the details yet, but I can tell you that we have funding for 1 million euros. And this is funding for Aruba and St. Martin. And in addition, that's also news we're going to announce in the next days, but I like to use this moment here, is that we also signed a contract with Fonds for Podiumkunsten for music production. So it looks like we can help and finance the production of 8 artists per year. We will start with 1 year, and then if we're lucky, it will be extended for a long period of time. So I'm really happy with that too. And in both programs, we have implementing partners. So in Aruba, we were teaming up with UNOCA for the Let's Act program, and also Cultura for the capacity building. I think Cultura is doing an amazing job already in building capacity, bringing artists together. So we don't want to do those things alone. And for Podiumkunsten, we are also going to collab with UNOCA in this case. The Let's Act program is all about enabling access. We have so many organizations that are going to collaborate in this, making it possible for people that are client of a social institution to participate in cultural activities. So this is something new, but I think building those bridges make it really interesting for funding agencies, and also the fact that we are helping to write collective plans, since we know how difficult it is for every one single organization to write projects sometimes and to deal with all the procedures. So this program actually is also transforming a little bit the funding landscape, and we are excited to do this. And we have to do it good. So everybody who is on board in this, we need to do a good job in delivering the programs, but also in dealing with the funding, because we have to earn trust. It's all about earning trust. So this is our compromise now from CD Aruba for the next years. We're still aiming on the social transformation. We're still aiming on social development, but we see the creative sector as very potential and meaningful addition. And I think we can do very great things. So let me finish my part with the sentence, let's make cultural programs accessible together. Thank you.
Now, like they would say in San Nicolas, I don't understand all you. The man just telling you he's going to get funding. And you clap. Come, you could do better, you could do better. Okay. Thank you. Because let me tell you, as a former member of UNOCA, I know how hard it is to do that. It's not easy. So Daniel, thank you. I thought it was exciting. I get confused again. But I can say that thinking that you would have an outlet of the Fonds voor Cultuurparticipatie and Podiumkunsten locally is going to bridge that gap immensely. And also something that was said earlier, I think Arthur said it, when you go to the window, there is more understanding because the people who you have to speak to are from local grounds. So they can understand your issues, the things you're dealing with, I believe, better than if you have to make up a document and send it to Amsterdam. So with that, I think it's truly inspiring that he was able to present this. I think this is a great initiative. We will move on to Cultura's foundation, Powerhouse. This is my colleague, my former student, Ms. Thais Franken, who is a lecturer at the University of Aruba. Yeah, I tell some people, I met some youngsters, some creative youngsters, and I say, this is your time. I have some regrets, and one of them would be, I wish I was younger because there's so much going on. No, Alice? There's so much going on. Come on, Thais. A few years back, she earned her master's degree, and now, just like me, we're working on a PhD every day, all the time, whenever, however. And I want to take some of the credit in the sense that I was part of the formation of the young generation. We hope that we can contribute through research and make sure that through education, culture remain at the heart of Aruba's future. But that's not all. Thais has a book, Placing Culture and Creativity at the Heart of the Aruban Sustainable Development, which was her bachelor's thesis, and it was published by Cultura Foundation. Today, Thais will be covering some key topics that she believes are crucial for our dialogue as we look towards building a sustainable, creative future for Aruba. Join me in giving hardworking and fabulous Thais a warm welcome and make her feel at ease to do this job.
Well, good afternoon. Oh, this is loud. Dreams really do come true. Dank je, Ed. Dank je, Arthur. Round of applause, please, for both of them. Okay. Let me get my glasses, because I might be young, but I still need my glasses. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege for me to stand here before you to discuss a topic that is very close to my heart and vital to the future of our beautiful island, the Aruban cultural and creative industries. I'm also very pleased to see the positive reception of the sector in your participation these 2 days. Many of me know, let me change the slide. Yes. Know my face from Cultura Foundation, or have seen my work that I have done through my research in my effort to communicate the possibilities of the Aruban cultural and creative industries. I was born on this wonderful island, and I was raised within a very creative family. Some of you guys know why. From an early age, thanks to my parents, I was immersed in the arts. And I'm very thankful for this, because it provided me a solid foundation. This immense gratitude inspired me back when I was doing my undergrad at the University of Aruba. As a young professional, full of ambition, naive as well, I had to pick a thesis topic, which is the most nerve-wracking thing a student can experience. I knew I had the strong skills as a researcher, and that I had an academic formation in the field of public administration. But I was searching for a passion, for purpose. How can I combine what my community needs with what I'm good at and what I love? It didn't take too long before I knew it, and it was in front of me. Placing culture and creativity at the heart of the Aruban sustainable development and exploratory research on the possible cultural, social, and economic impact of the creative industry. This was my title of my bachelor thesis research report. After analyzing all the data, I proposed 5 things to Aruba. Define the Aruban creative industries with the involvement of all stakeholders. Complete an in-depth resource inventory map. Identify the vision of the CCIs of Aruba, and this would inspire a national policy in collaboration with all of the stakeholders to update laws and regulations that could facilitate businesses and the labor market, and to finally monitor this policy cycle, because in Aruba, we have this tendency of not following and closing the policy cycle. My next adventure, my next adventure was in the Netherlands when I was doing my master's, and I found myself in the exact same place. However, this time, I had some sort of PTSD from researching the CCIs on Aruba. Even though it was a personal success, I was not prepared for the frustration that I was going to encounter. It felt like an endless battle between a fragmented sector and stakeholders that are completely out of touch with the vision of the Aruban creative sector. I quickly realized that focusing on this would be difficult. And this was also confirmed by the Aruban Social Economic Council, that in their synopsis used my thesis as the reference. I had to choose the thesis topic, and I didn't want to research the CCIs ever again. I told my supervisor, it's a no-go. But at the end of that meeting, she looked at me and told me, Thais, no journey is a straight road. You found your passion. Now continue filling those potholes. And for those that know Aruba, our roads have a lot of potholes. And so I did what she advised. The road towards an innovative Aruba, a Q analysis on the synergy between the creative industry and knowledge economy as a driver to stimulate socioeconomic development in Aruba's local innovation system. This was the title of my master thesis. The results unfortunately showed that Aruba was still not ready to embrace the synergy. Furthermore, it showed that there is also an increasing demand to establish effective policies that could equip this possible synergy in the future, which would accelerate the innovation that we need so desperately. These effective policies should include distinctive attention in the areas such as education, national innovation strategies, intellectual property rights, and development, creating an economic environment suited towards this economy while we reinforce entrepreneurship and skill development, like Daniel said. This was 5 years ago, and we're still at the same place. How can a small island like Aruba compete on the global stage if we don't unlock the full potential of our culture and creativity? What policy and legislation priorities must we set today to ensure that our creative industry thrives tomorrow? Much what I wanted to share today has already been mentioned since yesterday. This is a good sign because we are speaking the same language. So as we embark on this journey together, searching for opportunities, we will explore how research and data can drive effective strategies. We can discuss essential policies and support that is needed for this kind of growth, and the importance, and I cannot stress enough on this, the importance on capacity building in nurturing local talent, because this is what makes the CCIs so special. In a rapidly changing global landscape where creativity meets technology, data serves as a compass. It helps us navigate decisions and illuminates paths that may not be immediately clear. At the moment, one of the biggest challenges we are facing across the board is namely the lack of data. This is why the Cultural and Creative Industry Mapping Research Project by Cultura Foundation is so important and requires all your participation. Research allows us to deeply understand our unique cultural landscape. In an era defined by rapid globalization and technological advancements, creativity has emerged as a key driver for economic growth, social cohesion, and cultural identity. For Aruba and similar islands, the creative industries offer unique opportunities to harness our cultural heritage and innovative spirit, transforming them into powerful engines of sustainable development. Data-driven decision-making allows us to identify the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities within our creative economy and within our own community. Are there particular sectors that are underperforming? Are there emerging trends that we need to embrace? Through rigorous research, we can make informed decisions, not only to enhance our current creative landscape, but to anticipate future needs and prepare for that. However, there's a problem. We have a problem. We have the unfortunate tendency on the island that I like to call data hoarding. We, and by we, I mean public organizations, NGOs, and businesses, we don't report our research findings effectively. We don't always make our reports accessible to each other. We don't always respond when students request your participation in their research projects. We can do better. We must do better. Research in the creative industries is the bridge between inspiration and execution. It empowers artists and practitioners to understand their impact, refine their craft, and innovate boldly in a rapidly changing world. According to the World Bank, creative industries contribute to over 3% of the global GDP and are growing rapidly and often outspacing traditional sectors. For Aruba, understanding these dynamics through data can help us identify trends, optimize resources, and craft targeted strategies. Let's take a look at how other Caribbean islands have harnessed their creative industries for economic and social growth. Jamaica, for example, has successfully transformed its music industry, particularly reggae, into a global phenomenon. Reggae music alone generates significant income through exports, streaming, tourism, and iconic events like Reggae Sumfest, attracting thousands of international visitors each year. However, data and research alone will not suffice. We need to translate these insights into vital policies that foster growth, effective policies that are the lifeblood of any thriving creative economy. And they require a multifaceted approach. Just think for a second, what are policy priorities that you believe we have to focus on by next year, in 5 years, or even in 15 years? First, we must create an environment that encourages this kind of innovation. This can be achieved through policies that support startups and creative entrepreneurs. For example, tax incentives for businesses that invest in local art projects or grants for innovative collaborations can significantly enhance our creative ecosystem. When entrepreneurs feel supported, they are more likely to take risks, to experiment, and produce groundbreaking work. It is also crucial to ensure that our policies promote access. This is also something that Daniel spoke about. And inclusivity. We need to recognize the barriers that some individuals face in accessing resources, funding, and training. Data can help us identify these barriers. By understanding demographics and participation rates, we can implement targeted policies that engage underrepresented communities, ensuring that everyone has a voice in our creative landscape. As we develop these policies, we must also keep sustainability at the forefront of our efforts. Sustainability is not about environmental responsibility, or not only about environmental responsibility. It encompasses economic and social aspects and dimensions as well. Sustainable policies require long-term vision, and we must look beyond immediate gains and consider how our creative economy can evolve over time. By using data to model various scenarios, we can anticipate potential challenges and opportunities, allowing us to develop strategies that are not only reactive, but proactive. As we've seen during COVID-19, reliance on traditional industries alone leaves us vulnerable. By diversifying through a robust creative economy, we create resilience that will help us weather global challenges and uncertainties, ensuring that our cultural heritage is not only preserved, but becomes a pillar of strength. Now let's delve into one of the most critical aspects of our discussion, capacity building. Nurturing talent and skills is essential for unlocking new opportunities for local creatives. When we invest in our creatives through mentorship, education, or even resources, we open the door to a world of possibilities. Nurturing talent is not just about enhancing individual skills. It's about fostering a vibrant ecosystem where creativity thrives. This is where new ideas emerge, innovations take flight, and authentic voices are heard. To cultivate a vibrant creative economy, we must invest in education, training programs that align with the skills needed in today's market. In a world where adaptability is key, fostering a culture of creativity can lead to groundbreaking solutions to our challenges, be it in the environment, economy, or even our community. Back when Aruba started the hospitality industry through having the first new hotels, along with that transition came Aruba Hotel School that educated locals to work in this industry. If we want to develop a thriving CCI correctly in Aruba, we must provide our students and working professionals the opportunity to educate themselves in this field. We have academic degree programs in the field of hospitality at APE and the University of Aruba. The time has come for us to consider developing academic programs in the field of CCIs. This is where it will require vision and ministers that could facilitate this shift or expansion. In the Caribbean, nations like Cuba have long invested in arts education, resulting in a robust cultural identity and global impact. They have produced world-renowned filmmakers and models in supporting artists through structured education that could be an inspiration for Aruba. Another example is Jamaica, with the Edna Manley College of Visual Arts and Performing Arts, which has nurtured generations of creative talent across our region. Mr. King also mentioned the initiatives that have been taken in Barbados. So we should not reinvent the wheel. In today's digital age, technology is a powerful enabler for creatives. By harnessing tools like AI, virtual reality, blockchain, our local artists, designers, and creators can showcase their work to a global audience, opening doors that were previously unimaginable. This is why we must ensure that technological education and digital literacy are also part of our capacity building efforts. And let's not forget, capacity building should also happen on the institutional level. We have been talking a lot about the fact that creatives have to step up, but our institutions have to step up as well. Having cultural organizations, local funding institutions, boards, GOs, NGOs that are not only willing but capable in terms of skills, regulations, policies, knowledge, resources, facilities to respond to the current needs and those to come. After this conference, I only see this industry growing, and we have to collectively step up. Thus, capacity building is not only a one-time effort, it's a continuous journey. We should promote lifelong learning opportunities for creatives of all ages, because it's never too late to learn. This could include, like I already mentioned, mentorship programs that connect emerging artists with established professionals, or community workshops that explore new mediums and technologies. Through collaborative projects and cultural exchanges, we can encourage understanding, creating a more inclusive society where everyone has a voice. Inclusivity is at the heart of a successful creative industry. We must ensure that marginalized voices, whether by gender, race, or socioeconomic background, are empowered to contribute in our creative ecosystem. By doing so, we enrich our culture, deepen our sense of identity, and ensure that every Aruban feels part of our national creative journey. Therefore, colleagues, friends, the future of Aruba's creative economy rests on the pillars of research, policy, and capacity building. By harnessing the power of data to shape our strategies, implementing supportive policies, and investing in talent development, we can unlock new opportunities and empower our local creatives. To our policymakers, let us prioritize policies that remove barriers and provide opportunities for our creatives to thrive. Invest in research capacity and policy development, because we need that for success. To our businesses, I ask you to invest in Aruba's cultural capital, supporting the collaborations that will drive innovation. Please answer the incoming emails sent by those searching for funding. If rejected, give feedback or make your requirements clear so creatives can improve their efforts. Also, funding organizations. It's not only important to fund the creative, but to fund the researcher. To our government, and in this case, the future government. And by the way, I hope that the next Minister of Culture receives a specific copy of this conference. I make a compelling call to truly, genuinely prioritize the creative industries and fulfill your role as the driver and facilitator to make this happen. To not only fill the sector with empty promises or treat the sector as the stepsister of the hospitality industry. They are brothers. They bleed the same blood, which is the Aruban community. To our parliament members, I address you with a sense of urgency and hope. A hope that we can collectively recognize the immense potential of our future creative industries and take action to ensure their thriving future. This requires the passing of necessary legislation in the areas such as intellectual property rights, tax incentives, cultural heritage protection, labor laws, and so on. To artists, designers, and innovators, the Aruban Creative, keep pushing boundaries. Your creativity is at the heart of our future, and together we will build a vibrant and sustainable Aruba. Invest in yourself and your skill set, and more importantly, embrace collaboration. There is power in unity. To the Aruban community, let's stand behind our culture and creative industries. Let's support financially, emotionally, spiritually, and believe in the talent and capabilities of our creative practitioners. As we stand on the brink of a new era for Aruba's culture and creative industries, let us work together to ensure that our creative community thrives. Remember, Aruba's greatest untapped resource is not its white beaches or tourism industry, but the creativity and innovation by its people. Together, we can create a vibrant, sustainable future where creativity knows no bounds, where every voice is heard and no one is left behind. I am ready. I hope you are too.
The cue, this calls for a standing ovation. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't even need to repeat it. I make notes, but I think I could just do the last parts. Unlock new opportunities, remove barriers through policies, invest in cultural collateral. If we are going to reject, what do we have to do? Make requirements clear. Recognize potential. Most important, take action. Taking on the area of the necessary legislation. And to you, keep pushing, embrace collaboration. There is power in unity. Thais is ready, I'm ready, and you are? Ready. Good, good, good. Thank you, Thais. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And she said something interesting. I must touch on it. Some people said, yeah, it's a pity we don't have lawmakers and parliament members and who all in here. But that's no problem, because what we're going to do, we're going to ask everybody who had their speech and their presentation done for today, we're going to ask them to prepare it so we could bundle that together, and we don't have to print it. We could make a digital book, upload it, it's accessible to everybody, because we're creative. We need the money from nobody. We're doing our own thing, right? So go Cultura, we must put the documentation, we have to bundle it and make it available, accessible to everybody. Yes? Okay. Now I lose the page, but I'll find it. I must say that a while ago we got some feedback from the Department of Culture, and after hearing about the funding opportunities through the Aruba Tourism Authority, I'm pleased to let you know that the Department of Culture has also requested that Go Cultura make their funding criteria available to you. So we're sharing information. If you're interested in applying for funding, you can easily access this document through your WOVA app. You have the WOVA app, the one we're using for today, okay? Whether you're using the desktop or mobile version, simply open the app, scroll down to Documents. You with me? Yeah, I see. Alice, you're fast enough? No? You looking for the app? You're on the app? No, you wasn't on the app. You have to go to documents, and then you will find the funding criteria from the Department of Culture there. We encourage you to check it out and explore the possibilities for your next creative project. And remember, you have a call to action from the youngsters, and we don't want to disappoint them. We have to move on and keep up with them. Thais, thank you. That was so inspiring. Thank you. And very insightful. For me, it's always inspiring to hear from young people. I saw some of them, spoke to some of them today. And the passion that you have for research is going to take us places. It's going to take us places. Before we move on to our next speaker, let's address something that has been quietly looming over today's discussion. The pink elephant in the room. And I think almost gave me a heart attack, Arthur. The pink elephant in the room. I think the pink elephant in the room is going to be presented by our next speaker, right? Yes, okay, I understood it. So I can follow instructions. We can talk about implementing strategies, tax incentives, and policy changes to help the cultural and creative industries thrive. These changes are essential and will make it easier for creatives and cultural entrepreneurs to grow. But there's another side to this conversation that we can't ignore. No matter how much external support we provide, the sector itself needs to step up, evolve, and continually improve. And when we say the sector needs to step up, in the meantime, I think, after the plea of Thais, we mean everybody. Yeah, we mean pointing fingers. For this industry to truly drive economic growth, creatives and cultural entrepreneurs must take it upon themselves to level up. The opportunities are there, but the responsibility also lies within the sector to meet these opportunities head on. That is exactly why we've invited our next guest, Ms. Sharon Meyer, who's here to talk about one of the most crucial aspects of this evolution, capacity building. Sharon works closely with ExproDesk. I don't know if she works closely with ExproDesk. I think she's even the coordinator or the head of the ExproDesk. Yes, I know. Okay. And they have been championing capacity building programs, helping creatives and entrepreneurs gain the skills they need to grow and succeed in an ever-changing, fast evolutionary market. Sharon, the stage, the mic, the floor, the pulpit, everything is yours. Because I know what you have to tell them is going to help them move up and move on.
Okay, the government is not here, but the government department is, so be gentle. Okay, I need my glasses too. Okay, as you can see, my name is Sharon Meyer van der Linden. Can everybody hear me? I hear a feedback. Okay. Okay, my name is Sharon Meyer van der Linden. I'm head of Foreign Economic Relations and Business Development. Today, this presentation, I hear feedback. Oh, no? Okay. On behalf of ExproDesk. Okay, so today we will start. As Thais mentioned, research is really important. So we will start with some statistics about Aruba's exports. Then we will follow with why export, then Expodesk capacity building project, foreign economic relations, and the world is in your hands. Okay, as we can see, 97% of our businesses are SMEs, small, medium enterprises, and they account for 52% of employment. From all local businesses, 5% is currently exporting. So it's a really small number of local businesses. And also, when we see the business owners, we can see that most male business owners are currently exporting. And the age group that is exporting more is the age group from 35 to 44 years old. The countries that we export to are Curacao, the United States, Bonaire, Netherlands, and St. Martin. And you can see other countries also, but it's less. But this is positive for us when we see from the 95% of businesses that are not currently exporting, that 38% of them said that they would like to export. So now the question to the creative industry is, why export? Of course, you expand your business by exporting, but you spread your risk. You reduce your dependence on the local market. If we all remember during COVID, when Aruba's borders was closed, it was difficult to get tourists to come and buy our art. So it's important to broaden your horizon and enter international market. You expose yourself to new ideas, new management practices, new marketing techniques, and way of competing. And why export? We want to tell you that you are not alone. Expodesk can assist you. We offer free customized information and coaching. We offer free workshop, training, lecture, and presentations. We assist with trade mission. We conduct research to obtain accurate and valid data that is used in brochures, flyers, and policies. And yes, we talked about research. I heard about policies. And I have to take a pause to mention that after all our workshops, there are surveys conducted, and we conduct research, and we hear from the participants how we can tailor the workshop better for their sector, but also what are the bottlenecks. So for us as a government department, it's really important to get this feedback. And as we speak, we are writing the entrepreneurs policy that will affect all entrepreneurs on Aruba. And also we are finishing the export policy. So it's really important to have the creative industry at the table. So I would like to thank Cultura with this initiative to start to put creative industry sitting at the table so we as government department can add to your concern the bottlenecks in our policies. We develop partnership and strategies, alliances to pursue our objectives and to better assist our clients. This is just to give a small overview of our workshops and training. I started with the first picture because Exprodes opened its doors in September 2017, and our first project, 3-day workshop, was exporting creativity. There you can see a group of musicians, and after 3 days of workshop, they received the export action plan. We have also for professional services, a group for empowered women exporters, because as you saw from the beginning, we have little women business owners that are currently exporting. So that's why we tailored a special project for empowering women and to assist them with exporting. And the last picture is our last project, that was arubaverse.io. This was in collaboration with Full Stack Foundation. It was 2 years project. It was about blockchain, cryptocurrency, and artificial intelligence. And again, all this workshop, all this information, everything is completely free. Exprodes capacity building project from the culture and creative industry. We had music market ready project, tech and services without borders, arts without borders, arubaverse.io, the Aruban Professional Services, and Empowered Women Exporters. All these projects, depending on the bottleneck, it can last between 6 months, 2 years, even one lasted 3 years. So it is in steps, in 4 steps, most of them. And during the whole project, we assist you, we walk with you, you are never alone. Depending on the project, you receive between 30 and 40 workshops. Again, as creatives, you are really good in what you do, but sometimes the business aspect, documentation, administration, or all the other aspects, the legal, fiscal, maybe you need more assistance with. So we give all the information. And as said before, all the information and guidance is completely free. So if you, I went back. It was different type of information that you can ask, even if you didn't attend a workshop or a project, you can come at the Department of Economic Affairs. Someone is skipping the slides. Okay, the previous one. Okay. Okay, next. Okay. If you need information regarding market facts and trends, foreign trade regulation, market access, business opportunities, trade contracts, all this information in collaboration with Rijksdienst voor Ondernemend Nederland, we provide tailored information for you. We give also different type of information that you can benefit from, like for instance, support international business subsidies and voucher, because most of our business do not know that these exist. So for instance, if you want to do an individual exhibition, through RVO, they will subsidize 50% of the cost up to a maximum of 2,500 euros. If you want market entrance, then they will subsidize 50% of a person in that market that can assist you up to 2,500 euros. If you need coaching, they subsidize 50% of the cost up to a maximum of 1,000 euros. SIP knowledge and skills. If you need fiscal or legal assistance when you are in the international market, they subsidize 50% of the cost up to a maximum of 2,500 euros. But also at the Department of Economic Affairs, we give information because most businesses don't know that sometimes their product can apply to enter the US market, of Europe market, duty-free. So we assist, even if we have to make the calculation to see if your product complies. But we have, for instance, the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI. Under this treaty, you can enter the US market duty-free. We have the REX system, that's for the Europe market. We have a sister city agreement with Doral. Some of our musicians through Expo Desk participated and their music were heard in Florida. And we have also an agreement with Curaçao, where our product, if they comply with rule of origin, they can enter Curaçao duty-free and vice versa. And yes, I hope I inspired you today that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. The world is in your creative hands, so your expert journey starts today. You are not alone. Thank you.
I'm on all these journeys. I wouldn't know which one to take first. I wouldn't know which one to take first. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Interesting, huh? That we have the RVO subsidies for individual participation, for knowledge and skills, and about 4 more, I think. Also very interesting that you can follow workshops at the Department of Economic Affairs, and that there are opportunities for you to enter various markets, the European market, the US market, even to go Curaçao duty-free, but I think you would need to make them also part of your ecosystem and collaboration and the conversation. So that was a lot of information. I didn't know anything about that. I don't know, yeah? So Remember, we're going to make it available, and I think that we should strive to take our products abroad. I think that should be one of the things that we will strive and commit ourselves in doing also. Thank you, Sharon, again. Your work as a policy advisor and your commitment to supporting not only the cultural and creative industries, but other sectors are truly, truly appreciated and inspiring. We appreciate the valuable contribution you continue to make for the growth and development of Aruba's industries. So we've come to a next item on our program, and we have a special, it says here, treat for you, but I think it's a special takeaway we have prepared, or at least an important contribution on the program. Sometimes the best moments at a conference happen when inspiration strikes unexpectedly. And that's exactly what happened to one of our talented creatives yesterday. She got so inspired by the energy and discussions here at CreActivo that she requested a few minutes to be on the program and share poems she has written for this occasion. It's always wonderful when creativity finds its way into the heart of an event like this, and we're so happy to give her the stage. So this is a takeaway. It's a moment of exhale, I usually say. So I'm inviting Ms. Ruthie Vrieswijk to the stage because she was able to put her mind and her words on paper, and she wants to share them with us today.
Good afternoon, beautiful souls. A heart full of inspiration, grateful, happy, with a lot of strength, wisdom, and beauty. I enjoyed every moment of this conference. I have to say my English is not so good as Thais, but I'm very proud of Thais. She was a Cub Scout in my group. Yeah! Okay. I was planned to recite one in English and one in Papiamento, but I choose the one in English for our guest, Mr. King. My English is very simple. When I used to work in the hotels, I practiced more, but now it's not words like Spanish. CreActivo. It is a good thing. It is positive. It is inspiring. It is love for art and creativity. It is people together expressing themselves from the soul within. A win-win situation of energetic participation. Exclusive, unique, and beautiful in ideas and thoughts so wonderful. Art, a way of living if smart. Making dreams come true, me being me, and you are you. Good luck and blessings in your creative moods. Thank you for sharing your goods. Tourists can take a lot of beautiful souvenirs with them, with touches of deep soul within. That was it. I would love to invite Arthur and Adrian for just 1 minute because I want to give them the poem. I had Gio, my friend at Xerox, classificate it for me. And I put an eagle because I believe soaring high for all of us in our creation. with our creative moods. Thank you, Adjan. Thank you, Arthur. What is Arthur? You cannot but love these guys. The work they do, the way they are, so positive, hardworking, inspiring. They are the blessings, and we all are the blessings. Keep creating. Mr. King, take with you Aruban sunshine, because it's more beautiful in Aruba than Barbados.
So the takeaway is you can be impromptu in a conference like this. That was the takeaway. Thank you so much, Ruthie, for that beautiful, heartfelt poem and for your spontaneity. Your words truly reflect the spirit of this conference, and it's always a pleasure to witness how creativity can inspire and connect us all. Now we're moving on, and I am honored. I think the program, the organizers are also honored to invite a key partner of the CreActivo conference to the stage. This is no other than Mr. Minister Ursel Arends. He has been an integral part of making this event possible, and we are grateful for his support. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ursel Arends to share a few kind words with us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, members of the Cultura Foundation, all participants of the CreActivo conference, welcome and thank you for having me. I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be here today at CreActivo. For many of us, this conference sparks hope in the future we are building of a creative and cultural industry, and so that it can truly thrive. This event brings us together and highlights what makes Aruba so special, our diversity and our rich culture. What a privilege it is to call Aruba home. And for this diversity comes incredible creativity as well. Don't you agree? We all know that our island's heart and soul are rooted in culture and creativity. So today is not only a reminder of the power of the creative industries, but also a reflection of our unique traditions and perspectives that makes us who we are. Let's stand still for a bit on the fact that right now, through this event, all of us here, we have a unique opportunity. We have shown that we are resilient. We have demonstrated that we can come back stronger despite the pandemic and everything it threw at us, but we are here. You are here. And whenever you hear that it's our people who help Aruba bounce back from tough times, even surpassing expectations, remember that it is because of you, your creativity, your ability to think outside the box and step away from the old ways of doing things. Yes, we have grown stronger, but we still need to grow in ways to honor our culture and protect our natural beauty. I'm not just saying this because I'm the Minister of Nature, but also the Minister as the Minister of Senior Affairs, Transportation and Integrity. You wouldn't believe it, but how many times my team has heard me say, be creative. Why? Because I believe there is always a solution to any problem. Creativity isn't just about art or music, it's also about how we solve problems and build connections. It's about finding new ways to work together, no matter our differences, because at the end of the day, we are all here for Aruba. And that is one of the most valuable lessons I've learned over these past years. Be creative for Aruba. Moreover, our cultural sector has so much to offer, especially when it comes to enhancing the lives of our seniors. Creativity can bridge those generational gaps, ease loneliness, and create a true sense of belonging. That's the foundation of our project Pasadilla, a daycare for our elders to enjoy, to socialize, and to engage with dignity. Our elders carry the stories, traditions, and wisdoms that form the foundations who we are today. I hold this statement dear to my heart because, to be honest, the one ministry that has touched me profoundly is the Ministry of Senior Affairs. There is sadness, as you can imagine, but also happiness. And I don't care what anyone else says, hearing an adulto mayor tell their story is an experience I urge everyone not to miss. So yes, we are more than happy to support creative programs. Thanks to you, we can capture their stories and experiences and ensure that they can stay active in shaping our cultural identity. They have so much to teach us, and it's on us to make sure their voices remain an active part of our community. We want to see more seniors in these industries, and it is on all of us to see them. We also see you, the creative, looking to professionalize your craft, not only to survive, but to thrive. We see you, and I'm not just talking about Pancho, and we are pushing to make this possible. To conclude, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to all of you, to the speakers from near and far who are here today with us. Your insights and experiences will be invaluable as we move forward. Thank you all, and I wish you had an inspiring and successful conference. Make today, the last day of the conference, count. And I can only hope that this initiative continues for years to come. Thank you.
In short, the acknowledgement for the resilience of CCI members after COVID, acknowledging also that there's still space for growth, but we must do so sustainably. Creativity is about solving problems and building connections. It's not only evident in the creative industry, but it's also a conduit for managing problems. Traditions and stories exemplifies who we are. It's a narrative that ensures how we recognize and work on our cultural identity and together develop our cultural identity. And the minister also said that he would like to see more seniors in this ecosystem, and he thanked all those in the CCI area for their work and toiling in the field. Thank you for that. We will continue. Got my pages messed up. No, it's correct. We have something, another treat for you. What do I have here? A video? What is your video?
Yes.
Yes? Mm-hmm. He got concerned. I got this, I got this. I got it, I got it. We're going to have a coffee break in a while, but we're going to do the video now or yeah, we're doing the video now. Before you go on the coffee break, we have a short video for you. And after that, we will bring up Mr. Felipe Buitrago from Colombia. Okay, okay. So we've decided we're going to go straight. No coffee break. I'll tell you in a while why. Yes, no coffee break. The video. Raise your hand if you've been to Medellin lately. Yes. This part of the program was not originally planned, but the organizing team saw the video and they decided that it fit perfectly with what we're doing today, and it captured some of the themes we've been discussing, and thus it was decided to show it to you, to share it with you. It gave me a certain feeling, the feeling of authentically Medellin. And it is my pleasure, I'm thrilled to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Felipe Buitrago. Felipe has been a leading voice in the creative economy for years, and his work in shaping policy and fostering growth in the cultural and creative industries has made transformative not only in his home of Colombia, but also across America. It has made transformation, not only in his home, but over Latin America's territory. With a deep understanding of how creativity drives innovation and economic development, Felipe brings to us today a wealth of knowledge to the table and to this stage. His insights are invaluable for anyone looking to explore the full potential of the creative economy. And if you've been to Medellin, I guess you are as excited as I am to hear what Mr. Buitrago has to share with us today. Mr. Buitrago, may I welcome you to the floor? Thank you. Mr. Buitrago.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Where is the... here. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I'm very excited to be here. It's been a very interesting process to put together everything that was necessary, and for that I commend Ejan and Arthur and all the Go Cultura team, that it's really amazing putting together this event. So thank you very much for having me here. I have to start with an apology, because some people are sensitive. And I'm going to open this presentation with a very strong image. Sometimes we need something strong to wake us up. Aren't you scared? Oh, you are adults. Because a kid would have seen a boa constrictor eating an elephant, not a hat, right? You should be very scared. But you are not. You see a hat, because you are adults. And it's said, you know, that a creative adult is a kid that has survived. And that's very difficult to find. Because as we grow old, we start losing our ability to see what is not evident to the eyes. We train ourselves behind experience and models, and we stop dreaming. We stop seeing through. That's why we need to start seeing things with fresh eyes. So today, I'm going to walk through 4 different aspects. I have the very difficult task of speaking before you after so much has been said. So excuse me if I repeat some stuff, but that's part of it. We have to repeat over and over so many things until it becomes part of our new practice. So I will start by actually making a fast review of what we are talking about with fresh eyes. So we are talking about the orange economy, the creative economy. So let's start with, I don't have the, anyway, let's start with the arts and heritage component of the orange economy. The art crafts that are carriers of identity, they are memory. But often we confuse them with just cheap souvenirs that people take when they visit places like Aruba or cities like Medellin. What we need to understand is that they are carriers of stories. They are carriers of our past. Remember that the reason we engage in culture is because that's a way for us to celebrate our past, understand where we are, and dream to the place we are aiming at, where we are going, our future. Also part of it is the carnivals, all the immaterial heritage, all that, those activities that we cannot hold in our hands, but that somehow hold us together as communities. That's very important. And a key element of it is also language. We were speaking yesterday about the importance of understanding the value of papiamento here in the island. And I commend that because that's very important, understanding that language is not just, to writing emails or establish communications or making appointments or creating some sort of agreement among ourselves. It's also about how the meaning of our words, the way they interact to each other and make us interact with each other, keeps us together as a community. This is not to divide ourselves with others. It is actually to express to others how we are different and how we are happy to share that element of differentiation that makes us proud, but also secure enough to engage in conversation with those who are different. Another element here, so let me go back a little bit. Yeah. So another element is material heritage. This is harder sometimes than immaterial heritage, because sometimes it's just away from the place where we live. Or sometimes it's an old sculpture or something that has been left behind by somebody in the past. But it's very important that we keep connected, because this is part of our roots and this is part of our possibility. These elements of the arts and heritage component of the orange economy are often mistreated as valueless. First thing, there's nothing for free. Free is a fallacy. Everything has a cost. Everything you are paying, whether by financial means, with your time, with your data, and in the case of arts and heritage, it's also the key and the very important element of understanding that even if you do it, or you keep it, or you maintain it, because it's something that fulfills you personally, you are making a sacrifice, the society is making a sacrifice, and it has to be valued. Not necessarily in financial terms. It has to be considered as an important resource, an important investment of society, and in that way, we start changing our mindset. We don't take it for granted. The second component of the creative economy, the orange economy, is the component of the cultural industries. Here you find literature, our ability to tell and keep stories going on from generation to generation, our ability to record our expertise, our knowledge, and to facilitate the passage of it to the next generation. That's very important. But also, literature is important because if you go in history, and I'm a frustrated historian, the printing press represents the first real cultural industry ever. It was the first time that as people we were able to reproduce cultural content in identical way, increasingly cheaply and more efficiently, to spread it faster and faster and faster. It took, of course, 450 years before it was something widespread all around the world. But certainly, the revolution we are talking about today, the ability to consider content and creativity a key element of the economy, it starts with the printing press. And that's very important because it coordinates with other activity, theater, or all the performing arts. When we think about the theater and performing arts, sometimes what we think is a dying art form. And that's something that a lot of people think. But in other ways, it's also one of the cornerstones of preserving our ability to engage in meaningful conversation. Because it's a space for experimentation, it's a space for memory, but it's also increasingly a transversal aspect of everything we do. It's present ever more in audiovisual creation, but also in presentations. Storytelling, more performance in whatever we do is becoming more important. Combined with literature, combined with other forms of expression, is a growing field of how the culture and the creative industries are transversal and not just confined to the world of culture. It's also part of the world of business, it's part of the world of education, it's part of the world of sports, it's part of our daily lives. So it's very important to understand that what we can learn and what we can translate from the creative performing arts to the rest of our activities is also very important. The same goes for the audiovisual. Audiovisual, in the way that most of us understand it at first, television, film, video, was the main stage for cultural exchange worldwide in the 20th century. And that's very important because it gives us the possibility to actually establish longer distance connections than ever before. But today, that one-way communication is now two-way communication. And video games and other digital arts forms and expressions and interactive audiovisual mechanisms are increasingly part of our daily lives. And that's the place where the cultural debate, the cultural global debate is happening. It's not happening in the films, it's not happening in the television. They are important actors, but the real cultural global exchange is happening in the chats, in the video games, it's happening through Discord, it's happening through social media, it's happening through, increasingly, this metaverse. So we have to keep an eye there, because maybe it's new for most of us, but it's also increasingly larger. The video game industry today alone is almost twice the size of film, television, radio, and publishing worldwide. And that's only one of the audiovisual interactive expressions we have around the world. If we put in social media and metaverse, game's over. It's about 2/3 of all the value created in the creative global industries today. Of course, a key element that this can be controversial. Fashion and design, and sports, if you like also. They are clearly cultural expressions, but because they are more directly associated with commercial activities and in many ways are more comfortable with that association, it creates a tension with other cultural expressions. We have to overcome that division, because whether some of our activities are clearly commercial, like fashion and design, and others are more socially oriented, like heritage, carnivals, or visual arts, in the end, we all belong to the same family. And as a good family, we can agree on many things, and we are happy, and we have to find the ways to constructively disagree on others. So this is an opening to start thinking all of these activities that sometimes we take for granted because it's so natural to us to express ourselves, but they also have a business expression. And this confluence of business opportunities and creative content is what we can call represented in creative products. This is goods and services that are the result of our imagination. It can be expressed in a book, in a song, in a track, in a video game, in a piece of clothes that represents how you want to show yourself to the world. Independently of that, the result, these goods and services are the equivalent of having a coin. If you think about money, about a coin, that's one of the most amazing cultural creations of humanity. But that's a whole conversation that can be controversial. What I want to focus right now is that when you have a coin, you have two faces in that coin. One is the economic, numerical, precise value that it represents for exchange. It's utilitarian. But the other side of the coin is always symbolic. It's always a historical, political, cultural representation of something that matters to the society that produces that coin. And of course, if you are in the business world, what side of the coin you usually see? The monetary side, the utilitarian side. If you are in cultural activities, you usually see the symbolic side. But the reality is both coexist at the same time. And one cannot exist without the other. Because as humans, what distinguishes us from all the other species in this planet is that we trade. We trade for things we need, or we trade for things that represent us. We constantly exchange with each other because we need something that the others have, and we give something in return. And that difference, or that element, can be also an idea, can also be meaning, can also be identity. And that is very important. However, after this general overview of what is the orange economy, I come here to tell you we've got a problem. This is James Lovell. He's famous because in Apollo 13, he was the guy saying, NASA, we've got a problem. Either we get some solution or we are going to die. And the thing is, it's not one problem. It's three very big problems. Maybe some of you can be familiar with the work of Xi Yan, of the three-body problem, or the dark forest. And we have three very large problems. The first problem is the problem of a demographic transition. We are experimenting this worldwide, and it's going to bring a lot of stress in our societies, in our economies, in our politics. And the thing is, as our societies grow older, we're going to have a tendency for certain aspects of more stability. That means more conservatism, probably less dynamism in creation. That's a challenge for the creative economy. At the same time, we are also going to have a scarcity of supply of new workers, new consumers, and of course, we are going to have a very uncertain structure of how we are going to start exchanging and how fast we are going to start adopting certain dynamics in the creative industries. So that's one big challenge. The problem is that we have other big body interfering in our gravitational pull right now. And that is the problem of deglobalization. This is not the dramatic presentation. Some people say it's the end of international trade. No, it's not. But certainly, we have reached a high point, and we are going to experiment a couple of decades of some diminished exchange and integration, and that's going to create changes in the dynamics of global trade. That's going to affect the flow of tourism, because most of the times, what you get is people fly for business, and what is left is for tourists. When businesses start changing their geography, their connections, tourists also change their behaviors, because prices change. And when prices change, incentives are altered. When those incentives are altered, then you have a challenge in how that's going to work. So we have that other body interacting and creating uncertainty. And the third element of uncertainty is much better known, is the digital transformation. And the digital transformation right now, as you can see, comes with one interesting element: artificial intelligence. As you have seen, I'm an economist, but hey, economists are people too. And I've been experimenting and trying to understand how this technology works and how I can help my work. And I'm not the only one. At this moment, 200 million people are using ChatGPT weekly. That's 1 in 40 people around the world. Expect that number to keep growing, and expect artificial intelligence becoming better at that, better at assisting people, better at enlarging our abilities, and also in making problems. And part of the problem is that the very nature of digitization is that it disrupts what it touches. We don't know how fast and how pervasive is going to be this disruption of artificial intelligence. It can be just hype and then get stuck where it is for the next 10 years. We don't know. Or it might just exponentially grow in capacity and the ability to penetrate different activities in the next 2 or 3 years and completely, turn upside down the way we do things in the creative world. We don't know. So we have 3 major things. But the key question is how we got there. Well, we got there because we are humans. We evolve, and as part of our evolution, we go through revolutions. Technologically, we have been through 4 technological revolutions. The first one, we replaced the power of our muscles with machines. Powered by water, or by vapor or water everywhere. Then we had the ability to use electricity that allowed us to decentralize the exercise of that power. Without electricity, we would pretty much be not much further than we were 200 years ago in terms of quality of life. But that allows us to have laundromats in our places, to have cars, to have airplanes, name it. I mean, the world we know, the world we see is the result of that second industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution facilitated or accelerated our capacity to connect to each other, to communicate in long distances. The reason we speak about globalization in the terms we speak today, the reason we have global value chains, is because of that third industrial revolution. Our ability to coordinate so many pieces from all over the world at the same time, and that's how we pass from having stocks for just in case, for just on time. That reduces prices for everything, but also creates problems. In the pandemic, you remember when a port in China, in Shanghai, had some delays, global value chains were affected, prices went up like crazy everywhere in the world. Because we became so efficient that small disruptions can create havoc. Now, think back on demographic transition, deglobalization or geoeconomic fragmentation, which is more precise, and now the digital transformation we are living on. So this is complicated because this fourth one this one goes beyond the things that we can naturally understand. If you think about some of the technologies that have been developed in the last 20 years and the potential they have, they can mean a complete change in our life. Genomics, for starter, means that this great achievement of humanity in terms of having almost universal sanitation and moving our ability to live from 30 years on average to more than 65, in some countries even 80 years old, but that's natural. It was only reducing our propensity to die young. But with genomics, we can think maybe of living 150, 200 years. If that happens, what happens with social security? What happens with our marriages? What happens with, you being alive and having 6, 7 generations below still alive? How many languages, how many careers, how many partners you will be, And the thing is, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but think about, your in-laws. You want them around for so long? I don't know. But the reflection of it is that this is the US, the last 200 years. But what you can see here is a very specific trend. As we grow better, nimbler, more efficient, our requirement to produce material things is reduced in terms of our human input. Producing food is almost not needing people in the US. And producing goods is increasingly going down. Those are tasks that are getting automated or just so efficient that less and less people are necessary. But services are only provided by people. And we are speaking today about artificial intelligence. And yes, it has the challenge, or poses the challenge of replacing, automating many services tasks. But the thing is, you can create certainly some automation in some activities. But the real threat is not a machine taking your job. The real threat is somebody using artificial intelligence taking your job if you are not trying to understand how to use artificial intelligence. And that's the real challenge. And some of us might be, reticent to do that because, I don't want to devote the time, it's challenging, I have to learn to prompt. But the thing is, it's going to be with us for the rest of our lives. This is like internet 20 years ago. Some people had the strategy of waiting internet out. How's that strategy going? You cannot wait out artificial intelligence. You have to embrace it in order to make it part of yourself. The sooner you understand it, the better. This does not mean not demanding the development of artificial intelligence to be ethical. Those are two separate questions. Embracing it and taking advantage of it is not renouncing to our right to demand it to be ethically developed. But the real challenge is that when you think about what's been happening in this transition, is that we might get confused on what are we. And if you think how much money was spent by Facebook acquiring your accounts of Instagram and WhatsApp, they paid $60. So your information is valued as a barrel of oil. That's what we are in the internet if we are passive, if we do nothing, if we think for free exists. So in order for it not to be for free, then we have to put the people in the middle. It's us, it's our young people, what we are talking about. And if we are talking about them, then what we need to do is to have culture at the center of our development strategy. It's not the only strategy, but there's no way around. Culture has to be at the center of this development. Because if you don't do that, then where's the people? Because as machines become ever better at being machines, as people, we have to concentrate in being ever better humans. And that means better at communicating, better at engaging, better at critical thinking, better at teamwork, better at everything. And in order to do that, you need a strategy. A strategy has to be integral. You cannot have a strategy to put culture in the middle, searching for a silver bullet. That does not exist. You need to attack different dimensions of development. You need to understand the immensity and the complexity of the creative ecosystem. In my experience, and what I've been working on from Colombia and in other countries, it's an integral strategy that we call the 7 I's, the 7 ideas. And these 7 ideas are like a positive feedback loop. You have to work all of them in parallel. Some will work faster than others, but you cannot, neglect any of them. You have to work on information. You have to work on institutions. You have to work on infrastructure, industry, integration, inclusion, and inspiration. Let's go one by one. Information. Information is pretty much usually the starting point, because only when you do the effort to try to understand something, when you do the effort to start measuring it, is because you are starting to intentionally managing it. So the first part is understanding that information or generating information requires order, requires a method. This is the information pyramid. I did not invent it. This is something every statistician knows. But where you start? You start by mapping. And I congratulate the Go Cultura team for the effort they are doing to carry on the first mapping of the creative industries of Aruba. Because if you don't start by actually trying to have a sense of where it all comes together, you are not going to start anywhere. You are not going to start with perfect information. You are going to start with the best estimations. You are going to start with information that is incomplete. But incomplete information is much better than no information. And then again, I know many of you are part of that process, and some might be hesitant. Should we share information or not? Go as far as you feel comfortable, and then try to go a little bit more. The more you can share today, the better information is there for decision making, the better it's going to be for the whole sector. The sooner we understand the challenges, the difficulties, the potential, the sooner we can take that information to make the case for political changes and adjustments, the better. It's not going to be instantaneous, but the sooner we start, the sooner we're going to reach certain results. In Colombia, we have been doing this for over 25 years now. And we started with a satellite account, research in 2002, mappings since 1999. And in my brief tenure in the Ministry of Culture as Vice Minister and Minister, we carry on 16 mappings of the creative industries in different regions of the country. We use different methodologies. We engage with universities. We engage with associations, with the local governments. The mapping is also an excuse to develop the networks that make your sustained efforts in the development of the creative economy possible. The second I is the I of institutions. In a way, this is the most pivotal one. Developing institutions is difficult because understanding institutions is difficult. Institutions, because they are part of an ecosystem in any activity, but in culture in particular, are not the government. The government is one subset of institutions, but associations, guilds, foundations, formal and informal networks, customs are institutions. So you need to understand and work on those institutions constantly. Here, this is a very generic representation, but you have the market of ideas, the market of cultural goods and services. But that market is going to be as efficient, as inefficient, as inequitative, or as equilibrated as the quality of the institutional framework. The institutional framework, as I mentioned, is many approaches. It's public, private, mixed institutions, is our behavior as a society, but a very important element of it is the intellectual properties rights framework. Because when you are speaking about creativity, you are speaking about something that has taken effort, that requires even more effort to be developed. And if you don't have certainty on the property, on who holds the rights of it, it's very difficult to develop it. And think about intellectual property rights like private land rights. If the terrain of this convention center had no clear ownership, it would have been impossible to put together the resources, the efforts, the coordination, the plans, the construction execution to build the convention center. The same happens with ideas. An idea, for starters, has no value in itself, has potential. The value is generated when you transform that idea into a good or a service that can reach people. And for that to happen, you require certainty on the ownership of that idea. That's intellectual property rights. When a composer comes with a song, when a writer comes with a narrative, writes it down, that creative needs the certainty that when approaching a producer, an editor, is not going to be ripped off. Is going to have the right to always decide who can and who can't develop that idea. Think of the dreams, the narratives in the head of a 40-plus-year-old woman riding a train in the northern part of the UK. And if J.K. Rowling, when conceiving Harry Potter, had no certainty that showing her sketches, her plan for the books of Harry Potter were going to be respected by a publisher, she would probably have never shown it to anybody. Again, the publisher, without the certainty that J.K. Rowling can transfer the rights to exploit that idea, would have never invested in books, movies, theme parks, etc. That idea, in the beginning, had potential, no value. But by being protected, represented, and transmitted through a system of intellectual property rights, has become one of the largest franchises ever, has created millions of jobs worldwide, plus inspires generation, and in a way, recovered a generation to become readers again. How beautiful is that? So, when we think about institutions, that requires method. In the case of Colombia, from the national government, we knew that that's so much you can do from far away. You need to engage locally. So we created what we call the regional agendas. We engage with departments, with cities, with municipalities at the local level, and we created pacts, we created agreements. But those agreements were not what we wanted from the national government. It was what they agree locally they needed. Of course, within a framework that this is about creative economy, that it has certain basic rules, but in the end, the only ones that understand the local priorities in terms of infrastructure, in terms of skills development, in terms of connectivity, are the local authorities. So when you do that, you start engaging institutions. You start pulling chambers of commerce, entities that a priori are not part of the creative economy, but they are very important because we have been seeing businesses do creativity. Not all creativity, but they are key partners in creativity. So you need to engage all those activities and then coordinate. And when you do that, you can change what the economists we call, dependent of the trends. So in Colombia, we used to have a pendant, the mean of growth on the cultural budget over time. But the moment we started to engage in being more creative, in developing our infrastructure, our institutional frameworks, we managed to accelerate the growth. In part because we expanded the tools available for investment of public funds in culture. And that's very important. That does not mean the government has more control. Sometimes this actually means less control, but it's public funds. How that works? Tax breaks. If you start getting the creative sector to engage in dynamics that we usually deem proper of other sectors, you will find out that the sector is very capable of taking as good advantage of those tax breaks as other activities and creates more jobs, better jobs, more diverse jobs, more inclusive jobs. So it's a win-win situation from all perspectives. The next I is infrastructure. Infrastructure, it's both tough and easy. It's easy because everybody is always, wanting to show brick and mortars. It's easy. When you are going to do some kind of public work or whatever, building a house of culture, building a theater, fixing something is always easy to show. And developing something solid is always easy to lay down plans and put it together. But at the same time, it can go wrong. So it's very important that infrastructure are not just, a personal fixation by somebody. It has to be something aligned with the rest of the strategy. And in that sense, you have examples. You have the Guadalajara Creative Digital City project. Very large project, more than $150 million of investment by the federal and the city and state government. But it was about actually recovering downtown Guadalajara and actually changing its nature to become a natural cultural hub. And that's been now for more than 10 years going on. You have also the case of Porto Digital in Brazil. Also a creative hub that presented interesting results. You have in Buenos Aires also several creative districts, the coordination. I mean, it's not just saying let's go creative, it's what kind of infrastructure interventions are going to potentiate the ability of the creatives to get together, to cluster together, and to develop local creative industries. In the case of Colombia, we worked with many things. We worked with, in the pandemic, with a recovery plan, and we've centered it intentionally on infrastructure because we needed to make sure that we can funnel money fast and quickly, and especially attracting money from the private sector, because we had not enough money at the national level and we needed to do that. But we also worked together to establish more than 100 cultural districts across the country. And that was very interesting because a city like Bogotá can mobilize a lot of resources. A city like Medellin can mobilize a lot of resources. But we created cultural districts in very small municipalities, less than 10,000, 15,000 inhabitants. And that's very difficult in Colombia. And we managed to do that because we got mayors who understood that they had tourism potential, but with culture, that potential was kind of exponentially improved. The next I is industry, and I want you to think of industry in value chain terms. Don't think of industry as manufacturing. Think of industry as the classical sense of being industrious, being entrepreneurial, coordinating your activities to transform the idea into goods and services. That's a complex process that can take hundreds of people to turn just one little idea into a track, many of which don't need to know each other. They can be decentralizedly working. But it's also that you need to understand that an industry to work is not only about an entrepreneur or a creative. It's actually a triad. I like to call it the triangle of sustainable innovation, where you have the talent, you have the holder of the idea, the source of creativity. And a lot of people say, let's have more creative entrepreneurs. Let's go and talk to artists and turn them into entrepreneurs. That's never going to work. I mean, some artists will find that they like to do entrepreneurship too. But in general, an artist wants to be an artist. However, there's people who are entrepreneurs and also like arts. Develop those as entrepreneurs. But the entrepreneur is a doer. The entrepreneur is looking for market opportunities, looking for an audience, is looking for a consumption paradise for an idea. And then you have then the talent, you have the entrepreneur. You still need capital. That's where investors come from. Investors are capital, not just money. Capital also includes know-how, includes lawyers for intellectual property rights, includes contacts for distribution, includes experience to reduce the cost of mistakes. When you put these three together, you have a very powerful opportunity. But let's talk a little bit about entrepreneurship, creative entrepreneurship. And think about creative entrepreneurship like learning to skate roll. And what is certain is going to happen when you are learning to skate rolling? You are going to fall. You are going to fall. It's unavoidable, right? What happens when you fall? You get hurt. You get discouraged. You might get rejected. So in order to succeed in entrepreneurship, like in skate rolling, you need three things, three concepts. The first one is you need love. If your society is like a bad parent or a group of bad friends who are going to point at you and laugh at you and mock you because you fell, you are not going to try again. You are going to be discouraged. You are going to feel that trying to learn this difficult thing is not worth the effort. But if you are surrounded by a society where they say, oh, my friend, you are very brave. You took the risk of stepping on those skate rollers. You took the risk of entrepreneuring without fear of falling. You know what? I admire you. They don't have to give you anything else. Only validate that your efforts are valuable to the society. Then you need protection. Because if you don't have, a helmet and all this gear that protects your body, when you fall, you might not get killed yourself, but if you hurt too bad, even if you want to try right away, it's going to take you days, weeks, even months to recover. That's when you need the existence of some public funds for cushioning these falls. You need guarantees for loans, lower interests, access to easier money. That does not mean you're not going to go broke. It just means that if you go broke, you are not going to lose everything every time. Of course, part of the idea is if you are trying, you need to learn. You learn with these shocks, but these shocks need to be controlled for you to be able to learn and to stand up fast and try again. And the third element you will need is you need the proper space to do that. That's where precisely what we're speaking about, all these orange development areas, all these clusters where people get together, where entrepreneurs get together with the public funding, with the public support, with other entrepreneurs, with creatives, with investors, with international markets, all together. That's when you have the space, you have the skate park for entrepreneurs. It's putting together all the elements for them to succeed. And a good example of entrepreneurship is this guy. Anybody know this guy? It's Gila Liberte. He's a clown. Who would invest in a clown? Unless, of course, he's the creator of the Cirque du Soleil. So, yeah, this guy in 1984 had this very, stupid dream. Let's make the biggest circus ever. And he found, a society that was willing to support his dream. He found a government that was able to provide with some funds to cushion the process for some years. And he found the proper stage, Las Vegas. And when you put it together, you have a global phenomenon. This Cirque du Soleil has had some problems the last couple of years, but at its best moment, it was employing more than 5,000 people. It was generating income for over $1 billion per year. That's massive. That's something that even the most well-known businesses cannot achieve that easily. Check around how many hotels make that amount of money, generate so many positions. And this is just one company. This is not the whole entertainment sector of Las Vegas. So that's part of the potential of these businesses. The fifth I is integration. Integration, think about it in commercial terms, in trade terms. But don't think about it only in international terms. It's also at the local level, at the micro level. Because part of it is being like the little prince and daring to go and meet new worlds, daring to go and, leave our safe geographical space and go and see what's at the other side of the border, at the other side of the sea in the case of Aruba. The point here is it's letting the ideas that have a global market reach that market, facilitate that connection. But also, sometimes it's a niche idea that just requires the critical mass that can only be provided by a small group of like-minded people in different parts. And what I love the most about the culture and creative industries in commercial terms is that it works both for utilitarian and symbolic purposes. And Antonio Machado, one of my favorite poets, said, in matters of culture and knowledge, only what is kept is lost. Only what is given is gained. If you have a creative idea, if you have the best ever written book, the most beautiful painting ever, and you keep it to yourself, it means absolutely nothing for humanity. But the moment you share it with the world, you are enriching humanity. And that's what integration means here, is letting, contents reach what they can do. And for it to happen, our strategy is what we call the cocos and the mico. In Spanish, in Colombia, a mico is the way we call this nasty article we put in a bill so it gets approved in Congress because it's part of something more people want, So this is a mico. But the thing is, let's put a mico in the trade. And this mico comes with the cocos. First, we want to nurture creativity. What if we allow, to the creatives in the islands, the creatives in Latin America and the Caribbean, to get together more often and exchange through residencies, through creative visas, through circulation. So the ideas of Aruba can contaminate creatives in Medellin, or can contaminate creatives in Los Lagos in Chile, or can contaminate creatives in Nigeria. That's co-creation, that's co-nurturing, is letting them to get together. And when they get together and they nurture each other, they can co-create. And that's when we have this mixture of ideas. And when they co-create, we have the possibility of co-producing. You have an idea that represents a wider, a bigger potential market. You can produce, you can co-produce for a bigger market. Then you can co-distribute. Distribution, right now, is the bottleneck of most creative industries in most countries. Because a lot of things get produced, then nobody knows how to move it from one country to the other or from one market to the other. So co-distribution can be a game changer if we allow to it. Then we need to co-consume. We were speaking about the importance. If we want a tourist from the US, from France, to appreciate the carnival, you need the locals to appreciate the carnival, because that's what gives it value. And if you have more elements that can be co-consumed as local produce of creative content in more places, you have a more powerful pull for others to appreciate what it means, because it starts representing things to others. This is not abandoning what is from us. It's actually just enlarging, expanding our ability to be part of some of what makes others proud. Co-protect. We're speaking about intellectual property rights. We need to make sure that the same way we want our creative intellectual property to be respected, to respect others. That it's a mutually beneficial relationship. And finally, we need to co-invest. Resources are scarce, but when the ideas and the structures are right, the money is going to be there. That I can assure you. So now that we are speaking about Micos, let's, it's selfie time. So I'm going to take my phone. This is the moment I call it the selfie de rigor. Let me see if I can see you there. Yeah, you move your hands or something. Some light behind. Excellent. So the sixth I is inclusion. Inclusion, for me, is like the rose for the little prince. It's the most precious part of it. It's the most delicate as well. Because inclusion can mean many things. But when you are speaking about the possibility of getting together, the way I understand the creative economy in these terms is our ability to project our tolerance, our understanding, our acceptance of others. And we can all agree here that we all like music, right? What music we like? We like different genres. So, but we started with what we agree on. Then we find something we disagree. Is that a reason to distrust each other? Or is that a reason to be curious about each other? When we start that exchange, that cultural exchange, that cultural dialogue, is like, throwing a line. And when we start throwing lines in different directions here, right, we have something like a fabric. The more lines, the more threads that fabric has, the stronger that social connection is. The stronger our ability to absorb shocks, to absorb differences, to tolerate these differences, improves. That's for me the inclusion part. Because by understanding, accepting, and building on the differences is that we construct better societies. The inclusion part is understanding that through cultural exchange, we develop our ability to be better citizens. This is one of those elements that makes us recognize in others virtues we aspire to have, to learn from them. Also, to understand that we also have something to share that improves your self-recognition and your ability to engage more confidently with less barriers. So this is very important. A good example of that you have in Brazil, Galpao Aplauso, a project that served to get in a community to bridge the hatred between two gangs. Something similar happened in Medellin with a music festival for reggaeton and rap. Two different groups got together around music. They bridged their differences, and actually you have a lot less violence, a lot less criminality, and a lot more community. The same is these kids. In the outskirts of Asunción in Paraguay, it's the largest landfill of the country. These kids live in that landfill. It's called Cultura. And back in the 2008, 2009 maybe, there was a project from the Inter-American Development Bank for a sanitation project. The sanitation project was not feasible, but one of the people doing the assessment was an engineer who also had passion for music. And in the visits to this landfill, met these children and decided to do something extraordinary. El maestro Franco, maestro Chavez, I mean, got some funding and made an interesting decision. I need these kids to have instruments, but this is a poor neighborhood. If I give them instruments that are cost $500, $1,000, I make them targets. So instead of giving them instruments, he hired luthiers, and with the recycled elements of the landfill, they built the instruments. They created the Orquesta de Instrumentos Reciclados del Paraguay. And these kids are amazing. I've seen them perform in the Kennedy Center in Washington in front of 3,500 people, the highest possible level of public you can imagine. They have performed as opening concerts for Metallica in Latin America. And these kids, so many of them are already graduated, but at some point you can find that one of these kids can have, visited 30, 35, 40 countries. These are kids that come from the poorest of the neighborhoods. And I dare you to find a rich parent's kid that at the age of 14 have been to 30 countries. Not common. Not only visiting the country, being celebrated in 30, 40 countries. You know what that does to your brain? You know the level of understanding on the power you have to transform? You understand also that if you are part of something like this, that is recognized, you are representing your country, how proud you are. I don't know if these kids are pursuing musical careers, probably most won't. But I can assure you, whatever they decide to do, they are going to be excellent. If any of them becomes a lawyer, it's going to be a great lawyer. If any of them becomes a truck driver, it's going to be the best truck driver because they have discipline, they have tenacity, they have teamwork, they have critical thinking. They understand what they do and how to add value to the society. And most importantly, when I was visiting them in Asunción in 2015, the Rio Paraguay that goes precisely in one of the sides of this neighborhood flooded part of it. And some of the families of these kids were some of the people affected. But because of the sustained work of this orchestra over the years, they had acquired a terrain, and they were able to host the families and build shelters while they recovered their houses. So it's not only what you can do in terms of representation, it's also you start showing that working together and being persistent allows you to break poverty traps as well. So that's what inspiration can do. And what inclusion can do. And then we have inspiration. Inspiration here is, this all starts with people, with individuals. These individuals require models to follow, models to challenge. And for most of the modern history, the way we understand education, it's the Prussian model that was developed in the late 18th century in order to allow for industrialization. So we still have models of education that privilege our learning on how to read, understand, and execute instructions. That's what the Prisioneros de Chile called the 12 games. And since the 1950s, 60s, because of the Sputnik shock in the US, the Americans redefined part of that model and came out with the STEM model, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And you could argue that model is right, but it's also incomplete. And Sir Ken Robinson and other educators late in the 20th century said, this is missing the A for arts, and I also add the D for design. Because if we have this, we have something really powerful. We have the ability to execute, but also to imagine. And I like always to think about this in Trekkie terms. Anybody knows what a Trekkie is? The fans for Star Trek. So anybody back in the 1960s who were surprised by this amazing show, Star Trek, you know, Captain Kirk and the Enterprise crew. Something marvelous happened with this series. At least 3 major modern technologies are derived from them. The first one, every time you go around the world anywhere and a door opens automatically in front of you, first imagined by the creators of Star Trek, then executed by engineers. Every time you take your phone in your hands, individual communication device, first imagined by the scriptwriters of the Star Trek series, then made a reality by the engineer. The one that made the first cell phone in 1974 said explicitly, he got the idea and got inspired because of Star Trek. And right now, if you look around, you will find that this is an important place here in Aruba. We have a minister, we have leaders from the industry, we have creatives, we have artists, we have people who care about the country and that in many ways are influential in making things happen in the country. If this room were having this conversation 60 years ago, this would be a room with 10 to 12 men. And they would be all of whatever was the dominant ethnic group at the time. But the USS Enterprise, its command center, had men, women, different ethnicities, even artificial intelligence as part of the crew. That's something that was foresaw first by the people writing the scripts of the Enterprise, and then social scientists, following cultural trends, following the cultural example to make diversity happen at decision-making levels. So when you combine inspiration coming from arts and design with the power of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, you have a much better education model for us to construct. And when you think about the challenge ahead, the World Economic Forum estimated about 10 years ago the importance of this set of activities. If you check these activities of the 21st century, you will find that in order to develop those skills, you don't get trained easily. Most of these skills are what people call soft skills. But I like to call them essential skills. Because team working, critical thinking, creative problem solving, the ability to learn continually and to adapt, to be emotionally resilient, to be disciplined, that comes from the practice and the enjoyment of culture. When you get into practice an instrument, you get what is being frustrated until you become excellent. When you try to do sports and you have to play with other teammates, you have to start becoming tolerant of the mistakes of others, but also you start appreciating the other people's talents. The thing here is we need our education system to understand that when we speak about creative, cultural, artistic education, it's not because we need more artists. We may need more of them. But the real purpose of this is to get better citizens, to get better people with human skills in a world where machines are ever better at being machines. We need people to be better, to be able to be better entrepreneurs, better family members, better workers, better public officials, because they have these skills in their things. And there's an 8I. That's a trick. Implementation. Because all this strategy, without the drive to make it happen, without turning all this conversation into a strategy, is just conversation, it's just words. Implementation may look like this. Don't try to read. But this is the graphic summary of the Colombian Creative Orange Economy Strategy. It's the 7 I's aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals with 4 levels of actions. Immediate, short term, medium term, long term. If you are planning a strategy, it's not just going for a low-hanging fruit. You need those. But you also need to think what you have to be planning now that is going to take 3, 4, 5, 10 years to develop. You need a combination of long-term, medium-term, short-term, and immediate action. Because otherwise, you are going to be not achieving something. When you do that, you start mobilizing people across the board. When you understand that developing the orange economy is not something that is done by a small team inside a group of people in the Ministry of Culture or the Ministry of Economy. This is something that is transversal. The minister was speaking about the importance of the inclusion of elderly people. They are key actors in this. They are the memory of the society. They have so much to contribute, and we have the tools, the energy, the need to build over that memory. And you can get this kind of results. You can change the narrative, the conversation, and the relevance, the positioning of the creative economy inside the country. But I want to close with a crazy idea. And allow me to do something that is not in my purview, but that I just got inspired when I arrived to Aruba and was going around. And like the little prince, remember when he told the aviator, draw me a ship. And the aviator dutifully drew a ship. And the little prince was, that's not my ship. Draw me another. Draw me my ship. The aviator drew another ship. Isn't that it? Until the aviator got tired, and his solution was, he drew a box and said, here's your ship, it's inside. And the little prince, there it is. That's my ship. Sleeping, so beautiful. Oh, wait, it's waking up. The way I bring this here is because sometimes what we think is too bad, we change our perspective, we can turn it into something good. So let's go back to the analogy, how we can be understood as oil. How can talent be considered a natural resource just like oil? It's better distributed, the opportunities around how to exploit it not, but talent, like oil, means nothing if you don't know what it is or what to do with it. You have oil underground and you don't bother exploring it, knowing its quality or whatever, or quantity, is absolutely worthless. You may have a society full of people with talent. If you are not willing to survey those talents, to understand what's there, what's its potential, it's absolutely worthless. But then, if you do the effort, and you go and explore, and you determine the quantity, the quality, the availability of oil, you go and understand the diversity, the quality, the possibilities of the talent in your society, you start getting something. You still need to go all the way around. You need to start extracting that talent from the society. You need to start letting people get this creativity outside, connecting with the possibilities, with the infrastructure, with the institutions, with the education. You need to challenge it. And as you go challenging, and nurturing these people and making them possible, then when they are ready to produce, oil, talent in great quantities, what you need to do? You need to refine. You need to refine that. Because if you are not refining it, you are not converting this talent, like oil, in all its specific applications. And in order to refine things, what you need? Refineries. And if you start playing the game of refineries with Dali, something happens. And you can throw, some local magic words to the mixture. And then you might get something like this. What if we think that we can turn an industrial space into the refinery of the future, into our own refinery? What if we stop seeing the heart-shaped problem and we acknowledge the elephant-sized opportunity in the room? Masha, danke. Oh, my pleasure.
He blew my mind. And I see that, yes. So what if we do the orange refinery. There's room. We've started. We have the art fair. We have the culture cafe. We had the building with contemporary artists. Dear all, I made notes, but remember earlier I said I'll tell you why I'm running now. I have a class that started at 4:30. I used my phone to tell my colleagues, start, and I'm on the way. But because of that, and because I think that I could not do justice to summarize Mr. Buitrago's presentation, I will leave it at what if we do an orange refinery. And with that, and with the permission of Arthur and Edgen, and looking at the time, I want to thank our partners. Before I do that, I want to thank you for staying, for being here, for purchasing your card, for going on the app, on the WUFA app. I want to thank all the presenters. I want to thank those who made it to now. Not because this is important and because you want to be seen, but because you are part of the commitment that is here, that's being presented to us by the call of Thais, by the presentation of Mr. King, by the presentation of Clara, who told us yesterday, what about our story? What about your story? It's not history, it's we story. And also, because we have youngsters who are telling us that we cannot go back, that the way is the future, the way is forward. Without falling into the trap of repeating, I want to call Edgen and Arthur, and I want to thank the event partners, and I will run off. But to the Aruba Tourism Authority, to ATA, to the DCA, to the government of Aruba, to SETAR, to Teleruba, and to all the presenters, to you and to Go Cultura, to Renaissance and the Marina, to Sede Aruba, Roy Colastica, a friend? The friend, yes, the artist Roy Colastica in Curacao, the Ministry of Finance and Culture, Tras by Ronchi, the Minister of Economic Affairs, Minister of Transportation, Integrity, Nature, Elderly Affairs, Ata. I'm starting to dance because then I become more...
This is the picture that wins today.
This is the picture that wins today. Then I become more composed, even though I'm dancing. Our volunteers. And last but not least, no, we're not going to, okay. The family members that supported, those who presented and those who were left at home. The picture that won today is from him? Oh, yes. We know, I must say. The picture who won today is a picture where it says, Cultura na Aruba ta un instant coffee. And the person who made this picture, I just told him, I'm amazed by his artwork that he's doing for Miami, and I think is in Doral. Is that true? No. It's not in Doral? It is in Doral. Look up, people. Look up Nelson Gonzalez on internet. Use your phone. Use whatever. Look up Nelson Gonzalez. He won a ticket to the Autentico weekend. And you were the best audience I ever had. Thank you. And I'm off to my class.
All right, let's give Yolanda a big applause. Thank you so much, Yolanda. Loved your energy today. Dangi turhende pate ainda ne ora ng aki. Thank you so much for staying with us. In the name of Go Cultura Foundation, in the name of our president and the entire board and the entire team, Thank you so much for believing with us in the potential of the orange economy, in the potential of Aruba's cultural and creative industries. And together, we've just started the movement together. Let's make history together. Let's make great things together. We do have questions that were asked through the Hoover app, and I will do my best to send these to the speakers and ask them to answer the questions so I can send it to those that their questions were not answered. Umbiamas, mashadanki to all our partners. Thank you so much. And let's continue doing great things together. Have a great Wednesday. Thank you.
Cállate, papi, con los dos. Date una otro cariño. Mi que sakuna está loco. No sé nada de los dos. A poder boco, a mí de migo. No sé nada de los dos. Hello, es nada mío. No sé nada de los dos. Nada, no sé. Nada, no sé. Tinha o kumike, elek nan kumike, vai te chelo contra Deus, se tava mesmo que merecer, ainda tem esperança, mamita nunca vai, ainda me por bate na boa porta, vou abrir pra mim, mami, callada papia com nós dois, uma outro carinho, me que saco nada louco. Nada de nos dos.